This is Audible.
Audible Originals presents Red Dust Running, written by Anita Heiss, performed by Shari Sebens. Chapter 1. You can't keep running away, Annabelle. Angel's hands are on her hips, but her tone is gentle, as always. She's my favourite cousin, and the only person who gets away with giving me a good talking to. Why not? I ask. It's not the first time I've heard this lecture, and it probably won't be the last. I'm unwrapping coffee mugs on autopilot and rinsing them in the sink as we talk. Because you're 35 and need to settle down, be a grown-up, and try to sort issues out occasionally instead of running away and leaving unresolved shit behind. Angel rarely swears, so I know she's serious. I finally turn to face her, hoping our reunion after all these years doesn't end in an argument. Neither of us like conflict. What do you want me to do? Settle down like you and Kev with chickens and compost and Crocs on my feet? I point to Angel's less than glamorous choice of footwear and smile. You know better than anyone, Angel. That's not my thing. I dry the mugs as I consider the things I know about my cousin that we've agreed to keep in the vault over the years. And don't lecture me. You're no bloody angel, come to think of it. I look at Angel's red lipstick, the only makeup she wears. Her smile is warm, her wavy charcoal hair sits gently on her shoulders, and her light blue cotton muumuu falls just below her knees. She looks much cooler than I feel in this heat. We're here! Mandy James and Christine Jack, otherwise known as MJ and CJ, my two besties, my deadly titters, are standing on my newly rented doorstep. It's an old blonde brick block of 12 units with freshly painted stairs and railings, and I love seeing them through the screen door. CJ stands short with her tardy blonde bob. She's wearing a pink shoestring strap dress and holds a succulent. Next to her, MJ seems taller than ever in her jeans and tee and her wild mass of sandy-coloured curls. She waves a bottle of bubbles in the air. I immediately pull them into a tight, much-needed hug. It's so good to see you both, I whisper, choked with the emotion of seeing them for the first time since returning to Mugginjin. 4 years living away without these women was just too long. Within minutes, we are sitting on the floor, drinking the bubbly out of the coffee mugs. Unpacked boxes are scattered through the living room. Angel, a non-drinker, is sipping jasmine tea, thanks to the kettle she and Kev have given me as a housewarming gift. I knew you'd be back. Sydney is just too much for you, MJ announces, then turns to CJ. I told you she'd rather be here. A big fish than a little pond. That's really why she likes Mugginjin. CJ raises her mug in acknowledgement. Her noticeably toned arms prove that the early morning workouts she complains about are paying off. It wasn't that, Angel pipes up. What do you know that we don't? MJ sounds like she's got her nose out of joint. I am her cousin, so there will be times that I know more, naturally. Angel chuckles. I turn to MJ and CJ. Before you ask, or worse, accuse, I didn't do a runner in the middle of the night and leave a fella to wake up to find I was gone, so don't throw your judgment at me. They both look offended and shocked. And lose those gammon shocked looks, I continue. I know you both too well. We've spent many, many sessions observing the good, the bad, and the ugly about each other and the world. Today is not one of those sessions. I smile to let my inner circle know that it's all good. Go on then, tell us what happened, they say in unison, and laugh as if they'd scripted their double act. First of all, Nate, the guy in Sydney, was different. I can hear how defensive I sound. I didn't want to break his heart, and that's why I left the way I did. Angel shakes her head. I know she thinks sneaking off in the middle of the night broke Nate's heart anyway. My three titters stare at me in expectation. But I'm already tired of talking about my non-existent love life. I'm not going over old ground and old boyfriends with you lot. We've done these stories to death. And don't think I can't see your smirks behind every sip you take, I say to CJ and MJ. What? The two women jokingly protest. The thing is, I had to leave Sydney and that job. MJ cocks an eyebrow in question and I sigh. There's no way to avoid this conversation. Fine. I'm only saying this once, so listen carefully. They all shuffle their butts along the freshly cleaned carpet and huddle closer, like teenagers at a slumber party sharing ghost stories or deep, dark secrets about first kisses. I take a deep breath, then speak matter-of-factly. I had a relationship with one of the artists I was curating. I exhale with the relief of the confession. When the mob found out, everyone assumed that he got the gig because he was sleeping with me, but the truth is, we didn't even feel attracted to each other until opening night, literally a year after we signed contracts for the work. But the mob were brutal. They put pressure on the gallery, and I was given an ultimatum. So I left. The job and the guy. Angel opens her mouth, but I cut her right off with a palm in her direction. I did not run away. I stand and extend a hand to help the others as they rise too. CJ looks at me empathetically. Her dark brown eyes warm and her signature warm smile that makes her such a great school teacher. She winks, then turns to the others. How about she ran towards this fantastic new opportunity here in Muggingen? My face lights up at the mention of my new job. Thanks, CJ. That's the approach I'm taking. I can't wait to start at the gallery. I begin unpacking a box of art books and stack them near where my bookcases will eventually be. And I have no doubt the ancestors had this plan for me all along. My titters pitch in to help with the unpacking. Before long, I'm sweating up a storm. Oh, I can't stand this humidity, I whine, setting off a string of complaints from the others. It's hideous, disgusting, I'm melting, they whinge. A bead of sweat drips down the back of my leg. It's just this February heat that knocks me about. The humidity will be the end of me. The ever-practical MJ nods towards the air conditioner, and I dread the thought of the electricity bill. It's bad for the environment to be running it for hours every day. Let's just get some air, I say, sliding the glass balcony doors wide open and waving them out. How cool is Paddington? It's exactly what I wanted in Sydney and could never afford. Only a few nights here, and I already know 100% that this is where I want to be. I breathe in the scent of freshly cut lawn. I love being in my semi-suburban street, yet so close to the city. I look at the poinsettia tree to the left and the jacaranda tree to the right, and I feel at home. I'm really happy to be here, really. And in some ways, you were right, MJ. Sydney was a bit too big for me. All those cars and people. I love that Muggingen is like a little country town, but with all the arts and culture we need, and all the titters I need too. Angel puts her arm around my waist and the four of us link together. Sisterhood. I ran towards my beautiful friends, not away from anyone or anything. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You're without a man again, MJ announces. Oh, for goodness sake, I am the last person who needs a man to be happy, I tell her. Nate was about sex, not happiness. My career, you titters, my life at large, that all makes me happy. If we did an audit of the men in my past, I think you'll find they've only ever caused me misery. This new journey, which I am super excited about, is about reaffirming my commitment to our mob in the arts and rebuilding a little of my own self-esteem. Men are not even in my top 5 priorities right now. I can see MJ looks suspicious, but I'm not giving this topic any more fuel. Let's talk about your love life, MJ. Let's get back to unpacking your stuff instead, she replies, always evasive about her own interludes of the romantic kind. Come on then, help me get the last of my things from my car. The removalists arrive tomorrow with the rest of my boxes and furniture. We head back inside and towards the front door. Angel starts humming a tune that none of us can name but can easily join in. What's the song? I ask. Just call me Angel of the Morning, she says. Kev sings it with me as he makes my tea every morning. Of course he does. I push them out the door. MJ, CJ, and I all think Kev and Angel are perfectly matched. He's sensitive and strong, a guy who reads books and can build a bookcase as well. We walk single file down the stairwell, one hand on the shoulder of the woman in front, and spill out onto the street, laughing and pushing each other out of the way like teenagers. You wouldn't know we were in our mid-30s. Angel has managed to get us all singing the chorus about morning angels as we lean into the back of my car, butts sticking out to passers-by. I pull out a heavy box of my favourite novels, the ones I refuse to risk giving to the removalists, and lose my grip. My reflexes are quick as it slips so it doesn't hit the ground. Then, dark-skinned hands go over the top of mine and take the bulk of the weight. Nearly lost it. a deep voice says, taking me by surprise. I lose my balance and my grip simultaneously. The guy moves to steady me, but I swiftly pull away and let him take the full weight of the box as I step onto the footpath. "Oh, thanks. I think I can take it now." I reach out, but he doesn't let the box go. "Are you moving into number 5? He asks. "Yes, just settling in." He introduces himself as Michael from number 9, the unit above mine. "I'm Annabelle, and this is MJ, CJ, and Angel," I gesture to the others. He shifted the box to his hip and holds it with one hand, extending his other to shake theirs. MJ and CJ smirk. I roll my eyes, but I can't really blame them. I hope I'm being discreet as I take in Michael's fine form, his muscular arms and huge quads in his running shorts, his hazel eyes and tanned skin. I know he's a Murray without asking. "I'll take this up on my way and leave it at the door," he says to me. "Anything you want to put on top of the box?" I investigate the boot and pretend to search for something else. "I think we're good, thanks." The 4 of us watch as Michael heads through the glass door with the books. "Well, Michael is a good sort, eh?" MJ winks and licks her lips. CJ chuckles. I know she thinks MJ is outrageous at times, but I can tell we're all in agreement with her assessment of Michael. I admit to myself that he's a 10, but I'm not starting that conversation with MJ. "Can you lot contain yourselves, please?" I sing out as Angel walks into the building carrying a box marked fragile. Once inside, CJ, Angel and I take a conveyor belt approach to the glasses, cutlery and dinner set, and it's all washed and dried in my tiny kitchen in record time while MJ tackles a box marked stuff. It's cozy and familiar as we move easily around each other with the intimacy of partners gliding around a dance floor. I smile to myself when I notice we're also all colour coordinated with the black and white splashback tiles. I'm facing the sink overlooking the street and turn quickly to see CJ placing the rest of the coffee mugs, handles to the left, on the shelf near the fridge, while Angel arranges the cutlery like she has in her own home, and MJ considers every knick-knack she unpacks before placing them on the breakfast bar by size. All of us methodical in our own ways, similar ways. This is the first time I've thought of moving as fun. I love being back with the women who know me best. We've always been there for house moves, boyfriend breakups, sorry business, and just for coffee and yarns. We do life together, and having them here as I resettle makes it that much easier to move on from the mess I left in Sydney. "Hey, what's this?" MJ holds up a black satin bag and starts laughing. "Oh, that's Charles," I chuckle at CJ's look of absolute horror. "Don't panic. I didn't mince him up and put him in there. It's my vibrator. I call him Charles. Remember that fella about 5 years ago? Still the best shag I've ever had. So, ladies, meet Charles number 2. I take the bag from MJ, put Charles aside, and change the subject. "While we're all together, can we sort your birthday, CJ? It's only a month away. What do you want to do?" CJ takes a deep breath, looking left and right as if we're in a public space and she's about to divulge top-secret national security data. "I want to go to a rodeo," she whispers. MJ lets out a loud "Yeehaw!" and does some weird bow-legged movement, kicking her feet up as if she's line dancing and river dancing at the same time. "Rodeos mean cowboys, so count me in." At first, there's excitement in Angel's eyes. She loves live country music, like lots of Murrays do, but then she starts to frown. I'm guessing that she's thinking about animal cruelty at the rodeo, so before the moment spirals into awkwardness, I say, "I'll go with, but we need to talk about animal cruelty at some point." I look at my cousin and she nods in agreement, as do the others. I'm desperate to ask CJ why she wants to go to a rodeo, though I don't want to sound judgmental. Angel's pointed out that character flaw of mine more than once over the years. I like to consider myself as an observationist rather than a judgmentalist. As no one else is forthcoming with the question, I dive in. But why, for the love of God, do you want to go to a rodeo? "Don't judge me," CJ warns. "If you're going to judge me, then I won't tell you." I try to reassure her. "We're the coven of non-judgmental witches, you know that." CJ clears her throat, looks around again and mutters, "The thing is, I've always wanted to be with a cowboy." MJ laughs out loud. "And you all reckon I'm outrageous? We need more bubbly." I can't stop laughing as I try to pour the last of the now warm champagne into our mugs. CJ frowns. It's obvious that she doesn't see anything funny about the moment, and I feel bad. I know how sensitive she is. I sit down next to her on the floor and throw my arm around her shoulder. It's always the quiet ones, I tell her. Our perfect, hard-working public school teacher marching for better conditions, lover of literature, marker of essays, tutor of overachieving students. Angel holds her mug up in a toast and continues the list. Patron of the drama club and the debating team, always academic, prim and proper. MJ takes a sip of bubbly, then finishes. All the while secretly fantasizing about shagging a cowboy. Gotta love that. Angel grabs the ukulele that arrived in my fragile box and starts to pluck the strings. In the words of Casey Chambers, when I grow up, I want a cowboy with dust all over his jeans. CJ tilts her head, smiling coyly as MJ snaps photos, then films Angel, all to be uploaded to Instagram stories before the day is out. She's a deadly freelance photographer, and honestly, with her healthy following on her socials, she's never really off the clock. So there is a rodeo in Warwick on my birthday weekend, CJ tells us. If you're all keen, I can organise an itinerary and all the logistics. Her face is hopeful, enthusiastic. Like a school excursion, I laugh, but without the annoying kids. She jumps to her feet. Exactly! I can book the tickets and accommodation. You just need to get your outfits. Outfits? I repeat in mock outrage. You won't ever see me in blinged jeans, fringed boots, or a cowboy hat. I touch my hair. I spend too much on my hair to cover it up. Angel eyeballs me. Oh, right, I scoff at my cousin. And I can just see you in a checkered or chambray muumuu with fringe on your Crocs. Angel grins at CJ as if my sarcasm has given her inspiration for her wardrobe. She uncrosses her legs, spreads them out fully in front of her, and proudly rolls her crocked feet left to right. According to social media, I am fun and fashionable, and these classic platform Crocs are the most popular, so there. The truth is that I love how my cousin is totally comfortable in her skin and her wardrobe. But Angel is also a vegan, and always worrying about animal cruelty. So I don't know how she's going to cope with the rodeo adventure. Before I have the chance to ask, there's a knock at the door. It's Hot Michael from upstairs. I know he's the kind of guy MJ would love to throw to the ground and crawl all over, but that might be a weird first impression to make with my new neighbour. I walk over to open the screen door before she can get up. I didn't mean to interrupt, he says in that gorgeous voice. I just thought you might like some herbs. A little welcome to the building gift. He hands me some cuttings and I notice again the muscles in his forearms. I grow them on my balcony and always have plenty, if you ever need any. I'm also noticing that he smells good. Or rather, as MJ would say, he smells delicious. There's a hint of lavender and spicy cinnamon and vanilla. I know it's not the herbs I can smell because this scent is wearable and expensive. Thank you. I look at the basil, rosemary and mint and realise that I have zero food in the flat and a big, boring grocery shop awaits. I'll need to get to the markets on the weekend for my fruit and veg. There's an awkward pause and I can feel everyone staring at me. I look at Michael. Sorry, we were just in the middle of planning something when you knocked. I don't know why I feel uncomfortable, but I'd rather he didn't linger. Oh, right, of course. He's already moving away from the door. Sorry to interrupt. Hope you ladies have a nice day, and good luck with your planning, he says politely before heading back up the stairwell. See you later. Thanks for the herbs. Very kind of you. I sing out after him, feeling that my manners are lacking. You could have invited him in, Angel suggests. I don't even know him, I point out. I don't really want him checking out my apartment. He carried your books up, brought you herbs. I'm fairly sure he's just being a good neighbour, she replies. Sydney's made you very suspicious. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a private person. I don't want a man I've known for 3 seconds in my home. I don't need any men in my home. I've got Charles and he'll do for now. If I need to get laid, I'll do it the old-fashioned way and go to the pub on Friday night, I joke. I pick the herbs up and take them to the sink, but I can see in my periphery that MJ is shaking her head, appalled at how slack I am at recognising a good thing literally on my doorstep. I sit back down on the floor with the others, pick up my mug and hold it in a toast. Here's to being here with you, to my new home, to my dream job, and to my fresh herbs. I believe my life is now complete. Chapter 2. Wow, when you said you'd do an itinerary, you weren't kidding, I laugh. MJ and Angel are also inspecting our personalised, laminated, spiral-bound schedules, all prepared and hand-delivered by CJ. We're sitting below the pergola in Angel's backyard, which overlooks a sizable veggie patch of pumpkin, snake beans, chilies, capsicums, and anything else she can grow in the heat of the Brisbane summer and share with the neighbours of her Queenslander. I read the cover of CJ's itinerary, Rodeo Dreaming. I'm thinking Cowboy Crawl might be a more appropriate title. Every group needs an organiser, and CJ is ours. She's been thorough in her preparation. There's an aerial map, web links, hotel information, and a what to bring list, including rodeo dress-ups, boots, long pants, and running gear. Thanks for putting something for me in there, CJ. CJ beams with pride as we turn page after page. The sun is setting and bats glide across the mauve sky as they always do at dusk. Darkness swoops in quickly behind the bats. Angel lights some candles while I light some insect coils before we're all eaten alive. Ugg boot shopping. Is that for me? Angel asks, and CJ nods. They're like winter Crocs for you, right, cuz? I joke, and she nods and winks. What about me? Is there anything in the itinerary for me? MJ pouts and pretends to be wounded at being left out. The wineries are for you, MJ. CJ pats MJ's hand and MJ laughs. You've outdone yourself, sis, she says. Thank you. CJ stands and takes a bow. It's the teacher in me. I do have the most organised class at Greenbank High School. Hang on, I reach for my wine. How come on Saturday night we're all staying in cabins and you're staying at the Buckaroo Hotel? Is it a better hotel? Because if it is, then I'm staying there too. Angel rolls her eyes and mouths snob at me, and I put my palm up to her face. She's staying at the Buckaroo in case she gets a fuckaroo, right? MJ laughs and swigs a mouthful of wine as if it's lemonade. CJ doesn't deny MJ's allegation. It's been a long time since I've been between the sheets with a fella, so I'm hoping I can kill 2 birds with my birthday plan. Angel gives CJ a tight side hug. I hope you'll find your own Kev soon. As if on cue, Kev appears with his push bike. He's sweaty from the ride home, so he just blows kisses to us all before placing a box of treats on the table. Thought you might like some of these choc hazelnut buckwheat balls. CJ will take the buckin' balls. MJ keels over laughing and we join in like schoolgirls. Kev looks confused. You women are all crazy, he says, kissing Angel quickly on the top of her head. She leans up into it like a happy cat. Then Kev props his bike against the fence and heads back into the darkness of the garden that leads to their house. Okay, enough carry on. I need to get my wardrobe sorted. Who's coming shopping with me? CJ picks up a buckwheat ball and chuckles again. I need blinged jeans, a checkered shirt, a big belt buckle, and boots. I need it all. I probably need some lingerie too. I should make a list. She pulls out her phone and starts a list in notes. I'm not buying blinged jeans, I announce. But I know the rules. 1 in, all in. A few days later, I return from my morning run, panting as if I've never run before. I'm conscious that I really need to get my fitness levels up after months of little or no exercise. I miss being in top form, so I take the stairs to my flat, so focused on the running stats on my smartwatch that it's not until the last minute that I notice that Michael is also in the stairwell, heading out. I'm all sweaty, hot and messy, which makes him look even better in his grey mile suit and tie and patent black shoes. Oh, looking flash, I say. Then I feel a bit embarrassed. I hope he doesn't think I'm flirting with him. Michael pauses and laughs warmly. Oh, I'm just going to work. But if you're keen for company, I'll run with you of a morning, or walk if you'd prefer to yarn. I remember what Angel said about Sydney making me suspicious, so I smile and reply before my natural caution pulls me back. Sure, a walk and yarn would be great on my non-run days. I need some help getting back in form, but I hope I can keep up with you. Michael continues down the stairs to the car park. Great, I'll pop in later to organise a time, he calls over his shoulder. I make a point of being at my kitchen window as he pulls out of the driveway in his white Tesla. I peer through the Venetian blinds like the neighbourhood gossip. That suited fancy car Murray might be good value as a neighbour, especially because it never hurt to have a handsome potential +1 living nearby, since Charles was only fit for the bedroom. With ABC Breakfast on in the background, I cringe at the news of yet another copyright infringement on a First Nations artist whose work has been reproduced on dodgy tea towels at a local market. I shower, dress, and, with a sense of purpose, head into the gallery of First Nations art on the fringes of the city. I love my new workplace, known to most as Goffner. I'm really enjoying working with the small team of passionate staff who have been transforming what was part of an old coffee chain into a functioning gallery and event space. With our small but supporting governing committee, I feel like this is going to be the best career move of my life. The silver lining of the fiasco down south is that my new role here recognises my skills and expertise and allows me both freedom and growth in a way that the Sydney scene didn't. As I walk through the space, I imagine the grand opening in August. I visualise small pieces of art hanging in the manager's office, one wall dedicated purely to Southeast Queensland artists, a shop selling an ever-growing First Nations clothing range, weavings and handmade jewellery from across the country. The pizza kitchen across the lane fires up their oven way before lunchtime, and my mouth waters while I examine my jam-packed schedule for the day. Several video calls, writing funding applications, meeting with a philanthropist, and dedicated time to researching the artists who will appear in my first exhibition for the gallery. It's a long, productive day with few interruptions, and by 7 p.m, I've managed to work through most of my to-do list. I'm still at my desk and my stomach is grumbling loudly. As I flick through the portfolio of an artist I've not heard of before, I have an aha moment forcing me to sit upright. Daniel Davies from Warwick, only a couple of hours' drive from Mugginjan. He's been pitched by his representative as the Namatjira of the Southern Downs. I take in Davies' landscapes with a keen eye. I like that they offer something extra, a story with a message about Australia's environmental climate crisis, with millennia worth of local knowledge woven into the canvases. There are phrases emblazoned on each artwork: Enviro Torment, Climate Crisis, Act or Die, Do You Care? Challenging the viewer to consider their own role. I sit back, contemplating this new exciting artwork, trying to define his style. His political landscapes look to me like Gordon Hookey meets Black Douglas meets Namatjira. I email the staff and committee to invite their feedback saying, may not be to everyone's taste, but it doesn't have to be. This work is fresh, meaningful, challenging, topical. Davies also works with young people, so we could potentially have school groups visit and utilise the vacant office upstairs for workshops. I hit send and feel a sense of achievement, like this moment is the beginning of something significant for the gallery, for the artist, and for me. I know I should get home, but I want to know more about this fella. Time ticks by as I scroll through page after page online, reading about Davies and his personal life. It appears the committee are all working late as well. Supportive emails come in one after the other, encouraging me to meet with Davies and potentially weave him into the proposed exhibition. I'm excited at the thought of connecting with him. It's only then that I realise he lives literally minutes from where we're going for CJ's birthday weekend. My interest in the rodeo road trip is definitely on the rise. To my surprise, a bottle of Pinot Noir awaits me on my doorstep when I arrive home, exhausted, at 9 p.m. There's a note on the back of a business card. A gift from a client, but I don't drink red. Thought you might like it. Text me if you want to walk or run in the morning before work. X. Michael. I read the note again when I get inside, thinking the X is odd for a near stranger, but put his number into my phone, as I've done with other neighbours I've met since I settled in. I pour a glass of the wine, kick off my heels and sit on the couch. Netflix offers some company as I try to relax, still wired with the anticipation of snagging Daniel Davies for the gallery. Hoping it's not too late, I text Michael. Hi, hope I'm not waking you, just home. Walk in the morning would be great. What time? The phone is barely out of my hand when it beeps with a reply. Hey, didn't wake me. Just reading. Meet you downstairs at 6 a.m. Night. I respond, Cool, and thank you for the wine. Dinner. At 5:45 a.m., my alarm rings and I spring out of bed. The sun is streaming in my kitchen window, and it's already hot as I ruefully remember the almond croissant I shoveled down the day before and the wine I had for dinner. All that sugar makes me crazy, but I still do it. I'm surprised I'm not hungover with so little food in my belly. I pull on my running shorts and shoes, run a brush through my hair and some toothpaste across my front teeth, and head down to meet Michael, who was stretching his calves as I reach the front gate. When he turns and sees me, a broad, almost perfect smile forms across his face, and I can't help but smile back. I wish I'd cleaned my teeth properly. Every woman needs a Michael in their life for early morning exercise, I tell him, grateful for the added motivation to my running. It's always better and easier to work out with others. I almost bounce to the front gate. You seem happy, he says. Best time of the day. Which way? I ask. Which way what? Which direction? I laugh. It's easy to be around this fella, even at 6 a.m. Let's go down that way, then take the hill. I don't really want to take any hills because of the vino dinner, but I smile and agree because I also don't want to waste time and energy thinking about an alternative route. I run for my mental health most days. While running with a hangover is a punishment, life is a balance, and there are some dining choices that are worth taking hills for. I'm grateful just to have someone to get me out of bed on the more difficult days. How long have you lived here? I ask, realizing this is our first real conversation. We move to a steady pace as Michael tells me he's been in Muggagen for 5 years, but is originally from Cairns. I moved to Sydney to study, he says. Stayed longer than I wanted to because work took over, but I'm happy to be back in the Sunshine State. Did you enjoy the nightlife in Sydney? It's a bit quieter here in Muggagen. I'm not sure why I ask him this. I'm not a clubber myself. It seems we have more things in common in addition to running because Michael echoes my thoughts. I'm not a big clubber, really. I much prefer a nice restaurant and the arts. What about you? He asks. What brings you here? I'm not sure I should tell him I moved back because I got run out of town. I keep it basic. Mob, current job, hobbies. I'm Wiradjuri, but grew up here. Also moved to Sydney for work. I work in the arts. I pause to catch my breath while Michael appears to be focusing on his strides. And now? He asks when he notices I've slowed a bit. Now I'm curator at the Gallery of First Nations Art in the Cultural Precinct. We're opening in August. You should come to opening night. I'd love that. I've collected a couple of pieces from artists that speak to me, he says. Let me know the date and I'll lock it in my diary. He suddenly stretches an arm out right across my body, blocking me from stepping off the curb. As if he has some sixth sense, a dark green station wagon comes flying around the corner. Whoa, thanks. I take a step back. No time for ambos and hospitals today. We've got another 3 kilometres to go, he jokes, leading us across the now safe road. For the rest of the walk, I tell Michael about my family, my favourite artists, why the gallery is such a significant place for our mob. The space is about confidence, conviction, and truth-telling. When I say it out loud, I feel empowered, like I've come alive. Michael tells me he loves the river life and being able to exercise outdoors all year round in Muggagen. I go to the gym occasionally, he says with a laugh. We also have that in common. When I tell him about the pending rodeo road trip to Warwick, we laugh about rhinestones and fringes and men in chaps. I notice how intently he listens, asking questions and making most of the conversation about me. While I'm conscious of hogging the limelight, I really do love talking about my work. I mentally resolve to ask Michael more about his work during our next walk. The following Saturday, I'm heavily caffeinated as CJ, MJ, Angel and I stroll along La Trobe Terrace in Paddington. CJ leads the way with her op-shopping itinerary. There's laughter and the occasional outburst of country singing by Angel, but I find myself dawdling a bit. To be honest, I'm not really that interested in the shopping, and I'm quietly trying to work out how to manage the humidity frizzing up my newly cut and coloured hair, and still thinking about the phone calls I didn't get to make at work yesterday. CJ is banging on about a shop with amazing shirts and another store across the road with great jeans. We follow her in and out of thrift shops, each one allegedly more interesting than the last. Ta-da! She steps out of the change room in full rodeo regalia, but barefoot. An assistant hands her a pair of cowgirl boots that have a tinge of pink to them, insisting that CJ needs them to complete her outfit. CJ screws up her nose, politely taking the boots from the young woman. I really don't want to stand out. I burst out laughing. Stand out? Let's just look at you, Titter. I spin her around and we all huddle in front of the full-length mirror in the middle of the store. Hat, tick. Chambray shirt, tick. The biggest, blingiest belt buckle this side of Mount Isa, biggest tick. I spin CJ around again and bend her over slightly so her butt is pointing towards the mirror. And the piece de resistance, I'd say, is the bedazzled ass. By now, we're all busting ourselves laughing. If you think it's going to take the boots to make you stand out, then I'm sorry, CJ, you are more than slightly misguided. It's the most I've laughed in ages. Moments like these make me the happiest to be back with my sister girls. Stop it, I'm going to pee my pants, CJ says, cross-legged. Angel eyes CJ up and down, waving her hand towards the boots. I love this look. The boots set the whole scene for your story. MJ agrees, snapping a pic for Instagram, and adds it to the rodeo dreaming hashtag she set up for us to follow for the weekend. The sales assistant confirms that CJ is rodeo ready, then looks at me and declares that I need help. She attempts to hand me a checked shirt, mumbling something about how it will look good on me. I'm going to need more caffeine or wine to get through this. I throw the shirt on over my singlet. As the assistant steps in to help, I shoo her away. I think I can tuck myself in, thanks. She cautiously suggests tying it in front, nervously stepping in to assist again, then moves away. I turn to the mirror. It actually looks okay as I twist left and right to gauge the different angles. You look hot, you know you do, MJ says, taking a photo. Put this on Insta. It's a thirst trap for sure. I try to get MJ's phone off her, half laughing. I'll leave the thirst trapping to you, thanks very much. I get out of the shirt faster than I got into it and turn to CJ. Is it lunchtime on your schedule? All this shopping has worked up my appetite. CJ looks at her watch and nods. Almost. Table's been booked for 12:30. I'm happy the shopping is over so we can sit and chill for a while. CJ announces that we're going to go through the updated itinerary for the rodeo during lunch. She's apparently made some additions to our program. Of course you have, I giggle. I may need you to organize my life. Within minutes, we are seated, food is ordered, and shopping bargains are being looked at one more time. The energy is high and the mood bright. This is how I want to spend my downtime, eating and enjoying the day with my besties. Right, I know some of you don't want to be at the rodeo the whole time. CJ hands out the latest draft of the itinerary. How about any of the time? Is that an option? I snark. Angel nudges me. Sorry, I'll stop being a downer. But as CJ and MJ admire each other's belt buckles, I murmur to her, Why aren't you saying anything? You're the one who texted me about the RSPCA being opposed to rodeos because of the potential for significant injury, suffering, or distress to the animals involved. Angel shakes her head, and I can see my cousin is conflicted. What do you want me to do? She replies quietly. This is what she wants for her birthday, and we're her best friends. I don't love the thought of rodeos, but I do love CJ, so I'll keep my mouth shut for as long as I can morally do so. I think it would be nice if you did too. You're almost a vegan. How dare you, I feign offense. Veganism is a colonial construct. If anything, I'm a pseudo-vegetarian because I eat roo. Our ancestors and our mob still eat meat. Roo, emu. I can see Angel wants to say more, but CJ has taken charge of the table. There's an amazing food trail I found, she says, flipping to that page in the itinerary. You can buy local produce there, Angel. Apples are big in the area, so is cider, pie, and the like. It's cute to see Angel's eyes widen with excitement. Kev told me there's also somewhere we can pick our own strawberries, and there's truffles and cheese. But you don't eat cheese, I point out. I know, but you girls do, and who knows? They may have some vegan cheese there. She has an answer for everything, and I can't help but love her for it. I'm going to need those wineries if there's vegan cheese on this trip, MJ jokes. Speaking of wine and cheese, that fella from upstairs dropped off a bottle of wine the other night, I tell them. It was on the doorstep when I got home. He said he doesn't drink red. We went for a walk the next morning. I speak matter-of-factly, but anyone would think I'd announced I was running for president at the level of interest from the girls. I shake my head and wish I'd not said anything at all. I really don't know what to make of him, I admit. But he seems like a nice guy. We're going to start walking to the markets on Saturday mornings for our fruit and veg too. Walking dates? Love it, MJ says. I reckon you could have some fun with that one. She raises her eyebrows as she photographs the food on the table. He's clearly interested. I don't see anything romantic happening, but it's good to have some male energy in my day. The others roll their eyes and shake their heads as much in disappointment as disbelief. I know they all think he's gorgeous, and of course he is, but what I need right now is friends, not another potential man disaster. I think I'm pretty good at blocking out the stuff I don't need. I can see you, Mob, I say, sipping my coffee. Don't roll your eyes at me. I'm just saying that with you lot, and most of the gallery staff also being deadly young women, you do notice the gap in male energy. But that's the only gap I wanted filled right now. I laugh and fork up some salad. I know you all think the best way to get over a man is to get under another one, but I'm already over what happened in Sydney. I have Michael to exercise with in the morning and Charles to keep me company overnight. And what I really need now is to focus on my new job and cementing myself here in the Queensland art scene. It's my love affair with the gallery I need your encouragement on, and it's the only love affair I want right now, okay? MJ's not quite ready to let it go. I wouldn't write him off too soon. Herbs, wine, walking. I'd be tapping that Murray, no questions asked, she says with a laugh. Then go for it, I suggest. I'm happy to have him as my neighbour, but that's it. I smile as MJ rubs her hands together with a cartoonishly villainous look on her face. CJ and Angel ask a string of questions about Michael. I answer as quickly as I can so we can get this conversation done with. He's an architect. He drives a Tesla. He's fit. He's into the arts. He's originally from Cairns. He doesn't drink red, prefers a bubbly, and yes, he's pretty easy on the eye. I don't tell them that he's also an incredibly good listener because they'll have me married up in no time. MJ repeats Michael's profile. Tall, dark, handsome Murray with a gorgeous smile. She makes a sexy grunting noise. I am more than happy to take one for the team. I move the conversation along. In other news, I've got a meeting with a young Murray artist near the rodeo. Could be a real game changer if I can get him for the gallery. I need the gallery opening to really make a splash and kick off my working life in Mugginjan with a bang. I think this artist in Warwick can help make that happen. On top of that, I'm worried that the legacy of why I left Sydney is following me, and I need to shake it if I'll ever be fully confident in the art space again. Angel puts her hand on mine and warmly says, You will make a splash, wow everyone, and be back at the top of your game, cuz, and we'll be beside you every step of the way. Chapter 3. What the hell have you got in here, CJ? We're only going for 2 nights. I struggled to get CJ's case into the already packed boot of my car. As she straightens her Akubra, CJ lists off what she's packed, which includes, but is not limited to, 3 pairs of boots, 4 pairs of jeans, 2 checked shirts, 1 pair of Daisy Dukes, a white singlet, a black singlet, and lingerie. As if that's not enough, she's also packed her running gear because MJ said there may be a cowboy in Lycra, but also because she thinks I might like to do the park run. Her excitement is just too precious. Thanks for suggesting the running, MJ, but have you considered that maybe I want to run away from you lot for an hour on Saturday morning? I quip. The girls giggle as they climb into the car and the fun begins. The drive from Mugginjan to Warwick is as entertaining as Angel can make it, her guitar resting across her and MJ's laps. The roof of my convertible is down and MJ entertains herself by taking photos and videos along the way, uploading to Instagram and TikTok as she goes. As we pass lavender fields, it feels wonderfully freeing to be going away with my titters for the weekend, a freedom that the busyness of Sydney never really afforded me. I'll have to do some work when meeting Daniel Davies, but other than that, it's just us girls on an adventure. I smile from the inside out, finally starting to feel in control of my life after the turmoil of the previous year. Sweet baby cheeses, CJ says as a truck rushes past. That's got to be the 10th semi to scare the living daylights out of me. Angel, can you play something? I need a distraction. Angel never needs to be asked twice to play or sing, and within seconds she is strumming along to an old Kenny Rogers number and the entire car is belting out, "Ruby, don't take your love to town." It reminds me of the late Auntie Ruby Langford Ginnaby's memoir, "Don't Take Your Love to Town," which we all read at school. Aunt's work was groundbreaking in publishing back then, pushing her editors not to gubberize her text. Her authenticity in storytelling is what inspires me when curating exhibitions. It's that same authenticity in Daniel Davies' paintings which he challenges to the viewers of his work. Angel is singing every line, word and pitch perfect. I make a mental note to ask her to sing at the gallery opening. I always love to showcase local talent whenever I can, though I'm conscious of it being a conflict of interest. I'll get the board to sign off on it just to be transparent. By the time we arrive at Warwick, we've sung along to the best of Kenny and Patsy Cline, but I think we need to update the playlist. I'm choosing the music on the way home, I insist, looking at Angel in the rearview mirror. And it'll be Troy Cassadaly, Nardi Simpson, and Frank Yammer. "Can I have say? It is my birthday weekend," CJ pipes up. "Of course, darling. What would the birthday girl like other than a birthday bonk?" MJ cackles as she passes a bag around to gather all the road trip food wrappers from the near 2-hour drive. CJ thinks a minute. "I'd like some Jimmy Little and Uncle Bobby Randall, please. They were true country gentlemen. And I'd say they'd be fitting acknowledgement for our rodeo weekend." I'm due to meet Daniel Davies 10 minutes after we finish lunch. It's not far from here, so I'll walk to the gallery to meet him, I tell the girls. "You take the car and I'll see you back at the hotel later." I hand CJ the keys. "Maybe we can get a swim in. It's so bloody hot here." While waiting for Daniel to arrive, I walk through the permanent exhibition where a few of his pieces hang. He's won the Regional Art Gallery Prize for a mixed media piece, photography and acrylic, and by the space devoted to his work, he appears to be something of a local celebrity. When Daniel enters the gallery, I'm a little taken aback. I'm more careful than ever to maintain a professional position with artists, but I can't help but notice his lean frame, high cheekbones, dark, smouldering brown eyes, and incredible smile. Daniel Davies is a bona fide hottie. After a slightly awkward handshake, we sit on a couch in the foyer and I invite him to tell me a little more about himself. He tells me he's one of the local mob and they've been here for millennia. It's his own connection to country that inspires his work, whether it appears obvious on the canvas or not. "Oh, it's obvious to me," I say, my curatorial hat well and truly on. "Your connection to country, your challenge to viewers, your calls to action around the climate crisis are all so important in the world today." He nods and waits for my next question, which surprises me. Most of the artists I've worked with have been more than happy to sit and talk about themselves and their work without any prompts from me at all. Daniel seems a little more reserved, so I swiftly dig my notebook from my bag and start with his background. "Are there many artists in your family?" He gives a deep laugh. "No, I'm the only artist," he does air quotes. "That's how my family, especially my brother, describe me to others. In fact, he might even support those Extinction Rebellion protesters gluing themselves to my paintings in the hope of ruining them." I chuckle at that, but I catch myself immediately when Daniel appears to be serious. I'm intrigued and want to know about his story and delve deeper. It turns out that Daniel's family are cattle people, stock men and women, and he's apparently the black sheep of the family. I want to know how blackfellas become cattle people when cattle do so much damage to the land and are significant greenhouse gas producers contributing to climate change. Understanding the themes of Daniel's work, I can also understand why he's regarded as the black sheep. Daniel starts to relax and open up. "You'll have to talk to them about cattle," he says, "because I don't understand it either." He tells me he's an environmentalist, concerned for animal welfare. His family support him, but he feels like he stands out like a sore thumb because he reads poetry, is a painter, and likes to spend time with intellectual, arty women. "Maybe I've ostracized myself," he says. He stands, so I stand too. He takes a deep breath, picks up a brochure from the plinth next to him, and shares more without any prompting. "My family, except for my sister, see my art about the environment and social justice as too political. And my brother, well, he isn't, how can I say this? We're like chalk and cheese. But we all have a role to play in our families, don't we, Annie? I hate my name being shortened, but all I need to do today is form a connection in the hope that we can secure his talent and work for Goffner. Suck it up, Annie, I tell myself. We spend the next hour talking about my proposal for the gallery opening. Daniel talks about his own vision for exhibiting his work and shows me some new pieces in his portfolio. And we plan to meet at Goffner in the weeks ahead. My phone rings as we're walking out. It's CJ. I better take this, I say. Might be an emergency. It's not, of course. It turns out CJ wants to tell me that the rodeo museum they're at is very interesting. I'm just finishing up, I tell her. I'll be there in 10. I end the call and apologize to Daniel. The girls want me to meet them at the rodeo museum. Daniel waves off the apology. I can drop you there if you like. It's on the way to my next stop. Thanks, I won't say no to that, I reply with a smile. The humidity is killing me. When we arrive a few minutes later, my titters are out front taking selfies. They stop when they see us, looking impressed at Daniel's metallic green Holden ute with his artwork adorning the doors. MJ is by my side in seconds, pulling her camera out and lining up a shot. Daniel loves the attention and leans against the car in a casual pose. The guy definitely knows how gorgeous he is. We need a selfie, MJ motions the girls to get close to Daniel and the car. And she takes about 10 photos before Daniel pulls away. I need to get some art supplies while I'm in town, he says, grinning. It was great meeting you, Annie. I shake his hand, this time not so awkwardly. Let's talk during the week. I'll get onto your management and get the ball rolling. Daniel leans in, gives me a peck on the cheek. Then he pecks the others as well, who blush like schoolgirls. As we stand under the heat of the afternoon sun, they wait for the travelling artwork to turn the corner before they start to grill me. You hate being called Annie, CJ declares. But he was a gentleman and clearly talented, so we'll forgive him that small error. MJ's not having any talk of talent and gentlemanly behaviour, preferring to focus on, in her words, the freaking hotness of Daniel. You have got to date him, she says as we walk into the air-conditioned rodeo museum. I shut that line of thinking down firmly. Listen, MJ, I was let down in Sydney, unfairly and wrongly judged. I'm not giving even a hint of an opportunity for the arts community to betray me again, even if Daniel is the hottest thing since Dan Sultan. Fair enough. Maybe I should take a crack at Daniel myself. I like them tall and lean. I should add that to my Tinder profile, she laughs and licks her lips. As we walk into the hotel bistro, CJ suggests we should stay late for karaoke. You mean karaoke, or marioke, seeing as we're in Queensland, I say, looking around the country pub with zero intention of singing. Angel is excited though and squeals, I'm in! I pull her in for a hug and kiss her on the cheek. You're more like scarioke. While we wait for dinner, MJ shows us her op shop bargains from the day, including a frilly black dress she scored for $5. I can see you shaking your booty in that in the valley, I smile. MJ grins back cheekily. We all know what she's like on a night out. CJ has her itinerary out, rattling off the walks around town and the riverfront, and the sculptures of a platypus, and one of Tiddalik by Vern Foss. MJ actually spits her wine across the table. She chuckles, wiping her face and Angel's arms. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm up for a Tiddalik, and like a bunch of schoolgirls, we're pissing ourselves laughing. I rise early with the sun. I love waking in a new place and seeing the landscape at dawn. I pull on my activewear and head to the river for a run, passing locals out for morning walks, and take in the lush landscape after what appears to be recent rain. I think about my own country back in Wagga Wagga and the Murrumbidgee Billa, laughing to myself about what locals call the Wagga Beach. I miss my mere gun and the barbecues and catch-ups they often have on the weekends. I don't know when I'll get back down there again, but the aunties and uncles are always asking when I'll be back. It's just such a long trip if I can't get a direct flight. I take a deep breath and close my eyes for a second, then look at this landscape that reminds me a little of my own country. And I feel a pang of guilt about not going home enough, as much as I want to, as much as I should. I tell myself to make the most of the beauty around me today. My friends and my work are important too. And at least today I can be somewhere that looks a little like my own Norumbung. I run for about a kilometre, then slow my pace to stare at the river gums in front of me. I take my earbuds out and walk to one of the trees. I get in as close as I can, wrap my arms around its trunk and hug tightly. Leave some love for someone who may need it later, my late Nana Sonny told me as a child. A lone tear runs down my cheek as I remember when I was at my lowest in Sydney after the scandal broke. Nana was no longer with us by then, and I missed her so much during that time. The hardest thing since she passed over has been not being able to yarn with her whenever I want to. I hadn't even been able to find a tree to hug to draw extra love from. As I step back from the gum, I hope the love I leave today will help someone else later. When I put my earbuds back in, my phone pings with a message from CJ. Where are you? Itinerary says breakfast is at 7. We're at the cafe next door to the hotel. I've ordered you a Zimmel latte. Be dressed by 8:30 to leave by 9:30. XO. I shake my head smiling and reply, just out running so I don't have to park run tomorrow. There shortly. Start eating without me. XO. I know the actual rodeo proper doesn't start till the evening, so I'm not in a rush, and I'm not sure why we have to spend the entire day at the showground with all the dust and animal smells. I'm not going to complain though, because CJ has always been one of the most thoughtful people I know, even if she's a tad obsessed with her schedule. I also know that collectively our group is probably like herding cats, and we should probably give her a medal for getting us here at all. I turn around and head to the car, promising to give my Tidda the attention she deserves on her birthday weekend. Chapter 4. Oh my God, you look amazing! I can't believe how incredible CJ looks as she steps out of her motel room and does a little boot scoot along the veranda. Do that again so MJ can put it on TikTok. MJ's already capturing it all. I'm so inspired by CJ's transformation into rodeo queen, I've got Nancy Sinatra in my head, but I'm not embarrassing myself by attempting to sing. And look at you! I turn to Angel, who is decked out in a chambray muumuu and boots. She tries to pirouette but almost falls over. Is that leather on your feet? I ask cheekily. Angel is disgusted at the suggestion. Of course not. They're pleather. Kev got them for me, and he loaned me his akubra. I think it works. It really does. You look great, I say. You're an eco-rodeo queen. And what about you, MJ? Angel says. Those cut-offs will definitely attract the cowboys, I laugh. I don't think it's just sister girl CJ who we need to get laid this weekend. I'm surprised by how much I'm enjoying the dress-ups, and I'm actually getting excited about heading to the rodeo with my besties. When we arrive at the showground, I focus on finding a park while CJ rereads the program for the day out loud. MJ insists we start with a selfie in front of the rodeo sign. The anticipation is killing CJ though, and she surges ahead through the entrance. MJ follows close behind, filming every step. As we enter the turnstiles, we move in slightly different directions, soaking up all that's on offer. There's a sea of men in Ariat shirts and Wranglers, big belt buckles, cowboy boots, and akubras of all colours. CJ is already looking around with intent. But I think she'll be looking for a while, because at first glance, there are only young and retired riders here, nothing or no one too inspiring in our age range. MJ commentates as she films. Here we are, your first rodeo, our first rodeo. Happy birthday, CJ. CJ spins around and smiles into MJ's iPhone. I need to see everything, she says seriously, and takes off. There's a mix of carnival tunes, country music, and a commentator over the loudspeaker, but it's not chaotic. Not yet, anyway. CJ's excitement is palpable. She's walking and talking with MJ by her side, chatting away about the people, the distinct rodeo smells, the stalls, and how she wants to see every single thing. I love the whole feeling of this place, the energy, and it's the festival of me. Yay! And she spins off in another direction. Who'd have thought we'd ever be at a rodeo, eh? I marveled to Angel, who was laughing with the joy of the moment. I mean, this is just so... I pause, looking for the right word. Not us. Angel immediately pulls me into line. Speak for yourself. It might not be for you, but it is CJ. Look how happy she is. She's right. CJ is like a starry-eyed kid at a carnival. We're all experiencing the moment together, but seeing it differently. I spot a sea of caravans and tents in the distance and shudder at the thought of camping in any kind of structure. I only want to sleep under 5 stars, but as soon as I think this, I have to roll my eyes at how bourgeois I am and how different and privileged my life is compared to Mum's. Growing up on the mission in lesser accommodations than these, living on food rations and without electricity. I think the heat's making me feel a little uneasy and grumpy. All the things going on, the rides, the kids, the food, it's all a bit overwhelming, even for someone like me, who once loved the chaos of the city. CJ is singing out to us because we're lagging behind. She gestures in the direction of a group of women nearby. Look, all the women, even the teenage girls, are wearing pearls. I need some pearls. Angel and I exchange a glance. We've just found CJ's birthday present. MJ starts sniffing aggressively and follows her nose to the smoky barbecue food truck. Angel and I follow CJ into a huge shed with clothing and jewellery stalls, where she stops to look at belts with incredible buckles. Angel links her arm through mine and we set off to find CJ's pearls. Within minutes, we both zoom in on the same pair of earrings, just the right size for CJ's tiny earlobes. When the pearls are beautifully wrapped and we're back outside, we spot MJ and her smoky barbecue headed towards us. CJ throws one of her booted legs over a bench seat, then the other, dusting off the table with her hands for all of us. MJ's biting into her burger before she's even seated, mumbling while chewing, OMG, OMG. Good, eh? I laugh. If anyone enjoys a good feed and drink, it's our MJ. She takes another bite and savours every chew, catching the sauce dripping down her chin. I don't know why they don't do pulled roux, I say. I'd eat that. Angel turns away slightly from the sight of all that meat and pulls our gift out of her bag. She starts to sing happy birthday to CJ. MJ swallows quickly and we both join in. How did you know? CJ squeals, holding the pearls up to her ears. You literally told us, I laugh. And we're glad you did, because we really had no idea what to get you this year. Now you've got the full look of a wannabe rodeo queen looking to ride a cowboy. CJ is almost speechless. She gets up and wraps herself over each of our shoulders, kissing our cheeks. I love them! She slips them onto her ears as I look at my watch. Okay, CJ, you're slipping. According to your itinerary, it's time to move to the stands and start watching the camp draft. Right on cue, MJ finishes her burger. As we walk to the grandstand, I whisper to Angel, there aren't many blackfellas here. As she always does, Angel starts to Google and then hands me her phone as she digs in her bag for her reading glasses. I start reading aloud. Warwick was founded under its original name of Cannington in 1847. It became Warwick within its first couple of years, and by 1861 was expanding rapidly. I pause momentarily and then keep reading. And there's 7 different Aboriginal language groups around here. Founded, established, discovered, invaded, colonised, settled, CJ summarises, making notes on her phone. Your job in the classroom would be easier if the grown-ups elsewhere could use their words better too, don't you think? I ask her. Absolutely, she replies, holding her own phone up. And as there's nothing at all about local mob on the local council website, other than a non-specific acknowledgement of country at the bottom of the page, I'll be writing letters to the mayor and the local media this week. Angel points to a row of flags beside the grandstand. At least they've got our flag flying, she says. Canadian, American, Aboriginal. Seems like rodeos are international, even here in Warwick. As we make it to our seats, I'm observing it all in fascination. The demographics of the people, the way they're dressed, the murmurs of conversations around me. Then I hear something that makes me double take. Did he just say that horse's name is Touch Me There? MJ is laughing. Yes, and I love it. CJ is in her element, beaming from ear to pearly ear, loving all the fashion. You can tell the serious rodeo goers have made an investment in their outfits, she says. So much money on jeans, and you know those shirts aren't cheap either. I'm scanning all the different outfits. I don't get it though. Where else can you wear this wardrobe? I look at my own denim skirt, which cost $11 at the op shop. I think we might stand out as the city slickers we are, girls. MJ shakes her head. You spend heaps on your activewear, she points out. We all wear what we need depending on the circumstances. Most of the folks here probably don't buy espadrilles and sandals at the same rate we do, so I'd say the expensive jeans and boots are a solid investment for this crowd. I look around the stand through this different lens and start to appreciate how the women have put their outfits together. Checked shirts, dark denim, the pearls. 3 women in their early 20s sit in front of us, and their makeup is immaculate, professional looking. I know CJ is excited about seeing the rodeo queens and princesses come out later, but right now she's oohing and ahhing over the kids trailing their parents, dressed like little mini cowboys and girls. "Don't be getting all clucky, that's not going to get you laid," MJ nudges CJ, who hits her on the arm and tells her not to be so crass. Angel springs suddenly to her feet, pointing to some Palomino ponies entering the ring, with little kids riding and the mums running alongside. Angel always wanted one as a kid, and I can see that little girl sparkle in her eye. I can't help but think how hard it must be for the mums running in the sandy ring. There's so much activity going on around us. People coming and going, dust in the air, beers and Bundaberg rum being passed along the rows. It's a true feast for the senses, and the curator in me is looking at the fashion as an art form, the sea of colours, different shades of blue denim and the red dust of the ring. My interest is being challenged, however, by the throbbing that's increasing in my toes, which are completely crushed in the boots MJ loaned me. I couldn't find a pair I liked enough to fork out the dollars for, but I'm starting to regret that. I try to focus on 2 rodeo clowns in the ring. Their jokes and songs about politicians go down like lead balloons. I want them to stop, because it feels like at any minute things will turn into some Trump-like rally. I can feel the hair on my neck stand on end. I've been warned many times about the everyday racism in southeast Queensland. Thankfully, the clowns are harmless. The crowd chuckle occasionally, then music begins to play over the speakers. MJ, CJ, and Angel link our arms, swaying left to right and singing Sweet Caroline. Angel, as always, is leading the vocals, and the girls are really getting into it. I look around to see that no one else is singing or swaying, and nor does anyone else look so much like a bunch of city slickers as we currently do. As if she can read my mind, MJ loudly says, "Yes, we stick out like dog's balls," then keeps singing. I'm always amazed at how comfortable MJ is in her own skin, not giving a damn about what anyone else thinks. Like Angel, who sings at the top of her lungs anywhere, anytime, and unironically wears Crocs. There's joy to be had in witnessing that confidence, something I think I lost in Sydney, but I can feel their way of doing life is slowly bringing my old self back. When the singing ends and the clowning finishes, we're back to spying out cowboy candidates for CJ, not only in the stands but also on the program. "Aim high," MJ suggests. "If you're going riding tonight, you may as well pick the best in the stable." My ass is killing me from the metal seat, so I stand up and rub my behind. "I'm going to find the Jillawa," I say. "I bloody well hope it's not a Portaloo, because if it is, I'm driving back to the motel to pee." Angel laughs. "You're so dramatic," she says. "Can you please grab me a vegan beer from the bar on the way back? I'm parched." "Look at you, all beer connoisseur," I joke. "I'll be back shortly." I make my way down the grandstand stairs, through the security check, and follow the other women heading towards demountable-style toilet blocks. My phone rings on my way to the bar. It's the Murray radio station in Brisbane wanting to yarn about the gallery. The timing's not ideal, but I'm so excited about what's going to unfold in the weeks and months to come, bringing my creative visions to life and helping artists fulfill their own artistic dreams, that I talk to them live for a few minutes, pacing in a near-empty marquee, one finger pressed against my left ear to block out the noise. When I finally get to the bar area, it takes me more than a minute to work out the ticketing system to buy a drink, and the pickings are slim on the menu. I feel like a crisp, icy cold Sauv Blanc, but it's only beer or UDL on offer. The cowboy ahead of me is getting his tickets and flirting with the ticket seller, and I'm getting increasingly impatient. My throat is dry from the dust, and my toes are now numb from the too tight boots. I'm about to reach high to tap the cowboy on the shoulder when he's finally served and turns around. His deep brown eyes meet mine, and I take a step back, breathless, almost losing my balance with shock. "Ma'am," he tips his akubra, and smiles with the best set of teeth I've seen on the showgrounds today. That smile alone could melt all the ice caps in Antarctica. The face is familiar, but the rodeo outfit unlikely, although I think it suits him. Daniel? I ask, confused. The cowboy laughs so hard he coughs. Ah, sweetheart, you've got the wrong brother. I'm Dusty, the good-looking one. And you are? He waits politely as I struggle to find the words. I'm Annabelle. I met Daniel yesterday in town. And he didn't tell you he had a very good-looking brother? I'm flustered. No, he told me his family, your family, were stockmen and women, but he didn't say you were good-looking. His grin widens. I have to laugh and can feel myself blushing, but hope he can't notice it through my brown skin. He isn't just good-looking, he's drop-dead sexy. But I'm sure he doesn't need me to tell him that. No, Daniel didn't tell me you were a cowboy. Dusty pauses for a moment and looks away, tilting his head as he listens to something in the distance. I wait and notice that he's tapping his foot to the song drifting in from the ring. His presence is actually mesmerizing. My mouth is dry and my palms are sweating. How can he look so much like Daniel but have such a completely different effect on me? Miss? Miss? The woman serving at the bar sings out to me. I drop back to reality and buy a beer, taking a sip to immediately ease my throat and to calm my out-of-control nerves. Dusty's attention has come back to me, a smile still twinkling in his dark eyes. I'd better get back to my friends, I say, hoping he can't hear nervousness in my voice. I'm this way. I start to walk off, but find him loping easily alongside. Are you riding today? I ask after a few seconds. He nods. Sure am. He offers nothing more. Oh, what's the name of your horse? I want to learn more about him, and honestly, also half hoping he's feeling something physical too. Of course he is, I tell myself. He's only human. He tells me his horse is Sir Lancelot as he rolls a smoke. I'm vaguely disgusted by the cancer stick, but I'm mainly focused on the lips he sticks it between. That's an interesting choice, I comment, unsure what makes for a normal name for a rodeo animal. Touch Me There is a far cry from Sir Lancelot. I watch Dusty's mouth move as he tells me his horse is named after his hero, Lancelot Albert Screwthorpe, who passed away in the 50s, a legend that everyone still talks about. Dusty pauses to lick the cigarette paper, and now I'm fixed on his tongue. I'm feeling things I haven't allowed myself to feel since I left Sydney. Get a grip, woman, I tell myself, then immediately think, hey, I'm only human. Maybe CJ is onto something with her cowboy fantasy. You and Daniel, you look the spitting image of each other, I marvel out loud. But you're so... I pause. I don't want to say that I find Dusty sexy, which never crossed my mind with Daniel. You're both so different. Dusty chuckles like he knows what I didn't say, and I can see this fella is trouble. Yeah, he says. Danny boy is a nice, clean-cut, arty-farty one. He hates all this. He nods in the direction of the ring. He can't stand getting a little red dust on his fancy shoes. I thought all blackfellas loved visual art, dancing, music, storytelling. I must look confused because Dusty asks, What's up, sweetheart? Why? I wonder how to ask someone a question about their lifestyle without it sounding like a criticism or a judgment. How did you get so involved in rodeos, in this lifestyle, if that's the right word? He motions for me to sit down on a nearby bench. The third step I take is into a pile of steaming horse dung. Shit! Literally! I exclaim, loud enough for a little kid nearby to stare at me like she's my mother. I smile at her, then start scraping my boot along the ground in frustration. I look up at Dusty. Sorry. No need to apologize to me, sweetheart. Hearing people stepping in horseshit is music to the ears round here. He gently takes my arm and gestures for me to sit on a nearby railing, helping me up. Then he takes my boot off and cleans it on the grass nearby. No effort, no drama. Here you go. He puts the boot back on, and I try not to wince as my toes are squashed again. This is turning into a Cinderella rodeo nightmare. You asked me why we're rodeo folk. Dusty picks the conversation back up, his ciggy perched on his bottom lip. Well, I grew up on a cattle station, and my uncles, all of them, were excellent horsemen. They broke in horses. The best was my Uncle Roy, on my mum's side. He was known as Camp Draft Roy. He was, and I am, a proud black cowboy. He takes a drag on the cigarette. I'm moved by the pride in his voice as he talks about his history and identity as a black rider. What exactly is camp drafting? Dusty blows smoke out through his nose and proceeds to tell me that camp drafting is very technical. The rider works their beast out there in the camp, doing a course of sorts. The judges mark the rider on their control of the animal. And you do it as a career because I really want to understand why this is his chosen sport. Skills, sweetheart. It shows the skills of the rider, of me, he winks, and I try not to swoon off the railing. Dusty's confidence is almost unnerving. I wish I had a better mix of confidence and humility. And I suspect that most of the women I know also suffer from imposter syndrome about the stuff that they're legitimately great at. I wonder if Daniel thinks about his artwork as a demonstration of his skill, married with his passion for politics and for the environment. So, all the men in your family do this? I mean, except Daniel? I ask. He laughs, and then I'm surprised to hear that most of the women in their family ride too. Naomi, my sister, was 5 years old when she started. The women in my family do everything, Dusty says proudly. I grew up watching them drive cattle. They fenced, cooked, they were involved with everything. If there's anywhere women have true equality, it's right here. He nods again to the ring. We had that women's lib stuff long before the city folk. City folk? I don't even know why I'm protesting the term. He takes my hand without a word and inspects the perfect shellac manicure, so I don't say anything more on the subject. How old were you when you first rode? I ask. About 4 or 5 years old. When I got my first horse, Trigger. All the kids had horses, even Danny Boy. Daniel only ever groomed his horse, though, and drew pictures of it. Dusty laughs, which makes me feel uncomfortable, like he's having a joke at Daniel's expense and I'm supposed to join in. I focus instead on the twinkle in Dusty's eye. Did you travel around to rodeos? I like the sound of Dusty's voice too. It's throaty, no doubt from the smoking. I watch him look around the grounds as he rattles off places around central Queensland. Alpha, Jericho, Emerald, Rockhampton, Ballindine. He tells me the rodeo circuit is an exciting life and a real family event for him and for most riders. I raise my eyebrows in surprise and Dusty keeps talking. Kids watch the older people. They're role models, even in the dangerous events like bronco riding. They learn the skills very young and then they end up here. He gestures to some other cowboys walking by. As the crowd cheers in the background, I feel like I've gained a better understanding of rodeo life in our brief exchange. I want to share it with Angel, who hates any event that uses animals for sport or entertainment. Dusty tells me he's got to go, calls me sweetheart again, and asks for my number. It's the least romantic pickup I've ever had, but I can't get my phone out of my bag fast enough. There's at least a dozen texts and 3 missed calls from the girls as I add Dusty's number. Shit, I've got to go too. I offer a handshake, but he just winks, tips his hat, and walks off. I weave through the crowd as quick as I can to find the girls waiting with a mix of concern and suspicion. I'm hoping I don't smell like horse dung. You took your time, Angel says. Where the hell were you? MJ is grumpy. She tells me I missed out on some great selfies. Angel is looking at me expectantly. Her beer. Shit, I drank your beer, Angel. I'm so sorry. I think I just met the hottest cowboy here and I guess he made me thirsty. Then I see CJ's face full of anticipation. Double shit. Sorry, CJ, I was trying to get a handle on this world, how kids grow up to be on the rodeo circuit. I stop at telling her I gave Dusty my number and not hers. Triple shit. I soldier on before she can ask. You will not believe who he's related to. He's the brother of Daniel Davies, the artist we met yesterday. No way. There's 2 hotties, MJ exclaims. Yes. And get this, they're literally like chalk and cheese. His name's Dusty. He's on the program. His horse's name is Sir Lancelot. You'll have to introduce me. CJ is on the edge of her seat. I know that's why we're all here, but honestly, I want him all for myself. He's riding in the third round, I say. I should admit to the girls I fancy the cowboy, even though I have zero in common with him, but something is stopping me. I know wanting him is ridiculous, and not wanting CJ to have him is even more ridiculous. My teenage self has come flooding back, and I vow to find CJ someone else. The opening bars of the national anthem pipe in over the speakers, and MJ looks wordlessly at us. None of us ever sing it. Everyone gets to their feet as a young local girl, probably getting the biggest break of her singing career, sings her lungs out. The four of us stand up slowly because we know to pick our battles and don't want to draw attention to ourselves by remaining seated. "Let's just support this girl's singing career today," I whisper to my cousin. We all stand awkwardly in silent protest. As the music continues, my mind wanders back to the bar and the electricity I felt between Dusty and me. A wave of heat begins to rise through my chest as people start sitting down. CJ taps me on the leg, mumbling about learning to score the riders, but I'm not really listening. She and MJ talk about the lack of clapping for competitors, and they get all caught up in their own conversation. Meanwhile, Angel is chatting to the people sitting behind us. And then I hear the loudspeaker and my heart skips a beat. "Next up is Dusty Davies on Sir Lancelot. Dusty's gonna stick to that beast like chewing gum to a shoe." We all watch intently as Dusty rides Sir Lancelot with determination and skill, driving the cattle around the course to a roaring cheer from the crowd when he finishes. "He's incredible. I can't wait to meet him." CJ nudges me, but before I can say anything, we're all giggling as the MC announces the next rider on Touch Me More. We decide to come up with some horse names ourselves. "I'd call mine I Touch Myself," MJ announces with a wink. We crack up again, as do the couple sitting behind us, who by now know all our names. When the four of us are together, our sense of fun and frivolity is infectious. Later that night, as the popular country band starts their gig and we're getting crushed among all the locals and travellers, I find myself checking my phone constantly, hoping Dusty will be in touch before we leave the showgrounds. Finally, just after 9 p.m, there's a message. "Where are you, sweetheart? I'm in the bar near the Northern Grandstand. Come over." "Anyone want a drink?" I sing out over the Wolf Brothers, holding up my empty. The other women hold up their cans and give a no thanks. I'm relieved. As I weave my way through the crowd, my heart is thumping in my chest, and I can't feel my feet at all anymore. I reach the bar and see him, surrounded by checked-shirted, pearl-eared, boot-scooting, gorgeous women. I feel deflated. They all look so comfortable, like they belong here, they fit in here. They have things in common with Dusty the cowboy, things I don't have. "Sweetheart," he sings out over the crowd, and I look behind me in case there's another sweetheart he's calling to. There doesn't appear to be, so I smile and walk towards him, still feeling nervous and inadequate. I start some self-talk. I'm a strong, deadly woman, and I am all I need to be for me, for anyone. "This is Annabelle," he announces to the group, who all smile and greet me warmly. I'm surprised at how hospitable and friendly people are at the rodeo, but then again, why wouldn't they be? Within minutes, Dusty has a beer in my hand and his own hand on my left butt cheek. He moves fast, I think to myself, a little taken aback, but a little glad at the same time. It's been months since a man has touched any of my cheeks. I put my reaction to Dusty today down to the fact that I need a bit of action. He leans down to whisper in my ear, "You're the prettiest girl here, sweetheart." I know that's not true, but I'm doing all right, and his words make me smile. I swear I haven't had more than 3 sips of my beer before Dusty is guiding me through the bar, through the back security checkpoint, past the marketplace to the sea of camper vans I'd spotted that morning. We don't speak on the way, and I don't care. Inside his van, which is an impressive modern setup, he gently pulls me to him, one hand on my butt, the other behind my head. He kisses me softly at first, then his tongue is searching. We're glued to each other, and I want his tongue to search some more. I peel his black shirt off. I wake early the next morning and immediately remember the way Dusty's hands felt on my skin, his breath hot on my neck and his tongue between my thighs. Then another thought intrudes and I'm abruptly horrified. "CJ, I bolt upright in bed. Oh no. During the drive back to the motel last night, the car was completely silent and CJ was so upset. They all were once they realised I'd slept with Dusty. They'd looked for me all over the showground, texting, calling, speaking to security, only to find me walking towards them over an hour later, dishevelled and grinning stupidly. MJ was unusually mad at me and asked what was going through my thick skull. I thought that was a bit rough. I'm not an idiot, I was just horny. Angel spoke to me like a disappointed parent, ready to call the police. CJ said she was worried, but I know her words hid her disappointment in me too. I felt even worse when I learned that CJ had been dancing with someone promising, but had to leave them because she went looking for me. I sit in bed and hate myself for a few minutes more, vowing to sing all the country songs, wear whatever I have to wear, buy everyone the biggest lunch possible. Then my mind drifts inevitably back to Dusty. I start trawling the internet to learn as much as I can about him, about his career and Sir Lancelot. Mostly I'm searching for photos of him with women. A man that hot and that smooth would have to have women everywhere. I find mentions of Dusty Davies on professional rodeo sites and learn that his role model Lance was a showman and a storyteller, a master of bush ballads who wrote his own PR material. I scan every horsey-looking Insta page I can find, click on hashtags for his name, but whenever he appears it's just him and his horse. I'm grateful and disappointed at the same time. There must be women somewhere. I put the phone down and put the kettle on. As I tip a sachet of Nescafe into my mug, my phone pings with a text, and I nearly break my toe on the corner of the bed racing to read it. Please be Dusty. It's Angel. Morning. We're meant to head out at 10 a.m. It's in the itinerary. Are you still good to go or got other plans? I ignore Angel's crack and hope that everything is back to normal when we leave. Hey there, yes, good to go at 10 a.m. We'll be at the car just before to load it up. As the others pile into the car, CJ sits in the front passenger seat and starts reading the itinerary for the day. First stop is the cheese factory, then a cellar door, followed by the Big Apple and the apple shop, Ugg boots and bakery to follow. Are we good? I ask quietly. I hope you all know I'm really, really sorry I made you worry last night, and that I went AWOL without telling you. I know that's not how we do things. I don't know what came over me. But you know who came over you, don't you? MJ laughs. I'd normally join her laughter, but I'm completely serious right now, because it's CJ I'm really worried about. Are you and I okay, CJ? I didn't mean to rain on your sleep with a cowboy parade. CJ pats my hand. I know. But I'm going to play on your guilt for a while because I know you well enough to know you will have guilt. I'll give you the money for the Buckaroo Hotel you lost too, I offer. CJ tells me not to worry, that she's got a credit and might come back another time and try again. I don't know what else to do or say, and I'm almost grateful for the grilling the girls start giving me about Dusty and our interlude, because it means they're no longer angry with me. When I finish my semi-censored version of events with Dusty, I test the waters about seeing him again, but the responses aren't what I want to hear. Why would you? You can't date a cowboy. You're you. Bullets of common sense come at me fast and furious. The fact that Dusty smokes and calls me sweetheart are at the top of the list. I laugh when CJ says that. As a teacher, she could have given him a health lesson and an elocution lesson all in one night. When I suggest with a wink that CJ would also want more than one night with him, she punches me in the arm, pretending to be angry for having all her birthday fun. My head agrees in principle that I shouldn't see Dusty again, but my loins are in strict opposition. What harm could it do to have some fun with someone I won't have to run from? Chapter 5. The April mornings are starting to cool down. Humidity has finally dropped, and it's a later start to the running day with the shorter days. I've been running regularly with Michael for a month now, and I really enjoy his company. He's quick-witted and makes me laugh a lot about silly things, like the way blackfellas say arcs instead of ask, and Pacific instead of specific, and the way we can spot other Maoris out running by their skinny ankles. Today, I take a second to admire the newly trimmed beard and mo he's sporting, making his smile somehow brighter and his eyes a deeper brown under his mop of mocha brown hair. I may need to remind MJ about his good looks. I don't think she ever ended up making that move she was so keen on. New look? I ask as he stretches against the front fence of our property, his calves smoothly muscled. Yeah, picked it up on special last night in the city. I chuckle and hit him in the arm. Wow, are they new too? I joke about his bulging biceps, then blush and wished I hadn't. I still don't want him to think I'm flirting with him. He cracks some joke about finding them in the bargain bin. Okay, smartass, let's go, I say. I think 5K and back by 7 a.m. is a good goal. Michael is off and running before I can even set my watch to start, and I have to work hard to catch up. We run and talk, or more accurately, we run and I talk, as has become our usual routine. Michael seems to ask all the questions, appearing genuinely interested in my work. As always, I love talking about the gallery. It's hard to imagine a blackfellow who doesn't appreciate art. Dusty flickers across my mind, and I remember Daniel saying his brother doesn't value his work. Since the rodeo, Dusty regularly texts and calls, but we rarely talk about my work. Dusty usually starts by asking me what I'm wearing. On the other hand, Michael is interested in the arts, fitness, and life in general, a rare find. Maybe it will take 2 men to give me everything I need. As we reach the 5K mark, my phone pings, just as my watch clicks over to 6:59 a.m. Woohoo! That's a good start! I high-five Michael and quickly glance at my phone. It's Dusty, and seeing his name makes me smile. We walk into our front yard, and Michael tells me he's going to the races on Saturday with a group from work. He invites me to join them. That sounds like fun, I begin cautiously, then pause, trying to find the words. I'd love to get frocked up and have a day out, but I've taken a stand for a few years on not supporting horse racing. CJ, Angel, and MJ all feel the same, especially about the Melbourne Cup in November. We get dressed up the day after the Cup instead and go out without feeling guilty. I feel weird about it now, though, because the RSPCA has similar criticisms about rodeos and bull riding. It feels hypocritical to be interested in Dusty when that's his life. I don't realise how long it's taking to process all these contradictions until Michael nudges me to check I'm not having some kind of episode. Sorry, was I frowning? I do that a lot when I'm thinking. Michael laughs as he stretches his hamstrings. You were looking a little ferocious, yes? The thing is, I'd really love a day out, but I don't support horse racing. To my surprise, Michael puts his hand up immediately. Say no more. I understand. I've been looking for an out myself. You've inspired me to tell them the truth, like you've just done. I'm relieved he doesn't think I'm a party pooper, though I know I haven't been completely honest with him. But it's time to go. Thanks for the run. See you tomorrow for 6:36? You're on. Let's head to the markets on Saturday instead of the races. No need to frock up for that, unless you want to. I need to stock up on my fruit and veg. Yes. Great idea, I say as I head into our building. I race to get inside my flat and to Dusty's text. He's opened with his standard morning greeting, but today there's also an invitation. Sweetheart, missing me? Want to meet me in the Bow Desert for the camp draft? Not a lot of red dust there, but plenty of black love for you. I go weak thinking about the kind of black love he offers. I've played our rodeo romp over and over in my mind every single day for the last 3 weeks. Maybe it's completely illogical, but I think I miss him. Or maybe I miss the sex. Either way, I've lost control over the longing. I haven't told the girls, though, for fear they won't understand something I barely understand myself. Today, with a meeting with Daniel only hours away, I'm riddled with confusion and desire. I text back, non-committal. Black love sounds fun. I'll need to Google camp drafting later, but right now I need to get ready for a meeting with the other Davies brother. At 10 a.m, Daniel walks into the gallery with a swagger different to Dusty's, but nevertheless a swagger. It must be genetic. He's already met the staff and most of the committee, and everyone loves him, his energy, his style, and most importantly, his artwork. I know he'll be a huge hit for the gallery and for Murray artists. I've always believed that when one does well, we all do well. This is the work I enjoy most, the excitement of making my vision come true. We need to confirm the number of pieces we can have in the show, I tell him, and you need to decide exactly which ones you're happy to hang, because it's a selling exhibition and I know you've earmarked pieces you want to donate to different charities. I've been really impressed by his ethics, generosity, and the way he gives through his craft. Did you still want to run that workshop with the kids from the community centre? Because we can create a workshop space upstairs easily. Daniel is enthusiastic. Absolutely. Can't wait, Annie. Squeeze in as many kids as you can. I love working with young people. I continue to ignore being called Annie and make a note to get the workshops coordinated. Daniel stands to leave, so I stand and walk him out of my office and into the gallery shop. His phone rings and my phone rings simultaneously, and we both nod a farewell to each other, and I head back to my desk. It's Dusty again. I'm surprised by the level of his attention today. Miss me, sweetheart? I reply. Do you miss me? 10 seconds later. Of course I do. You're my little bull rider. What follows is a string of seductive messages that make me blush. I'm confused and horny, and I know I can't keep it from the girls any longer. I want their advice, even though I'm probably going to ignore their wisdom if it's not what I really want to hear. I text the group chat. Have a confession to make and need some advice. Anyone free for bevies at the Boundary after work? Over the next couple of hours, I laugh at all the messages in our WhatsApp group as each of my titters try to guess what my confession might be. I don't say anything, waiting to see them later. When I arrive, they're all waiting, drinks in hand, food on the way. What the hell is it? MJ asks as soon as I sit down. There's something I haven't told you, I say nervously, holding my phone. Angel puts her hand on top of mine, looking concerned. I'm not sick, I quickly add. MJ takes a long sip of her wine, one eyebrow raised. Whatever it is, CJ says sincerely, you know we'll always have your back, Annabelle. Always. I breathe in and out, long and deep. Since we got back from CJ's birthday weekend, I've regularly been in touch with Dusty. What? How? Why? There's so much racket with the questions that I'm confused as to who's saying what. At some point, Angel mutters, Jesus wept, and MJ sculls her wine, and I wish I hadn't said anything at all. But it's too late. The cat, or rather the cowboy, is out of the bag. He contacted me a few days after we got back, and then it just turned into every morning texting and some late-night calls, and I trail off. MJ wants me to give all the dirty details of our sexting, but I nip that in the bud. I am not going into details with you, MJ. I think we need to turn the romance spotlight on you at some stage. Are you still unhinged on Hinge, or just tipsy on Tinder these days? Do tell. Whatever it takes to get some attention, MJ huffs and takes another gulp of wine. My beautician is the only person who's seen my badge in months. That painful Brazilian wax needs a bigger audience. We all crack up, but Angel pulls us back to the topic. She suggests that Dusty is probably texting a few women, and that doesn't impress me at all. Thanks, cuz. I can't blame her, but I do tell them that I couldn't find anything online about him, no photos with women. So, you and Dusty, eh? MJ asks. The man who calls you sweetheart? Just so you know, that's only the way he says it. It's his accent, that's all. He spells it properly. I'm feeling protective of Dusty, which I know is a sign that I like him. Here, this is my morning greeting. They all look at my phone, and MJ laughs so hard wine comes out her nose. I pass her a tissue and shake my head in mock disgust. Angel puts her hand on mine again, but firmly this time. Less an act of concern and more one of big cousin seriousness. She says sternly, He's a professional cowboy, Annabelle. He rides and ropes cattle, which you said you disagree with, and he smokes. Yes, yes, yes. I put my head in my hands for a few seconds. And there's more. The three look at me with similar expressions. What more could there possibly be? CJ asks. I take a breath and blurt the rest out. He wants me to meet him for a camp draft thing down the coast. MJ is the first to have a crack. This is gold. You didn't even want to go to CJ's rodeo birthday, but now you're thinking about following a bloke to the Gold Coast? A cowboy, a smoker, and probably a guy who has a woman in every grandstand? I mean, you could at least go for the brother. He has some taste, and he's arty, and I'm sure you could get him to stop calling you Annie if you wanted him to. Angel and CJ nod in agreement, and I feel like I'm under attack. Wow, why don't you all tell me what you really think? I mean, you're being a bit harsh, aren't you? This is why I haven't mentioned anything to you until now. What happened to our non-judgmental coven? They look somewhat chastised, but none respond. I can feel an angry betrayal bubbling inside me. We didn't judge you when you wanted to fuck a cowboy for your birthday, CJ. We all got on board and we supported you in your fantasy. I can't control my tongue now. And you, Angel. No one judged you when you went home with Kev the first time you met him at some hippie party while he still had a girlfriend. And we were happy for you when you fell in love. And we don't say anything when you mention him 100 times a day. We know he loves you. We know he brings you a cup of tea every morning. We know how much you do everything together. But you know what? Your single friends don't need to hear about how great your relationship is all the time. And yet we are still happy for you. And you, MJ, this is so rich coming from you when you keep your love life between you and those apps. But we don't judge you and we always make sure you get home safely. Because that's what sisters do. Support and understanding without judgment. A painful silence follows, and I know the others feel as crappy as I do. So thanks for the support tonight. I really appreciate it. I know he's not the one. I know he's different. But I thought you'd appreciate that while I'm married to my job right now, sometimes I get lonely and I want to feel beautiful and desirable, even for a short while, even if it means I must make some compromises. And maybe he's okay for me right now. I stand up. I've had a long day, and this, I wave my hand across the table. This just made it feel even longer. I'll see you all later. Angel grabs my hand and says softly, "We're just watching out for you, that's all." I look at Angel, MJ, and CJ, and I see sadness in their eyes. I know you are, and I knew you would say all the things you said, but I pause and swallow the emotion rising within me. I just really want to see him, and it would mean the world to me if the women I love the most just said one positive word to support me. I race out of the pub as tears begin to form. Before I've reached home, my phone is going crazy with messages from the others, apologising and offering boots, bling jeans and other items to make their friend fit into the camp draft scene. I'm still feeling raw, so I don't respond and head to bed instead. I can't think of anything I'd rather do less than go running in the morning. I text Michael. "Hey there, sorry to do this so late, but I don't think I can run tomorrow." He responds immediately. "Are you okay?" I can't tell him that my friends probably think I'm emotionally crippled and desperate. Just a bit flat. I put my phone down and turn out the lamp, but I'm surprised when my phone pings again. Okay, then let's just walk. Easy pace. Grab a coffee. Endorphins and caffeine. The best way to start the day. I know Michael is right. You're a very smart man. Thanks. I'll see you at 7 a.m. Good night. Just as I go to turn my phone off, ping. Sleep well. Tomorrow is a new day. I'm surprised when Michael hugs me when we meet in the morning. It's just what I need, and I fall easily and appreciatively into the warmth and strength of his arms. I can't remember the last time I was hugged so firmly. "How did you know I needed that?" I ask. He smiles his toothy white smile. "I have a sixth sense," he jokes. "And sisters. Did you sleep well?" "Actually, I was so tired, I just crashed." We start walking south at an easy pace, as he'd promised, and he asks if I want to talk about whatever is on my mind. As a bush turkey crosses the path in front of us, we stop, wait, then keep moving. It gives me time to consider if Michael will understand the issue I'm facing. Surely he's dated people that weren't right for him. Everyone our age has at some point. My friends think I'm naive. I find that hard to believe. Believe it, I insist. He laughs a little. Going out on a limb here, but are you naive? On a normal day, I'd have laughed too, but today I stop abruptly, chin quivering. He bumps my wrist gently, prompting back along the path. Hey, I was just kidding, he says softly. You're one of the smartest women I know, and I know quite a few smart women. I don't know if Michael will judge me too, but I need a male perspective. There's this guy, I begin. He nods. Of course there is. I stop again. What does that mean? I ask defensively. He takes me by both arms and looks me straight in the eye. It means you're a gorgeous, intelligent woman, so of course there's going to be a guy somewhere. But if you keep stopping, we won't get very far on our walk this morning. I nod and start walking again. He's someone who my friends think, and I deep down know is completely wrong for me, but I like him, even though there's zero logic to my feelings. I shrug. The heart has its reasons, which reason knows nothing, Michael says. I look confused and he explains, it's something Blaise Pascal said. The heart is the center of your emotions and feelings, but it's not your mind, which is for thought and reasoning. I haven't got the brain to think about French philosophy right now, so I tell Michael about Dusty, that he happens to be the brother of the spotlight artist for my gallery opening, that he lives outside Mugungen, that he smokes, that I didn't think I could kiss a smoker, that he calls me sweetheart. Michael can't see any deal breakers there, though he reckons he couldn't kiss a smoker either. He asks if Dusty is as career-driven as me, because that might be a deal breaker. I feel like there's a positive here. Oh, he's career-driven, I say. Very competitive in his field. And then I have to work the truth a bit when Michael asks what Dusty actually does. He works with animals, I say vaguely. Michael takes that to mean Dusty's a vet, which is an admirable vocation and a difficult degree to complete. Oh, how easy it would be if Dusty were a vet. I take a deep breath. He's a cowboy. Michael laughs. What's so funny? He's still laughing when he asks. A cowboy. On a horse. With a big hat. And chaps. Ropes, cattle and stuff. I close my eyes and nod. Yep, that'll do as a definition. We go back and forth about how I met him at the rodeo, how he's the brother of an artist I'm working with, how the girls haven't met him yet but already don't like him, how we all know he's probably not going to turn out to be the great love of my life. Michael asks me if I'm actually looking for my great love, and I have to think for more than a few seconds. I wasn't looking for anything. It just happened. We met. There was something there. I don't think Michael needs the full kiss and tell. We've kept in touch ever since, and now he wants me to meet him down on the Gold Coast for a camp draft. Michael wants to know what a camp draft is. I laugh. To be honest, I still haven't got a clue. I jump Google as we walk. Good old Wikipedia says that camp drafting is a unique Australian sport involving a horse and rider working cattle. The riding style is Australian stock, somewhat akin to American Western riding, and the event is like the American stock horse events such as cutting, working cow horse, team penning, and ranch sorting. Michael naturally reminds me that I didn't want to go to the races with him and that I boycott Melbourne Cup as a stand against cruelty to animals. But you're planning on going to a camp draft, which is probably as much fun for the animals as horse racing is? I'm embarrassed on so many levels. I know, I'm a hypocrite. That's part of the dilemma. You think I'm naive too, or even a bit loopy, don't you? Michael shakes his head. For starters, no one says loopy. And secondly, I think only good things about you, but this doesn't make sense to me. Even for the non-reasoning Pascal heart. Is Dusty at least a decent guy to make the ethical compromise worth it? I give a small smile. I think so. I'm working with his brother and he's a great guy. I assume Dusty is decent too. But I guess I shouldn't assume anything. As we turn into our street, I remind myself that Daniel and Dusty are like chalk and cheese. Why should I assume anything about Dusty being like Daniel? When I catch up with the girls later in the week, I tell them about my yarn with Michael. You'll all be pleased to know that when I asked Michael for his advice about Dusty, he said, and I quote, I'm probably going to err on the side of whatever your girlfriends think you should do because they know you and what's best for you. I thought you'd appreciate that. I smile to let them know I've moved past our last conversation. I know how much love there is between us, how much we care about each other, but nevertheless, MJ apologizes on behalf of the three of them. CJ sits with hand on heart. I've felt terrible about how we acted all week, Annabelle. You know we love you and will support you in whatever choice you make, Angel adds, blowing me a kiss. Oh, I know we all support each other, I quickly reply. And I know sometimes we have to be brutally honest in that support. I'm sorry for being so harsh too. I'm relieved because I don't like conflict with my titters. Life is too short and work provides enough stress without drama in my friendship circle. Thanks so much, ladies. I don't want to argue over a literal roll in the hay. I quietly hope there's something more civilized than Dusty's horsey-smelling van on the coast. So what have you decided to do? Angel asks. You going to meet Dusty again? I take a deep breath and nod. I know it's just a fling, but maybe that's what I need right now. I've said so many times that I'm not looking for a relationship at the moment, and I meant it. MJ nods wisely. Charles needs a break. I get what you're saying, she jokes. That comment is met with groans and giggles, and I'm glad we're back to normal. I was hoping I could borrow your boots again, MJ, I ask. She raises her glass in agreement, but is clearly surprised. I thought they crushed your toes. Clearly I'm a sucker for punishment, I admit. Thankfully, after his event, we're going to have a couple of nights at Broadbeach and the Groundwater Festival is on at the same time. I'm pretty sure I can wear my normal clothes there. Angel Googles the festival program and reads out the highlights, and CJ promises to give me some tips. She went to the festival last year to see Troy Cassadaly play, and casually mentions, as she always does, how she went to school with his wife Laurel, a legend on the mic in her own right. She also offers to make me a bespoke itinerary. I think this is better as a go-with-the-flow trip, I say. I think being on the beach, listening to some music, away from the animals and dust, it might be a good opportunity to see Dusty out of his comfort zone and get to know each other better. CJ and Angel smile, but I know they're not convinced. MJ is distracted and frowning at her phone, so I ask what's wrong. She looks up. I've got a baby shower to photograph this weekend. The mother just texted to say the number of guests have doubled. I'm going to need some help. I'm free, I immediately volunteer. I don't really know what the day involves, but look forward to being on the job with MJ at one of her gigs. That'd be great, thank you. I honestly don't even know why people still throw baby showers. I've always thought those parties are more about the parents, CJ replies. I kind of like, let's celebrate we made something together before it even arrives. There's no sarcasm in CJ's voice, but with none of us being parents ourselves, there's a lot we don't understand about the motherly frame of mind. As we step out onto Boundary Street, I wait till the others are well and truly out of sight before I go into an op shop and buy myself a pair of dark denim jeans with bling on the butt that fit me perfectly. I tell myself I can pick the bling off later, keep the jeans and no one will be the wiser. It's a stunning mug-and-gin morning as Michael and I head over the go-between bridge and make our way to the markets in West End. The crowds are already building in search of the best fruit and veg, but we first join the queue for coffee at the famous Caravan. Caffeine in hand, I have to use every ounce of willpower to restrain myself from ordering gozleme or a breakfast kebab, but I do grab an almond croissant to have later at home. Michael grabs my hand because I'm dawdling and steers me through the locals armed with enviro bags and shopping lists. We stop at what he insists are the best tomatoes he has ever eaten. Look at these, he says, holding up the ripest, reddest of the fruit there is. Mang bang balang, I exclaim, and startle him by seizing the tomato from his hand, taking a good long sniff and then biting right into it. This is so good, deadly. He loads his basket up, promising to make me his special pasta sauce, and I grab some for salads in the coming week. Oh my God. I take off towards a fresh seafood and meat van. I think they have roux today. I listen to the young fella spruiking all on offer, and when he pauses to take a breath, I interrupt his script. What roux do you have? I ask, excited because it's the only red meat I eat these days, and it's been a little while since I had a good serve. He rattles off mince, snags, steaks, roasts. I want them all but have a small freezer. I opt for 2 kilos of mince, a tray of snags, and suggest a couple of steaks for Michael to barbecue, but he turns up his nose at the suggestion. "Oh, I don't think I could eat Skippy," he says, shaking his head. "But you can eat Wilbur," I ask pointedly as he orders some pork chops. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replies with a smile, tapping his credit card with one hand and taking the chops with the other. Charlotte's Web?" I feign outrage. He outright laughs at that. "Tell you what, if you spot a message in a spider web about eating roux, I'll consider it." I follow him through the crowd, making a mental note to cook him something sometime when he's not thinking about eating the national emblem. We grab some bread and flowers, throw some gold coins into a busker's guitar case, and make our way back to Michael's car. It's not even 8 a.m. and I feel like we've achieved quite a bit. It's amazing how good company can jumpstart my day. Back home, I'm smelling of bleach and doing boring domestic chores, wishing for some more of that good company. I text Dusty about our planned rendezvous. "Can you send me the deets of where we're staying for the camp draft, please? Here's the place on the GC, can't wait to have an ocean swim." I send the link to the high-rise hotel and Dusty replies with the name of a caravan park. I search it online and look through the interiors of the cabins and vans. I'm a bit worried I'll be claustrophobic sharing close quarters with Dusty, but don't bring it up. Instead, I text him. "And I've got a surprise for you. I'm sure you'll like it." He fires a reply back immediately. "As long as it involves you naked, I know I'll like it, sweetheart." Dusty's texts always make me smile and blush at the same time. But it's time to meet MJ for her baby shower gig, and I regretfully sign off and promise to message him later. MJ is waiting on the street with her gear when I pull up. We load it all into my car and head out to the event. When we arrive, there's cars lining both sides of the suburban street, with multicoloured balloons tied to the letterbox and cheers coming from the back garden. "Are we late?" I ask MJ, who shakes her head as she walks to the back path. "No, we're right on time. I think they've probably started early." In the backyard, there's long tables with gorgeous cakes, sandwiches, and other finger foods on offer. A bar has been set up for adults and a fairy floss machine for the kids. The family have gone all out for this baby shower. "Wonder what the first birthday will be like," I mumble to MJ, who grins as she checks the lighting, fiddling with 2 different lenses. I'm in awe of MJ's talent and the range of photography she does. From parties like this to family portraits, weddings, people's pets, she's across it all. I know these kinds of events are just about making the cash to pay the bills so she can do the more artistic and political protest photography that means so much to her. I'm glad she needed help today, just so I could see her in action again. In the future, I'd like to have MJ's work exhibited at GOFNA. I'd have asked her to be a part of the opening, actually, but the memory of the perceived conflict of interest in Sydney is just too fresh. Even though everyone knows everyone in the art scene, the fact that MJ and I are so close may raise some questions in some minds. I just need to get a couple of exhibitions up before I can give MJ that kind of platform, but I'm confident she'll shine when I do. She hands me a gold reflector to carry. "I thought these were usually silver," I ask. "Gold reflectors are better for outdoors because the gold catches and amplifies the hue of the sun," she explains, then walks around the party taking candid shots of the family and guests as they arrive. I have a light bulb moment. I may not feel able to do an exhibition with MJ just yet, but I can certainly hire her for the opening. There's so few professional Murray photographers locally, and flying someone in would be prohibitively expensive. MJ makes perfect sense, and I almost squeal. "Titta, we need a local photographer for opening night. Can you do it, please?" She doesn't look up from the shot she's lining up, but I can hear the smile in her voice. "I thought you'd never ask." I laugh and she continues. "I've got some great ideas already, and I've made some notes about a social media strategy as well that we should talk over. But right now, we need to capture the kids in action." After some party games, the presents have been opened and the huge vanilla cream cake has been cut and distributed. The party thins out and MJ's work is done. Looking at how happy the couple are, I can't help imagining what it might be like to be so excited about bringing a new life into the world. Sometimes I think opening night of an exhibition is a bit like birthing something, without the stretch marks. It can be the same amount of time to pull off something significant in the arts, sometimes even longer. And for those of us who aren't remotely maternal and have chosen our careers over motherhood, those artistic achievements are like our babies. Chapter 6. The traffic is flowing smoothly along the motorway as I leave Mugginjin the following Friday morning. I've had little sleep, tossing, turning, trying to think about what I'll say when I first see Dusty, and what I'll say after that. We've only had short bursts of conversation on the phone, and it's not exactly been small talk. That's something I left out of the confession to the girls, the dirty talk, or the Dusty talk, as I've come to call it. I've been thinking that Dusty must have a type, a rodeo queen type, so I'm not even sure why he's even interested in me besides my body, and, of course, the off-the-charts hot sex. To distract myself from that line of thinking, I run through what I packed for the 1 day of the camp draft and the 2 days on the Goldie. 2 pairs of jeans, one with a blinged butt, MJ's boots and thin socks, 8 tops, denim shorts, denim skirt, 2 linen dresses, sandals, and my running gear. I've got Troy Cassadaly blaring through the car, and I've added some other country singers I heard at the rodeo to my playlist, trying to get in the mood. A wave of nausea washes over me, and I know it's nervous anxiety. I usually only get this feeling on opening night or when I meet with funding bodies. Today, though, I'm excited like a kid on a school excursion, but I'm also scared. What if we see each other and the chemistry isn't there anymore? What if the electricity I felt when he touched my hand at the rodeo has dissipated? What if I'm just on the motorway to embarrassment and humiliation? As I near the showground, I drive by the site slowly, like Nana Sonny used to do when she wanted to see who was on the bowling green before she decided to go in. There are tractors clearing the earth in the ring. It's just on 10 a.m, and I want to see what the women are wearing before I go to the caravan park to change. From what I can see, it's like the rodeo, but less dressy, and there are no pearls in sight. I get into my cabin not long after. I booked my own at the girls' suggestion in case things go pear-shaped with Dusty today. I'm taking things 1 day at a time. If all goes well, then the Gold Coast will be wonderful. If not, well, then at least I can lick my wounds on the Goldie. Within minutes, my clothes are strewn throughout the cabin as I try on every piece of clothing I brought with me. I decide on the blinged dark jeans. They feel unexpectedly comfortable, but I convince myself that's because my high-waisted skinny jeans are just too tight. When I arrive back at the showground, I sit nervously in my car for 15 minutes before I head through the turnstiles. I make a beeline straight to the food and clothing stalls. When I was at the rodeo, I'd taken very little notice at all. I feel a pang of guilt at not having shown more enthusiasm back then, especially for CJ, my most trusted titter. "Good morning, miss," a friendly gentleman says, welcoming me into a hat stall. "Can I help you?" I'm just looking, but thank you." I have my hand on a hat and quickly remove it. "I think this maverick would look perfect on you. May I?" When I smile and nod, he gently places it on my head. "There," he says, stepping back to look. "Hey, Bill, bring the mirror over here," he sings out to his colleague who is manning the register. "Perfect, George, perfect." Bill holds the mirror up to me. "If you wear that to the bar tonight, well, you'll surely find yourself a husband, miss." "Might find yourself more than one husband," George suggests with a wink, and I giggle. "You fellas should sell cars, you're so good at this. But I need something that doesn't really look like I'm at a rodeo." I don't want to offend, but when I see the price of the hats, I know I need one I can also wear in the city to get my money's worth. I need one I can wear back home too. The 2 men nod and get busy finding the right hat just for me. By the time I leave the stall, I've bought the perfect maverick after trying on 10 styles. I also walk out with a cowgirlish top in my favourite purple after also trying on 10 different styles. And I thank Bill and George, who aren't fazed at all by the effort it takes to please me. "I know I'm probably the highest maintenance customer you'll have today," I tell them, "but I want you to know that I actually feel gorgeous in this, so thank you." They wave me off, assuring me that I look fantastic. As I walk out into the sunshine, I wonder if Dusty will find me even more attractive in my new gear. I snap a selfie, sending it to the girls and adding it to my own Insta stories. I feel less self-conscious, less obvious as a city slicker. Over the loudspeaker, the MC announces the start of the day. "Welcome to the Melbourne Cup of Camp Drafts," he says excitedly into the microphone, unfortunately reminding me of my conversation with Michael about my contradictory ethics. I push that thought to the back of my mind. I'm here now, and all that matters is seeing Dusty. I still haven't texted him to let him know I've arrived. I wanted to feel comfortable in the space before I did that. I'm still not 100% sure I'll even stay, with my confidence and self-esteem ebbing and flowing. I climb the metal stairs to the grandstand, find a seat, and start to look for Dusty. I can't see him in the pen where the riders and the beasts are released from, so I focus the action when the next rider enters the ring. Rider after rider does their thing, and I try to understand the scoring. From the commentary and the conversations around me, I think that riders and their horses can earn up to a total of 100 points. A cutout is worth a total of 26 points. Horsework is up to a further 70 points, and 4 points for the course, and they have 40 seconds to complete the course and go around the pegs. It slowly starts to make sense. That was an incredible attempt to earn 100 points by MK Hall on Mr. Nice Guy. I listen with interest to the MC announcing the score, now that I know a little more about what I'm watching. That's 73 in total for horsework, coursework, and contact. After a break, the program shifts, and I enjoy watching the ladies' barrel race and the ladies' breakaway roping that follows. The MC rattles off horse names like Duck Yeah, Murray Prince, and Black Knight. So I assume there's some other mob competing too. And then his name is called. Dusty Davies on Sir Lancelot. And then everything is just white noise as all my senses are channeled into the sight of Dusty. My proud black cowboy centre stage. I'm mesmerised by his movement in the saddle. I immediately want to feel him naked and shift in the seat. And then he's gone. Scores are given and the moment has passed. I wait a few moments, then text him. That was amazing. You're amazing. I'm in the grandstand. Where should I meet you? My ass is numb from the medal, the legacy of having a flat curry butt with not enough flesh to pad the bones. Once again, I can't feel my toes in MJ's boots, and I swear to never wear them again. No man is worth it, not even Dusty. My phone pings, distracting me from the aches and pains. Sweetheart, I need to be here a while longer. Why don't you take your pretty self back to the caravan park and I'll meet you there? Thank God, I think to myself, but respond a little less enthusiastically. Good idea. See you soon. I take my boots off in the car, and when the suds in the shower hit the raw skin on my feet shortly after, I'm cringing. My back aches from the hours on the stadium benches, and I don't feel sexy at all. I check my phone before I dress, and there's messages from the girls, Michael, work, and Auntie Elaine, who wants to yarn about my cousin graduating back home. The last is the only one I respond to, as Aunt is at the top of the respect hierarchy. There's a knock at the cabin door. You in there, sweetheart? Yes, I call through the closed door. I'm just out of the shower. Music to my ears. Why don't you drop the towel and let me in? I don't move. I've got to make a couple of calls. I'll pop by yours in a few minutes, okay? I'm glad I got my own room just to have a little of my own space and some privacy. I've always lived alone as an adult, run my own race romantically, had my own plan for life. Men have only ever been a side dish to the main meal. And I've never completely been in love, not like Angel and Kev are. So while I'm excited about seeing Dusty, I'm also aware of my own needs and realities. He seems unbothered. Okay, I'll grab us some beers. I hear his boots tromp off. The romance of it all, I wryly think to myself. Then again, beer is probably befitting my bruised bum and blistered feet. A few minutes later, I try not to limp as I head barefoot to Dusty's cabin, where he's sitting on the veranda with his feet up and shirt off. His brown, ripped torso makes me thirsty and hungry at the same time. Doesn't take much for you to get your shirt off, does it? I laugh, putting a basket of nibbles on the table and then taking a seat in the other chair. No reason to hide the goods, sweetheart, he drawls with a smirk. Why are you limping? I know my first in-person conversation with him since the rodeo shouldn't be complaints, but I can't help myself. The boots I had on today, I borrowed them from MJ. They literally crushed my toes and I have blisters, see? I lift my foot. He takes that foot and lifts the other into his hands, inspects the boot damage, then leans in and tenderly kisses each toe one at a time. Little pecks that melt my heart and make me squirm with desire. Stop, I half protest, enjoying the moment but conscious that there's kids playing in a family cabin across the way. I do a little wave in their direction. Dusty nods decisively, then swoops me up, throws me over his shoulder and carries me into the cabin, where I squeal as he playfully tosses me onto the bed. Then he really kisses my feet, his tongue between each toe, driving me crazy. I pull my t-shirt and bra off, his mouth moving up my legs while I undo my skirt. He lifts his head and grins while he watches me aggressively tug my skirt and knickers down with a quick yank. His grin widens when I place my hand on the nape of his neck, suggesting he get back to my legs. As the night unfolds, my bodily woes take an orgasmic turn for the better. And when Dusty leaves the sex-rumpled sheets for a cigarette, I just stretch out, yawn, and drift off to sleep. I'm woken to the sound of a twist-top beer bottle being opened a short while later. Dusty is at the small table in his boxes, TV on but turned down. Sorry, I nodded off. Sorry I woke you, he returns, but a man's not a camel. There's some cheese and bread in the basket on the veranda if it hasn't gone missing. He ducks out and returns with it. You should eat something. I should eat something. I wrap the sheet around me, suddenly famished, and fix us both something to eat with our beers. I sit at the table. It's a bit of a squeeze, I say, feeling cramped. Nah, sweetheart, it's cozy. He drops a swift kiss on my lips, and I giggle like a schoolgirl. Were you happy with today? I ask, unsure what would please a competitor other than a win. Yeah, I had a good round and I'm happy with my numbers. Why do you do it? I ask, biting into the bread as if I haven't eaten for days. Is the win the holy grail, or is there more to it? Damn straight, he says. It pays well and offers more money than any other camp draft in Australia. And I'm good at it. He sips his beer. Asking how much the pot is worth feels rude, so I resolve to Google it later. But he must know what I'm thinking because he laughs and says, Sweetheart, I don't get out of bed for less than $10,000. I'm surprised by the number and how good he really must be. At least I didn't fall for a mediocre cowboy, I think dryly to myself. Are you the evangelista of cowboys then? I joke, but he just looks blank. Google her, I laugh. He tells me that camp drafting is one of the fastest growing sports in Australia. When I can't hide the mix of surprise and suspicion on my face, he grins cheekily. Google it. The smell of the sea air fills my nostrils not long after we leave the caravan park, and I'm grateful the camp draft is over. We check into our high-rise, and I'm psyched for the next 2 days at Broadbeach. Dusty takes a firm grip of my hand. At first, I think it's a romantic gesture, but when he almost breaks my fingers, I pull back. What's wrong? I'm not good with heights, he says, moving to the back of the elevator, leaning against the mirrored wall. We're on the 34th floor, I tell him. Is that going to be a problem? If so, I'll ask for another room on a lower floor. I want him to be happy, but I love being as high as I can be. He doesn't answer, so I fill the silence. I actually wanted this room because of the view. You'll understand when you see it. I had a weekend here last year with the girls, and it was amazing. When the doors open, Dusty drags both our cases as I lead the way to room 3404. It's only 3 days away. What have you packed in here? He asks. Your bag is the same size, I counter as I open the door and let Dusty pass with the luggage. Ta-da! On the white countertop is wine, chocolates, and other amenities, courtesy of the manager. It's standard when you're a platinum guest, but I play it down because I don't think Dusty is likely to be impressed with the number of 5-star hotel stays I've had. I head over to the balcony. Do you want to try and have a look at the view? I ask gently, just in case. Dusty walks slowly to stand next to me, stopping before the glass doors. He looks out to sea, then glances slightly downwards and says, "Whoa." He steps back, one hand on his stomach. "That's a long way down." "Do you get vertigo?" I ask, stepping back with him, taking hold of his hand. He doesn't answer, and I feel bad. I need to explain. "Dusty?" I take both his hands now, and he grips mine briefly. "I wanted to make it a surprise, but the Groundwater Country Music Festival is on this weekend. So I was thinking we get the best of both worlds, the ocean for me and country music for you, and this gorgeous view. Win-win." "Win-win," Dusty repeats, dropping my hands and stepping further back into the room. He points towards the horizon. "Those clouds suggest we might get some rain, unless that wind keeps up. Then they'll continue moving south. But right now, it's a scorcher, so I'm going to jump in the shower, sweetheart." I sense he doesn't really want to go into whatever his issue is with heights, so I let the matter drop. I'll just have to keep an eye on him and see if he starts to look uncomfortable or ill. "Sure, I'll unpack and organize some cool drinks." He disappears into the bathroom, and as I start sorting through my bag, I can't wipe the smile off my face. I feel happy, content, more comfortable in the familiar surrounds of city life, modern hotels, and the ocean breeze. The seaside is one of the few things I miss since leaving Sydney, and my favourite hangout at Maroubra Beach. There's a spring in my step as I put my clothes away and change into cut-off shorts, a sleeveless white linen top that I tie in front, and my maverick hat. I've even got glittery runners for the festival. Funnily enough, I want to be a little country at Groundwater, and I can't wait to check out the stalls set up next to the surf club. There's no way I could have shared that cabin with Dusty. We would have been falling over each other constantly. But this sizable apartment is perfect for our time on the coast. I feel like I'm playing house as I organise the place. Now, this is my kind of cozy, I think to myself. My phone pings with a text from Michael, but before I can look at it, Dusty reappears, a towel slung low on his hips, beads of water on his chest and torso. I nearly melt into a puddle of lust. "Well, hello, cowboy," I saunter over, undoing the buttons I'd done up only minutes before. Within seconds, I'm standing in front of him, naked but for my maverick hat. He pulls me close and we stumble to the bedroom. "Well, I hadn't done that before," Dusty drawls later, lying back with one arm behind his head, the other around me. "Done what?" I ask. I thought there'd been some standard moves on both parts. "Had a dory in a high-rise apartment," he explains. I can't help but chuckle. "What's so funny?" he asks, sounding a little defensive. "You know, not everyone lives the big city life, sweetheart, and some of us don't want to either. Just because I choose a small country caravan park over a city high-rise doesn't mean I'm somehow not as good or as smart as you. In my world, I'm the best at what I do. I just don't flaunt my success." My cheeks burn at his words, remembering my hesitation when I first saw the caravan park online. Does he think I flaunt my success? My privilege? I'm sure this room suggests I do. I gather my thoughts. "I wasn't laughing at you." I don't think I'm fibbing. I was laughing because I haven't heard the word dory for ages. That is the truth. I get out of bed and get dressed, hoping that it's not going to be awkward between us now. "Am I too country for you, sweetheart?" he asks, watching my every move. I feel like he's angling for an argument by pointing out the differences he perceives between us, and making me sound like a bourgeois black and a bitch at the same time. But then, maybe I have given off vibes suggesting that I think he's a country bumpkin, and then I see myself as he sees me, and I hate myself. I think quickly on my bare feet. Not at all. I walk to the balcony and call back inside, changing the subject. "Let's go check out the stalls and some of the acts. The music sounds great." Dusty doesn't answer. I wait a couple of minutes, and when the silence becomes too much, I go back inside to find him sound asleep, looking like king of the castle in the huge bed. I kiss him on the mouth, and for a fleeting moment consider crawling back into bed with him. But I pull away because I really want to be in the sun. I leave a note on the table. I've gone for a walk to the festival. Rest up. Text me if you want to meet up. XO. Within minutes, I am weaving through the stalls, loving being able to take my time looking at vinyl records. I've only ever seen a collection like this at my aunt's house in Wagga Wagga. I stop at a stall selling beachwear and I find a pair of boardies with the Murray flag on it. They're way too big for Dusty, but they have a pair of budgie smugglers that will fit him perfectly and show off his hotter-than-hot body. I buy them, hoping he'll wear them to the beach with the same confidence that has him swaggering everywhere else. Further on, I see people throwing something into the cornhole arena, but stop to watch punters try out the hot tomato bucking bull. I wonder what Dusty would think of it as entertainment, as a copy of the real thing. The ticket seller tries to encourage me to have a go, but I pretend I'm not interested. Deep down, though, I think that if Dusty were here and he thought it was a good idea, I'd give it a go. The sun is hot, and I'm grateful for the ocean breeze as crowds start to spill into Kurrawa Park. There are a few stages with bands and soloists performing for free, and I sit for a while to enjoy the acts on the main stage. My mind wanders back to the room, but I've never been one to stay indoors when there's an alternative, not even for a hot cowboy. Maybe that's why I'm single. But am I single? I don't know what Dusty and I are. Are we dating? Are we exclusive? Do we need to talk properly about it or not? The sun is setting on Saturday, and I'm enjoying the view from the apartment after the festival. A chilled Sauv Blanc is in my hand, and when Dusty finishes getting dressed, I push a chair closer to the sliding doors and away from the balcony's edge. Here, I say, if you focus on the horizon, maybe the height won't bother you so much. Although Dusty isn't comfortable out here, he sits and rests one hand on my thigh, the other wrapped around a beer. I love dusk on the coast, I say happily. With so much happening at the festival, it's busy and exciting, yet peaceful at the same time. I sip my wine, then look at Dusty, who is just smiling at me. "What?" I ask suspiciously. "You're gorgeous," he replies. My heartbeat quickens and heat rises up my chest and neck. I love your hair and your smile. I love the way you smell. I love the sound of your voice and how soft your skin is. He runs his hand up and down my thigh. "Well, that's 4 of the 5 senses covered," I joke. He leans in and whispers, "I love the way you taste, too." Within seconds, we are back inside and naked, and I am working on all his senses as best I can. When we finally leave the hotel in the afterglow of lovemaking, I am proud to hold my cowboy's hand. We fit in with the other country music fans and Akubras in the street. I sussed the venue out earlier today. We head this way. I lead Dusty through the crowds, who appear to also be heading to Troy Cassadaly's show on the Backroad Theatre stage. When we arrive, rows of white chairs are lined up and a couple of women in fringed boots are dancing and having a ball. "This zone is booze-free. We'll have to sit up there if you want a beer," I say, walking towards some empty seats. "I'll grab us some drinks," he offers. "What do you want, sweetheart?" "Surprise me." I watch him head to the bar with his natural, swoon-worthy swagger, and I grab 2 seats to the left in front of the stage. I'm less inclined to swoon when Dusty returns and offers me a choice between a UDL or a can of Bundy and Coke. I choose the vodka, and there's something about sharing it with him that makes it feel almost natural. He taps his can to mine. I'm not keen on putting my mouth to the can. God knows how many hands have touched it before mine. But I wipe the rim with a tissue and take a sip. Dusty's eyes follow my movements, but he doesn't say anything. When Troy Cassadaly comes on stage, the crowd erupts into applause and Dusty whistles so loudly people meters away look over at us. I can't tell if they're annoyed or impressed, but Dusty doesn't notice, just taps his foot to the tunes being belted out, one hand resting on my thigh the whole time. Troy encourages the audience to sing along to Dream Out Loud, and many take to their feet, including Dusty and me. We're both singing the chorus, but I notice that Dusty knows the words to the entire song. He hums all the way back to the hotel as we walk with our arms around each other's waists. When we reach the lift, he positions himself against the mirrored wall at the back again. Not even the booze has relaxed his nerves. Though I know I'll have a hangover in the morning, I'm glad the third UDL has left me a bit tipsy and horny. You know what we should do right now, Dusty? I ask with a cheeky grin as we get back into our room. Dusty responds by kicking off his boots and unbuckling his jeans the minute the door is closed behind him. Hang on. He looks confused and disappointed when I hold up a hand. I think, I continue in a sultry voice I hardly recognize, that we should fill that big bath with bubbles, grab a beer, and slide in there together. Without a word, Dusty heads to the fridge, grabs 2 beers, and walks to the bathroom. One of the things I'm really appreciating about him is that, for the most part, he's easygoing, far less complicated than some of the visual artists I've worked with, whose creative minds are always switched on and overanalyzing everything. Dusty's simplicity is refreshing in so many ways. As I lay in the bath between his legs, my back resting against his chest, Dusty caresses my breasts and hums to himself. What's that tune? I ask. I'm sure I know it. It's my dedication to your beautiful boobs, sweetheart. Then he starts to sing in a gorgeous, rich baritone, and I recognize the tune at last. I nearly pee myself. Oh my God! Islands in the Stream, I gasp. That is hilarious. And you have a beautiful voice. Sing it with me, babe, he urges, singing louder, and I realize he's more pissed than I am. I can't sing, unless it's karaoke or marioke and there's a lot of background noise to drown me out, I joke, taking another sip of beer. Dusty keeps singing both Kenny and Dolly's lines, and he's so easy to listen to. I've long been interested in Dolly Parton's politics, so I mention it. You know, Dolly Parton turned down 2 presidential medals of freedom, one from Donald Trump and one from Joe Biden. I always thought that was interesting. Dusty drops back to humming the song, still playing with my breasts. And she had a lot of power in uniting Americans during the Trump administration too. I continue when he doesn't say anything, when his vile politics were tearing the country apart. I read that her concerts brought the most unlikely audiences together from both sides of the political spectrum. That's a good thing, don't you think? He doesn't say anything until I nudge his thigh with mine. If you say so, sweetheart, I don't really do politics. She's a big supporter of literacy, too. Oh, I'm not a big reader, he says, running his tongue along the nape of my neck and maneuvering his hand between my legs. Not committed to meeting Michael for a run or walk, I sleep in on Sunday. The sun is high and streaming into our room when I finally strain to open my eyes. We really need to pull the curtains of a night. I look at Dusty as he sleeps. He looks so peaceful, without a care in the world. I wonder if he's dreaming about me. I want to touch the cute dimple in his chin. I'm jealous of how flawless his skin is. Surprising, given the smoking and the amount of coke he drinks. There are only a few lines around his eyes too, despite a life in the outdoors. I push some hair off his forehead and accidentally wake him. Morning, sweetheart. His voice is raspy with sleep and sends a shiver through me. Come here. He pulls me into him, his naked body warm against mine. Babe, I need to go for a run. It's already hot out there. I sit up. It's hot in here too, he mumbles, pulling the sheet away from my body, and I know we're seconds from another session in the sheets if I don't get a grip. Come with me. I invite him as I slip from the bed. It'll do you good. Burn off some of that booze and beef from last night. He's not having a bar of it. I'm the fittest man you'll ever meet, he tells me as he watches me put my running gear on. Really? I scoff. He rattles off his workout regime most days. Jumping jacks, lunges, burpees, planks. I've got what you women call core strength, he says with a wink. I can see the ripple of his six-pack from the corner of my eye, remembering running my hands and lips over it many times in the last 48 hours. I think everyone calls it core strength, not just us women, I reply, trying to stay focused. He sits up, the sheet barely covering his lap, and it's so tempting to just strip off and climb back over him. What I do out on Sir Lancelot is as tough and dangerous as rugby league, but it also requires the finesse of a figure skater. You're sexy when you use fancy words like finesse. Say it again, I smile. And I've got the strongest groin in the land. He throws the sheet off and stretches his naked body out. It's the most glorious thing I've seen in the male form ever. He waves me over and whispers, "Come here, my little bull rider. Don't fight it. Come ride the strongest groin in the land." I am only human and I can't resist. I tell myself it's okay not to run today, that I burned enough calories and worked enough muscles last night to count as a workout. When we've both finally worked out enough, I'm ready to get outside. Let's go to the beach and have a dip before it gets too crazy. Dusty is not as keen. The beach isn't really my thing, sweetheart. I'm disappointed. But I bought you something special, I say, rummaging through the drawers and pulling out a plastic bag. I hand it to him with enthusiastic pride. I don't need gifts, he says. But thanks. He opens the bag and his tone changes. What the? He pulls out budgie smugglers with the Murray flag on the bum. I'm sure he thinks they're undies. For the beach, I explain. I'm not wearing these to the beach or anywhere, he responds firmly, holding them up to the light. Should we even have the flag on our butts? Fair question, but I'm disappointed again. I don't want to make a big deal of it, and I'm sure Dusty will not appreciate my being a sook. He can read my face, though, pulls me close to him and explains. You're very generous, sweetheart, but I don't wear these dick sticker things. I hardly ever even swim. The last time was in the Condamine River when I was a teenager. I don't even own a pair of shorts. Have you seen my wardrobe, sweetheart? I'm willing to acknowledge that it may not have been as thoughtful as it could have been. But you can't wear denim and dark shirts to the beach. I think I've hit a nerve when he tosses the swimwear to the chair near the bed. I can wear whatever I want, he says dismissively. You're never going to make me into a surfer dude. I'm not trying to make you into a surfer dude, I say defensively. I wore checks and blinged jeans for you. I crushed my feet into boots for you. When did I ask you to do any of that? Dusty asks, exasperated. You would have looked beautiful in a potato sack. I can feel tears threatening. I was trying to fit in, show I was interested in what you do, your lifestyle. Dusty leans back, his hands behind his head, completely calm, and it unnerves me. You don't have to do any of that for me. I don't want to fight and don't want to feel like shit. I'm going to the beach. I'll be back in a little while. I will not let a beautiful day on the coast be ruined, and by the time the lift reaches the ground floor, I'm close to being recentered. When I cross the road, the market stalls are setting up for the final day of the music festival, and families are arriving for their day at the beach. Positioning myself just left of the red and yellow flags, I rub 50+ into my skin and sit watching the nippers start their events nearby. I'm more focused on the supervising dads than the kids. Many of them look fit, and they clearly love the ocean. I wonder how many of them are single. How many have their little nipper for the weekends? Not being remotely maternal, I've never really thought about kids myself. But right now, I find myself thinking about what kind of a dad Dusty would be. Certainly not a nipper dad, not when I can't even get him to the beach. A whistle blows and the kids are off and running. Watching them makes me tired, especially after a late night with broken sleep. I lie back, position my sun hat over my eyes and doze. Sweetheart, sweetheart. I think I'm dreaming until Dusty touches me lightly on the arm and I spring upright. How long have you been here? I ask, fixing my sun hat. Just a minute. You were snoring, he chuckles. I don't snore. He laughs again, then stands up. He's wearing his hat, jeans, a navy t-shirt and thongs. At least he didn't wear his boots, I think to myself. When he takes his tee off, the sight of his lats and the obvious strength in his back takes my breath away. But when he drops his jeans to reveal the cozies, I want to cry. "Dusty!" I exclaim. He spins around and his smile mirrors mine. "I like it when you smile, sweetheart." My heart melts with the softness in his voice, and he bends down to give me a peck. "I don't like it when you're upset with me. You don't have a poker face when it comes to disappointment, that's for sure." "I'm sorry." "Sweetheart, if you can wear boots that give you blisters, then I think I can wear these for a minute, though there's not much room." He squirms a bit, adjusting his balls, which makes me snicker. He turns around and looks out to the horizon, and I wonder if he's aware of the bikini-clad women nearby, raising their sunglasses and smiling at him. "Ladies," he drawls and throws them a wave. He's seen them all right, and he's loving it. "Don't encourage them," I scold, amused and a little jealous. "Harmless fun, sweetheart. Harmless fun," he says, tipping his hat to another group perving on him as they stroll past. I have to laugh. "Sit down," I say, pulling him next to me. "Everyone knows you're here now." "As long as you know I'm here, sweetheart." I'm a bit sad to say goodbye, I confess, before I can stop myself. "Don't be needy. Don't be the first one to say stuff like that," I rebuke myself. "This is just a fling. You don't have time for a relationship. You need to focus on your work, and you are too city for this cowboy. It'll never work out." I know these rules. I wrote them, but the words are out and I can't take them back. The silence that follows feels like it lasts for days. Only seconds later, however, Dusty responds. "I don't want to say goodbye either, sweetheart." He plants his luscious lips on mine for a few seconds, and I'm dizzy with desire. "We had a good time, didn't we?" He bumps his hips into mine, making me laugh. "We did," I whisper in his ear. "Meet me and Rocky in a few weeks' time. My nephew is riding. The whole family are going to watch." He says it fast and confident, and I'm taken by surprise, but respond equally swiftly and confidently. "Love to," and I kiss him again, holding it long enough to ask myself if meeting his family means something. I pull back, noticing he has the dreamy look I'm sure I also wear, and decide to ask straight out. "Dusty, are we exclusive? Are you seeing anyone else?" "Just you, sweetheart. You're more than enough for one cowboy." My heart explodes with joy. I'm not just a one-night stand, I'm his only stand. I'm not sure how we got to this place so quickly from not wanting anything serious at the start, but as I drive back up the motorway to Paddington, I'm bursting with something more than simple infatuation. During the 1-hour trip home, Siri and I answer all the texts that have been left hanging since Friday morning. I leave MJ, CJ, and Angel till last. "I need to talk to you. Can you come over to mine next Friday? Drinks and debrief, XX." I turn off the phone and turn on Troy Cassadaly, who reminds me that it's okay to dream out loud. Chapter 7. "Thanks for coming over. I need to debrief and then rebrief, if that's a word." I pour a glass of wine for each of my titters as they sit around the kitchen table. Their questions come thick and fast. "How was your weekend? Are you in love? What's so urgent?" I sit down, take a breath. The weekend was amazing. I'm not in love. The urgent matter is, well, Dusty asked me to meet him at another event in a few weeks' time, some bull riders thing. Angel pulls a face. I know she couldn't think of anything worse, and not having a poker face seems to run in the family. CJ gives me her firm teacher's tone. "I don't think it would be in your best interest to go." "Oh, Darl, are you still dirty that Annabelle got the cowboy?" MJ chuckles. It's awkwardly silent for a second. Then we all burst out laughing. MJ waves her hands in my direction, urging me to go on. We got on well on the weekend. We sang, soaked in a bath. He even wore the Murray budgie smugglers I bought him, and that was a big deal, let me tell you. Generally, the only time he wants out of his jeans is to get naked. I smile at that thought. He was really attentive, and the sex, my God, worth all the sweethearts in the world for the sex alone. CJ throws her arms up in the air in a comical "why not me" gesture, and I'm grateful she's such a good sport. Now that I'm apparently addicted to it, I'm not sure that I'd be quite so forgiving at missing out on cowboy sex. "Why do you need our advice if everything went so well?" Angel asks. She's clearly Googling something on her phone. "Because his family will be there too. His nephew is riding, and apparently they're all going. I'm guessing Daniel will be there too. I'll need to tell him beforehand." I pause, wondering how that conversation will unfold. It's serious business meeting the family, and I don't even know if we are that serious. But I wonder what his mob is like. "Yep, just as I thought," my cousin declares. She hands her phone to MJ, who starts reading out loud. "The RSPCA views bull riding as it does rodeos generally." She scrolls the screen, mumbling to herself, then reads from their website. "In December 2017, a bull suffered a broken leg and had to be euthanized during an event in South Australia." Angel raises her eyebrows at me, waiting for a response. "Don't look at me like that. You know I don't support animal cruelty," I protest. "Don't go then. Are you willing to trade your ethics just for sex?" "Hang on, cuz." I pause, take a deep breath, and continue. "The thing is, to my surprise, it's not just sex. We might not have a lot in common, but we really connected, you know? And then we had a bit of a talk, and we're exclusive." I take another deep breath for my next confession. I miss him, and I want to see him. It's another weekend away together. It could be romantic. You've all been at me for ages about my love life, and my life for months has been working, just work. But now this thing with Dusty, I haven't felt like this for a long time. It feels good. You've been with Kev so long, you seem to have forgotten what it's like to be alone. There's silence as Angel contemplates the reality that's just been spoken. My reality. Also, Dusty sent me these expensive boots. They arrived by courier today. I chuckle as I hold them up for the women to see. It's not quite Cinderella, but he went and bought boots for me. MJ takes the wind right out of my romantic sails, suggesting Dusty would have a sponsor provide these. I screw my face up and flicker the finger. Anyway, I like them. They may not be Louboutin, but they are Louboutin. The girls laugh at the terrible pun, and thank God it's become less serious in the room. I can tell Angel is holding back her judgment as she tries to calculate how long Dusty and I have known each other. CJ, the eternal romantic, just wants to know if I am in love. MJ shoves CJ out of her seat aggressively before I can reply. "Move, this requires an intervention." I'm annoyed. "What the hell are you doing?" MJ points to a spot near the outdoor lounge setting. "Put your chair there, and you, she points to CJ, then Angel. "We'll place our chairs around her, like a circle." "Stop it." I stand up. "I don't need an intervention. I need some sensible words from one of you, and clearly that's not you, MJ. There's tension, but I know it will settle. It always does." Angel walks over, puts her arm around my waist, and eases me back into my chair. She sits next to me and warmly says, "My dear cousin, you know anything we say comes from our knowing you, understanding you, and caring about you. And," she pauses. "And what?" I bark. "I think we all thought Dusty was just some fun, someone to keep you company, but not someone you were serious about, nor in love with." MJ pipes in. "You spend more time with Michael than you do with Dusty, and your neighbour would be a far better match given your city and your healthy lifestyle." I can't stop myself at snapping at her. "You need to stop talking, at least for a minute. Can you do that?" MJ just rolls her eyes, and I'm getting a bit angry. "For the last time, Michael and I are just friends, and we will stay that way because we are neighbours. Don't dip your pen in the office ink and all that, right?" MJ, clearly frustrated, gets up to walk away from the table. "I don't get you. You're choosing a cowboy over something potentially real with your neighbour because of bullshit pens and ink and whatever. You need your head read." She slips down the path towards the downstairs bathroom. I open my mouth, call her back, but she's disappeared before I have the chance to think of anything articulate. What do you think about Dusty? I ask CJ, knowing she'll be honest. Her answer is honest, but gentle. You don't really have that much in common with Dusty, do you? I know it's a more than fair question. Neither did my Nana Sonny and the German, and they were in love forever and lived happily ever after till he died of lung cancer. I hope CJ doesn't point out that Dusty smokes. So it might work. I don't sound convinced myself and glance over at MJ, who's returned to the table and is sitting quietly, pretending to look at her phone. When she looks up, I snark, "Anything else you want to add?" Sarcasm does not suit me, but I can't help myself. "Can I just make one suggestion?" Angel asks, heading off another row. I nod. "Before you pack anything, just be positive that it's what you want and what he wants too." I nod again. MJ leans over and pours herself some more wine. I say this with love. Be absolutely fucking sure that it's what you both want, sweetheart, because a weekend away, meeting his family, is a big deal for anyone. CJ shakes her head at MJ's language. "Whatever happens, you know we'll always be here for you." MJ starts laughing. "We'll stick pins in voodoo dolls if necessary." She jumps up suddenly and points to me. "You want me to be more supportive?" she asks. "That would be nice," I say. "Then I'll go to Rocky with you, as your support person." She walks around the table as if talking to herself. "I want to photograph some public artwork there. Apparently there are bull sculptures scattered throughout the town. They'll be great to build my tourism portfolio." "And," CJ prompts, "and I can get unhinged up there for sure. Cattle isn't the only meat in Rocky, you know." MJ picks up her glass and raises it in the air to cringes and bursts of laughter. The next thing I know, CJ is coming too, in case Daniel is there and needs company or things go pear-shaped with Dusty's family. Although my titters say they're supporting me, it does feel like they don't really have the greatest confidence in me and Dusty. "If it goes to shit with Rusty, good for us to be around for moral support," MJ agrees. "It will not go to shit," I half protest, "and you know his name is Dusty." Angel has been quiet this whole time, and it's clear now that she's super disappointed in the three of us, as if we're planning on riding the bulls ourselves. CJ needs Angel's approval because she hates to be at odds with any of us. "Angel, I'm only going to keep MJ and her camera out of Annabelle's way. I won't be anywhere near the bull riding," she promises. "And the only riding I'm interested in is steamy, consensual riding with two-legged bulls," MJ adds with a wink. "Nobody dies at my events, but they may feel like they've gone to heaven." She links CJ's arm through hers and faces me in a standoff, waiting for me to cave. And of course, I do. I look at Angel, shoulders slumped. I know her well enough to know she feels defeated. I pull her to her feet, give her a hug, and whisper seriously. "I'm not making excuses, but it's a one-off as far as I'm concerned. To see Dusty, to see if there's something more there. But I don't want to go without your support. Please tell me it's okay to go." Angel looks at me, tears welling. She's genuinely upset and my heart hurts. "I just don't understand how you're putting a man before your ethics." "Angel, you know I'm against animal cruelty, but you also know I can't argue against something I don't fully understand. These are mob involved. I want to know how and why." I'm glad my cousin has asked the question and made me think about what the hell I am doing going to a bull riding event. But her questions aren't enough to stop me seeing Dusty again, and she knows it. She pulls me in for a hug. "Okay, I just hope it's worth it." The days and weeks ahead are busy, with the August gallery opening nudging closer and my spreadsheet of tasks getting longer and longer. Daniel and I are in regular contact with phone, Zoom, and in-person meetings. At no time during these chats, though, do I feel I can mention Dusty or the pending trip to Rocky, where he is more than likely going to see me. I know I'm going to have to say something eventually, but the time just never feels right. Then, without expecting to, I bump into Daniel at the First Nations Knowledge Centre that sits within Mugunjin's cultural precinct. We're both here for the launch of the local Southeast Queensland First Nations Artists Network, hosted by the local First Nations Chamber of Commerce. There are some efforts being made to assist artists in developing their business knowledge and capacity as individuals and as a collective. When I walk in just prior to the start of the launch, I spot Daniel straight away. He's got a trendy young art student hanging off his arm and every word he says. He and Dusty may be worlds apart in their work, but they seem the same when it comes to charming the ladies. I wonder if Dusty is charming another woman tonight. Or worse. A pang of jealousy strikes and I turn to face the river, hoping Maywar will keep me rational. Don't assume the worst just because you can, I tell myself and take a deep breath. It doesn't stop me pulling out my phone to send a text. Your little bull rider is missing you. I'm startled by Daniel's voice behind me and fumble to put my phone away. You wear the Magpie Goose label well, he says, complimenting my outfit. Hello to you too, I turn and smile. And thanks, I'm a huge fan of this grassroots enterprise. You should buy your girlfriend a dress. I nod in the direction of the woman helping herself to the bush tucker on offer. We've got some stock over at the gallery shop. Just bring her over. Daniel raises an eyebrow. She's not my girlfriend, Annie. My smile stays in place as I accept a glass of wine from a waiter with a nod of thanks, wondering why both Davies brothers insist on calling me by names that I really don't like. Does she know that? He grins and winks at me. A man has needs. I see a bit more of Dusty and Daniel than I'd like to, and it takes me aback. How's your family? I ask, changing the subject as casually as I can, trying to determine whether he knows about Dusty and I yet, whether it's come up in conversation between the brothers. I have to navigate this conversation carefully. I'm not dating the artist, which would be an actual problem, but dating the artist's brother doesn't exactly feel like it'll be accepted either. I haven't seen them for a while, Daniel answers. Haven't been home for a few weeks now. My brother and I have both been travelling a bit, me seeking artistic inspiration, and Dusty doing his My Little Pony gig. That's not very nice, I say defensively. I'm sure he's as proud of what he does as you are of your work. That's fine, Daniel brushes it off. We tease each other all the time. He makes fun of my artsy-fartsy ways and I make fun of his cowboy drawl. We really love each other. It's harmless. Anyway, he eyes me curiously. Why do you care about my brother's feelings all of a sudden? My heart starts racing with nervousness as I recognize what might be the only opening I'll get. I've met him, I blurt. Dusty, I mean. Daniel raises his eyebrow again but doesn't say anything, so I forge on, trying to explain but not explain too much. When you and I first spoke, up in Warwick, my friends were going to the rodeo. That's why we were in town. Anyway, I met your brother there. I glance away to where the speakers are getting ready to start, striving for nonchalance. We actually kind of hit it off. Did you now? Daniel's reply is cheeky. I hum non-committally and sip some wine. I saw him down the coast a few weeks ago too. I'm saved from having to disclose any further details as the speeches begin. I move to the side of the venue, away from Daniel, who has joined his date in the third row. I opt to stand to suss out who else is there from the local black arts mafia. As I scan the space, Michael walks in via the Yarning Circle entry. He is a walking, talking example of a successful urban blackfella, the epitome of contemporary First Nations excellence, wrapped up in what looks like a deadly new suit. He smiles, nods, and carefully and quietly makes his way to my side, pecking me on the cheek. Fancy seeing you here, I whisper. Feels like this event is bringing everyone out of the woodwork. I hadn't mentioned this event during our morning runs, so I wasn't expecting to see him tonight. Michael speaks quietly and quickly. My firm provides some financial support to the Chamber of Commerce to run workshops and mentorships, he explains, nodding subtly to the banner with his firm's logo on it. One of our interns has an arts background and she does the architectural illustrations for us. She's a member of this network and I'm just here to support her and rep the firm. He discreetly points to a young Murray woman sitting in the back row, looking a little nervous. This is more fun than architecture, he whispers. We both return our attention to where the chair of the chamber is thanking everyone for attending, then introduces some of the members of the network, including Daniel, who gets one of the biggest rounds of applause. I can't wait till the gallery opening. Now more than ever, I'm confident that choosing him as the spotlight artist was the best idea I've had since leaving Sydney. My phone vibrates. I reach into my handbag and see that it's Dusty, but it'd be too rude to pull the phone out now. He'll have to wait, but my heart is happy that he's responded so swiftly. After the event, Michael invites me to dinner at the pizza joint across from the gallery. So, Daniel Davies is going to be a big name, it seems. Looks that way, I answer happily. Michael's heard more than his fair share about Daniel's work during our morning runs, and my hopes for what his art will bring to the gallery. He sips his drink. What does he think about you and his brother? He doesn't really know about it. Michael chokes slightly, then coughs to recover. Excuse me? I mean, I've told him that I know his brother, I rush to explain. I haven't gone further into it. I can tell by his expression just how weird Michael thinks this is. Not so deep down, I also know it's weird. And it's going to get a whole lot weirder when we see each other unexpectedly in Rocky. I try to justify myself anyway. Is it really my place to tell him everything? I'm not sure that it is. Daniel is my client, not my family. Michael scoffs slightly and says, Are you even black, Annabelle? Of course it's your place to tell him. The Murray grapevine will share it anyway. I'm surprised he hasn't heard it from someone else already. You're right, of course. But Dusty and I have kept it low-key. We've only seen each other at the rodeo and on the Gold Coast. Was keeping it low-key intentional or not? I ask myself. I told Daniel that I met Dusty at the rodeo and then on the Gold Coast. He can figure the rest out. I'm not going to say, I'm shagging your brother. Michael shakes his head wryly. Stay classy, Annabelle. I'm embarrassed. I value Michael's opinion and I don't want him to think less of me. I'm grateful for your friendship and honesty, I say. And it's true. In the 2 months I've gotten to know him, I felt more comfortable talking to Michael about a lot of personal moments in my life. Angel has Kev, and CJ and MJ live together, so they get to debrief constantly. Since moving back to Mugginjin, I've seen only Michael on a semi-daily basis when we catch up in the mornings, and he's been an amazing ear and support. Our chats have given me cause to think about my actions, and I think he provides the emotional connection I've only been able to start considering with Dusty since the Gold Coast. Now he speaks matter-of-factly. If I were Dusty, or any other guy dating you, I'd be telling the world, so the fact he hasn't previously mentioned it to his brother? He stops himself from finishing the sentence. What? I prompt, already dreading the answer. Just be careful, Annabelle. Protect your beautiful heart, and make sure you're not investing more than he is emotionally. There's something in the way that Michael cautions me that doesn't get me offside the same way that CJ, MJ, and Angel did, and I accept his caring words graciously. It's on me tonight, I say as the bill arrives, a small act of gratitude. As we leave the restaurant, the owner shakes Michael's hand and wishes him happy birthday. It's your birthday? How did the owner know and I didn't? Why didn't you tell me? It's tomorrow. He's a family friend and I eat here a lot, usually on my own. Michael answers quickly, ushering me out the door and clearly embarrassed by the attention. I don't like a big fuss made on my birthday. It's not my style. I just shake my head and start planning how to low-key celebrate with him. How old would he be tomorrow? I'm guessing 38 or 39. You must let me make you dinner, please, Michael. Just something to mark your born day. I won't take no for an answer. I'm clearly determined, and Michael knows me well enough now not to argue. That would be lovely, thank you. Later, I lie in bed and reread Dusty's message over and over. I miss my little bull rider. See you soon, sweetheart. XO. As I doze off, I replay Michael's comment about how other men would be telling everyone about who they're dating. I think about how much I want to see Dusty, and not just for the sex. I'm no longer bothered about his pet name for me, just that he's attentive and was thinking about me tonight too. My head is about to explode with the confusion of it all, but I'm so exhausted. Sleep finally takes hold. The next day, I race from the gallery at 5:30 p.m, pick up a pre-ordered cake from the barracks and walk in my door at 6 p.m. Then I'm chopping, grating and setting the table, a circle of activity while Thelma Plum wafts through my speakers. At 6:30 p.m. on the dot, Michael is knocking on the door. I'm a tad frazzled, but it's nothing a glass of bubbles won't fix. "Happy birthday to you," I start singing as he walks in. "Something smells good," he says. "I've prepared a fun meal. Hope that's okay. Just tacos with freshly chopped tomatoes from our favourite market vendor, delish guacamole and all the other trimmings. You take a seat, pour the bubbles, and I'll bring the mince and beans over." He moves to the table covered with all the colourful taco toppings in groovy bowls. We sit and fill our taco shells and talk and laugh. I get a bit tipsy, but Michael barely touches his champagne. Eventually, he sits back and rubs his stomach. "They were the best tacos I have ever tasted," he announces, tossing his serviette to the side. I'm feeling very proud of myself. "I'm really pleased to hear that. Do you want to know what the secret ingredient is?" "Sure do," he says. "Then I can make my tacos taste as good as yours." "Don't be cross," I say, "but I use the roux mince I got at the markets." As soon as I say it, I realise that I didn't really think this through. He told me he didn't want to eat roux, and I didn't ask any follow-up questions. Maybe it's his totem, but surely he would have said so at the markets if that were the case. Either way, though, I realise too late that I've basically tricked him. I'm just about to apologise when he speaks. "Well, there you go. I was convinced to eat kangaroo without even knowing it. Like cutting veggies into funny shapes for kids." "I'm so sorry, Michael. I thought it was a good idea at the time, but now I can see it was wrong and pretty stupid of me to deceive you. I'm an idiot sometimes." I pause. Some might say a lot of the time. He stands up and walks over to me, plants a kiss on my cheek and starts clearing the plates. The bubbly and the embarrassment make my face feel flushed. "You're not stupid or an idiot," Michael says calmly. "You're a thoughtful, kind, generous woman who thought the only way I would eat roux was to camouflage it in tacos. And you were right, and I'm glad, because I love it. I'll grab some myself next time we go to the markets." I know he is making light of it, but I am burning with disgust in myself. It's not as bad as spiking a drink, but not much smarter either. "You're not angry with me? I know I'd be pissed off if someone pulled a stunt like that on me." He shakes his head, and I jump up with relief and gratitude, hug him quickly and head to the fridge while he places the dishes in the kitchen sink. It's time for the cake, so I motion for Michael to sit back down when the table is cleared. I stick 3 candles into the chocolate mud cake and light them. "Happy birthday to my deadly neighbour and friend," I say with perfect sincerity and a smile. "You deserve all good things today and tomorrow and all the days that follow." "A birthday poem," he exclaims in delight, then blows out the candles and cuts the cake. And I truly hope all his wishes come true. Chapter 8. 2 weeks later, MJ, CJ and I arrive into the mild May weather of Rocky. We've just picked up our hire car when our phones simultaneously ping with a message. "Can someone please read it out while I set up Bluetooth?" I'm focused on getting us out of the airport and into town without any hassles. MJ laughs. "It's Angel," she says. "Remember that the rules of any car journey are that the drivers should just drive, focus on the road, and not kill anyone." She keeps reading and informs us that the person riding shotgun, her, is responsible for assisting with navigation and being the DJ. CJ giggles from the back seat. Apparently I'm responsible for snack distribution." She holds up chocolate and protein bars for us. I don't need your assistance with navigation, thanks, MJ, I say. Although my anxiety is building as I struggle to put the hotel address into Google Maps. My mind is fixed on getting to the hotel and the night ahead with Dusty and his family, and the chatter isn't helping. Okay, can we have just a little quiet for a minute? I can hear the stress in my voice. In my periphery, I see CJ tap MJ on the shoulder. They know I'm nervous as hell about the weekend, but thankfully, they say nothing. Finally, the app seems to work out where we're supposed to go. Right, we are good to go. First stop, the hotel. We're only at the boom gate heading out of the airport when MJ screeches, "Stop! Stop!" What the hell? I slam the brakes in case there's a kid on the road I didn't see. What is it? But MJ is out of the car and slamming the door behind her before I can stop her. She's running towards a bull installation to get a photo, followed by CJ shrieking about a selfie. "It's not safe!" I shout out the window. The two women are by the bull before I can stop them. "Hurry up, before security comes!" People beep their horns as they drive into the airport car park and see my two friends acting like crazy tourists. As they climb back into the four-wheel drive puffing, MJ says, "Sorry about that. Totally forgot the first bull was at the airport. But we can tick the Droughtmaster bull off the list." You're both crazy. I shake my head but smile, because their craziness and sense of freedom is just what I need right now to distract from my nerves. MJ turns up the radio as brother boy Troy Casadei sings out over the airwaves. For a few seconds I feel calmer as we all chorus along to Dream Out Loud, which has become our anthem. "Stop! Stop!" MJ screeches again. "There's the next one!" You need to stop doing that. It's dangerous. Not to mention I might go deaf before we get to the hotel. Don't you have notes there for us about passenger etiquette and safety? CJ, where's that lengthy itinerary you did for the rodeo with rules and topics and every other detail? We can use that now. Please stop, MJ says more gently. I really do want to get a full set of bulls if I possibly can. It's in the roundabout, you nutter, I laugh, remembering how much fun we girls used to have together on road trips and weekends away before I moved to Sydney. I know I need to loosen up. I suppose I could just go around a few times. I look in the rearview mirror. There's surprisingly little traffic, so I slow down and my titters jump out, racing across the road into the roundabout and laughing like naughty school kids. MJ takes a quick selfie with CJ for her socials, then swings her professional camera around and takes her time to get the perfect shot. I start beeping the horn. It feels like 10 minutes of me driving round and round and round, and I'm starting to think there's cameras somewhere capturing it all, and a fine will appear in the post sometime in the future. They finally climb back in the car. MJ ticks Brahman bull off the list, and we apparently now only have 4 more bulls to go. You're both crazy and have no shame. You know that, don't you? I say. And you only mentioned professional shots for your portfolio? Yes, but the selfies are just for us. I'll wave my magic and they'll look $1,000,000 and I might just make a TikTok of them. She grins as she looks through the pics. As long as I'm not in any of them. Agreed? I'm not sure I've agreed to anything. MJ sounds serious. Actually, I've got an idea about a photo of you trying to steal a bull's testicles. It's a thing here, you know. Something we could take especially for Angel, perhaps. She and CJ burst out laughing, and I know she's joking, but for the life of me, I can't even crack a smile because I'm so nervous about meeting Dusty's family. Before we arrive at the hotel, I've been forced to stop 3 more times for bull selfies and long drawn-out professional bull portraits. By the time we're done, my head is ready to explode. You will never see me in a bull selfie, never, I exclaim as we finally get to the hotel. After we've checked in, I head immediately for the lift. I'm going to change and go for a short run. Need to move the legs a little, clear the head. Try and find your sense of humour while you're out there, MJ jokes lightly. Maybe it's over the river. I will. I'm sorry. I stop before I confess that it's the emotional shift in what I feel for Dusty since our time on the Gold Coast, and the growing intimacy between us that's freaking me out, on top of the nerves of meeting his family. They're going to love you, CJ says, reading my mind. My friends go in search of the biggest steaks they can find and the biggest wines. 15 minutes later, I'm in my running gear and heading along the Fitzroy River, stopping occasionally to take photos and imagine what life would have been like for the Durrumble people when the ancestors walked their own uncemented paths before the town introduced cattle, back when everyone across the land knew their totems and animals were protected and cherished. Weaving my way back into town proper, in desperate search for a coffee, I find a bull mural on a wall in a lane and think about MJ and CJ. They have been so supportive coming up for the weekend with me. I know I've been a grumpy bitch so far, and it has to end, so I take a selfie and send the pic in a text to the girls. I'm sorry for being a cow. Please accept this bull. That night, as we stand at the bar of the Grand Corral Hotel, we go through the plan for the evening. You know the rules. I sip my drink nervously. Yes, stay away from you unless you text the code word, MJ recites. Vegan, we all exclaim simultaneously and laugh. I feel sick, I say, up on my toes trying to see into the arena. Oh God, I can see him. Them. I'm going to vomit. CJ gives me a little shove. They're going to love you. And don't forget to mention River Fire at my place. Dusty's more than welcome. Wish me luck. I take a deep breath and turn towards the door. You've got this, Titter, MJ calls after me. You've got the brains, and now you've also got the boots to match this mob. They're going to love you, CJ adds one last time. I play the line over and over in my head like a mantra as I show the bouncer my ticket. They are going to love you, they are going to love you, they are going to love you. It echoes as I try my best to do a casual, sexy saunter over to where Dusty stands. He has his back to me, but I'd know that butt anywhere. As I get closer, I see Daniel and a woman that must be their sister. Her eyes and cheekbones are incredibly similar to the Davies brothers. Hello, I say softly, walking into the group. Daniel does an exaggerated double take. Fancy seeing you here, Annie. Hi, I say again nervously. I'm glad I gave Daniel the heads up, but it still feels a bit awkward. Dusty's sister Naomi introduces herself. She is warm, chirpy, friendly, and leans in and gives me a peck on the cheek like you would at a family gathering, putting me at ease. I didn't think this would be your thing. Daniel wobbles me off my axes again. I wish he would just stay quiet. I invited her. Dusty puts his arm firmly around my waist. So you can just take that smile of yours, Danny boy, and point it in any other direction but this one. He kisses me hard on the cheek. It's awkward, but it's something. There's silence for a second, then a huge roar as the crowd goes crazy. An announcement comes through the loudspeakers about the event about to start, and people start to move. Naomi leads the way, Dusty behind, holding my hand as we head to what appear to be pretty good seats. I spot a man who looks like a much older, weathered version of Dusty, and assume he's Mr. Davies. He sits at the opposite end of the road to me. As the crowd stands for the national anthem, I feel pressured once again not to make a scene, just as I did at the rodeo. When I'm at government events or representing any of my workplaces, I'll stand but not sing, and I opt for the same tonight. A private protest is better than none, I convince myself. Dusty takes his hat off and belts out the words in fine tune and with pride, and I feel like I'm at some patriotic American sporting match. Blackfellas singing the anthem by choice has always confused me. I almost want to slap him with a pair of chaps. I close my eyes and wait for the moment to end, hoping that MJ and CJ can't see him. I've long been critical of a nation who only knows one verse of their anthem, but tonight I'm glad the crowd doesn't continue into the second. As the masses take their seats again, Dusty puts his hand on my thigh. My heart settles and the reality of where I am sinks in. I scan the arena in awe, confused, challenged, trying to understand the culture of bull riding and those who participate in and follow it. Let's hear it for the Red Dust Girls, the MC yells, and two women in tight black leather pants, perfect boobs, and full lips stroll out to a wave of cheers. I momentarily contemplate Botox when I see how smooth their skin appears on the big screen, then look to my new boots, grateful that at least my toes aren't numb tonight. "Now let's hear it for the Cowboys of the PBA Tour," the MC bellows, and another roar goes up. "Coming out of the top bull riders in Australia right now. Say hello to Nathan Eppo from Outback Queensland and Joe Windang from Country Victoria." The intros go on as the competitors are welcomed, each rider greeted by a burst of flames and another roar from the crowd. During a lull in the excitement of the opening, there's a drinks order being taken. Dusty asks if I want a beer. Daniel gets up to follow him, and as he walks past me, I grab his arm and ask, "Can you see if there's a low-carb beer, please?" "Sure, you and Dusty and low-carb beer. Glad I have front-row seats to watch it all." Daniel walks off chuckling. Is he making fun of me? Especially me and Dusty? I can't exactly race off after him to ask. The opening event is a series of kids under 12 years. The first young fella appears wearing a helmet and vest, and I'm fearful for his safety even with the protective gear on. I can't imagine ever wanting my kids doing something like this. I think back to my first conversation with Dusty, about how they all grew up living this life. It's as normal for them as playing footy or cricket, or going to the beaches for kids living on the coast. The MC makes the announcement for the next event. "First up is 19-year-old Joshua Davies from the Southern Downs against Big Thunder. Make some noise!" Dusty and all his family are cheering for his nephew. Dusty sings out, then lets rip the longest whistle I've ever heard. The man really has some interesting skills. I haven't heard a whistle like that since I was a kid and Dad would round up all the children when it got too dark to be playing in the street. For a moment, I feel a lump in my throat remembering Dad, who passed away too young, and wonder what he would make of Dusty. Is this the kind of man my parents would want to see me with? When the bull throws Joshua, Dusty's hand clenches my thigh. I know that he's worried about the young fella, who gets up and limps at speed as the bull chases him to the fence. He's up and over it just in time, and then the entertainment really begins. The MC is commentating every move. "There's no bucking way he was going to catch that young fella. He legged it out of there, and now it looks like there's no bucking way Big Thunder is going to leave the ring." The crowd are laughing and cheering as Big Thunder steals the show, kicking up dust with his left hind leg as if to charge and seemingly loving every minute of the crowd's attention. The bull even walks to the camera behind the fence and eyeballs the cameraman, who steps back. It's the best part of the show for me, and from the texts coming in from the girls, they're in full agreement. Go Big Thunder! The standoff goes for a bit too long, and eventually they bring in another bull who appears to encourage Big Thunder to leave. The audience cheers some more. "Make some noise for the boys helping us out tonight," the MC urges, and the venue erupts again, applauding the pickup men who are responsible for directing the bulls and leading them to the exit. I feel like I'm in a parallel universe. I'm obsessively watching the men on the fence who assist the riders as they prep, pulling the bulls' ropes and getting the animals angry and then getting the riders' hands in place. My heart races whenever the gate opens and the crowd roars as the bull starts to buck immediately. The young rider looking like he's going to fly off like a cowboy rag doll. I grab Dusty and bury my head in his shoulder. My phone buzzes and I glance quickly at a selfie of MJ and CJ at what looks like the ladies' toilets, under a sign that says heifers. MJ is laughing, CJ looks cranky. Meet us at the food stand. I excuse myself and meet the girls in line for a veggie burger. They fire a dozen questions at me about the night so far. I think it's going okay, I tell them. His sister is lovely, and I think Daniel is taking the piss, but I'm not sure. Dusty is being Dusty. Haven't officially met the parents yet as they're at the end of the row of family, and my favourite part so far was Big Thunder owning the ring. CJ wants to know if there's an itinerary for tomorrow. I pause, thinking on my feet. There will be. I'll give you the first meeting place before you go to sleep. Bloody hell, I think to myself. Dusty will probably sleep in, and the girls will need breakfast, but I hadn't thought past getting naked tonight. I better get back. here's the keys to the car. I'll go with Dusty, but text me later, okay? When I get back to the grandstand, everyone has shuffled seats and Naomi is on my right. Enjoying it? She asks over the noise, gesturing widely to everything. Yes, I am. Are you? And I'm sorry about your son. Is that what you say? I have zero idea. Naomi shrugs and smiles. We take the good with the bad. It's all part of the journey, she says. We're going to the caves tomorrow. You should come. They're quite extraordinary. I'm grateful for the invitation. Sounds great, I reply. Is it okay if my 2 girlfriends come too? CJ is a school teacher and will love learning about the place, and MJ's a photographer, always looking for new and interesting things to capture. More the merrier, Naomi says, and we agree to meet at the caves at 10 a.m. Our itinerary starts to write itself, and I text my titters. We're going to the caves tomorrow morning. Meet you in the foyer at 8 for breakfast and debrief for 9:15 departure. We need to be there by 10 a.m. When the event is over, a local band starts setting up, and Team Davies empty a good portion of the grandstand as we file out and gather in the bar. Daniel seems to have left without saying goodbye, and I'm hoping that nothing has changed between us professionally. I really can't afford another personal mistake to ruin my current career path. Next to me is Dusty's mum, who stands somewhat shorter than the lanky Mr. Davies. She takes my hand. It's nice to meet you, even if it is the end of the night. She turns to Dusty and says, We have to go, son. A lot of the mob are staying at our place. They'll be wanting cups of tea. And your famous cookies, no doubt, he says. She kisses him on the cheek when he leans down to her height. Mr. Davies shakes Dusty's hand, tips his hat at me and smiles. No words spoken at all. Naomi bypasses Dusty altogether and gives me a warm hug. See you in the morning, and thanks so much for coming tonight. Can't wait, I tell her. As we walk back to the car, I have a spring in my step. I've survived the bull riding, the national anthem, and meeting the family, which was far less dramatic than I expected. I realized belatedly that it was never going to be about me tonight. They were all here for Dusty's nephew. I'm excited about us going to the caves tomorrow, I say, linking my arm with Dusty's. I won't be going, sweetheart, he responds. That's for you and Nay and Danny boy. I stop. But aren't we here together? Yeah, but you know I like to sleep in the morning. You'll be in those caves and out again before I have my first durry and coke. I can feel disappointment rising. I love the morning, the prospect of a new day and what can be achieved, and Dusty wants to sleep it away. I shake my head and unhook myself from his arm. He pulls me back into him almost immediately and kisses me softly on the mouth. Sweetheart, don't be like that. We had a deadly night, didn't we? And I'm happy you and Nay get along. She doesn't have a lot of women around her. It's mostly just her and the men. I'm glad you want to go tomorrow. That'll make Sis happy. I can't argue with that. She said MJ and CJ could go too. There you go. Everyone wins. The girls have a day out and I get to sleep in. Anyway, I get the feeling that your friends don't like me. I mean, they haven't come near us all night. What? Don't be silly. Why would you say that? I can hear myself protesting too much. CJ made a point of reminding me to ask you to watch Riverfire at her place in a few weeks' time. She likes you. They all like you. He raises an eyebrow at me, and I know I've done a shit job of convincing him. I wonder whether I should tell him they're as wary of him as they are of any man who comes into any of our lives, or that I instructed them to stay away tonight for fear they'd say something that might shake our new relationship. Please say you'll come to Riverfire, I say with a pout. The silence is deafening, so I do the only thing I can think of to change the mood. I lean close, run my tongue along his bottom, then his top lip, and whisper, Please come. I'll come for you, sweetheart, he says in a husky, seductive voice, and his kiss consumes me. Thanks for inviting us, I say when we meet Naomi and Daniel in the morning. People are gathering as the tour of the caves is about to begin. How'd you enjoy last night? Daniel asks, and I struggle to interpret his tone. It was a bit of a culture shock, to say the least, I reply as casually as I can. CJ hushes us as the young guide pulls the group together and launches into a brief history of the caves, beginning in the 19th century. "Hang on," MJ says out loud, and we exchange clearly gobsmacked glances about the glaring omission of an acknowledgement of country. History didn't begin when white people appeared somewhere on the land. CJ is quickly making notes on her phone for what I know will be a letter to Tourism Queensland. "Unbelievable," Daniel mutters, and Naomi looks livid. But before anyone has the chance to interject, the group is moving along the path and into the caves. We move single file through the caves and time passes quickly until we're sitting quietly in pitch blackness in what is known as the cathedral. Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah reverberates through the space as a female soloist sings the hymnal song. It's a spiritual moment, and I feel the power of her voice move through my own body. When the music ends, Daniel whispers, "Maisha did a show here, and I heard it was incredible. I think she's coming back soon." I know it would have been an extraordinary experience to see and hear the First Nations singer-songwriter from Woorabinda perform here, and I mentally note to check if there's a follow-up show planned. Once we're back topside, Naomi suggests lunch at the pub and a debrief. We all agree, and less than 10 minutes later, everyone's seated and Daniel and I head to the bar for drinks. As the barman pours, Daniel turns to me and at last drops the axe. "So, you and Dusty, eh?" I'm cornered. "I told you we caught up on the Gold Coast, but really, my personal relationship with Dusty is separate from our professional arrangement, Daniel." I can hear myself trying to justify something that shouldn't need it. "I know," he says. "I don't want people to think I'm showing your work because you're sleeping with my brother," he raises one eyebrow. "Something like that," I say sheepishly. I've had something like that happen in the past about a conflict of interest, and quite frankly, I can't risk that happening again. "I completely understand, but I also know that my work speaks for itself and that it's worthy to be hung in any gallery. So I don't think anyone will question that, regardless of your personal choices, which I must say are a little at odds with what I know about you so far." I'm a bit offended. "At odds? How?" "You're passionate about the arts. Dusty couldn't be more disinterested." "You don't have to like everything the same." "I've seen you almost gag when someone walks past you blowing cigarette smoke, so I'm not sure how you're coping because I do know that Dusty will not quit for anyone." Daniel's emphasis on anyone annoys me. "I'm not just anyone," I counter, "and relationships are about give and take." "So it's a relationship then?" I'm impressed and a bit surprised. "Why?" I sound defensive, but really, Daniel is no more surprised than the girls were. "I just can't imagine what you talk about. Certainly not the politics of First Nations art, or the art of Western saddles." He laughs, and I'm annoyed. I'm not sure why Daniel is so interested in asking so many questions, but I feel like I'm under the spotlight, and he's waiting for a response. "I think you're getting a bit personal now, Daniel." I smile to hide my discomfort. "Dusty and I are like chalk and cheese, just like you and he are, but what we connect about is really between him and me. All I'm saying is that I'm his brother, and even I struggle to find common interests. And Dusty, well, he will try to please people he cares about, to his own detriment." Daniel smoothly picks up 4 drinks from the bar, leaving me to grab only one while I try to read between Daniel's lines. As we head back to the table, he says, "Dusty aside, I'm glad you came. It gives Naomi some company." I smile at that. Dusty said something similar. I stop myself from adding that maybe he might have more in common with his brother than he thinks. On the drive back into town, I push the conversation with Daniel to the back of my mind. I'm looking forward to seeing Dusty and wondering what he has planned for the afternoon, when my thoughts are broken by angry words from CJ. "I'm writing to Tourism Queensland in the newspaper about this morning. Truth-telling in tourism. That's what I'll lead with in my letter and my review of the caves. I can probably pull some words from the letter I wrote about the rodeo." CJ is always practical in her activism, and I love her for it. She doesn't just talk about issues, she acts. "I'll mention the Nurram Boardwalk on Mount Archer, And the public artwork inspired by Durhambul artist Ernest Garrett too. Just to show acknowledgement has been done locally elsewhere. MJ agrees vehemently. If you want them, I've got heaps of photos from other tourist sites around the country that show how acknowledgement signage can be done in a permanent way. We finish the drive in simmering silence, and I'm thankful for the amazing women I have in my life. Strong, capable women who don't think truth-telling in this country is just about us wanting to rewrite history. None of us will accept anything less than honesty and accountability. Wake up, my hot cowboy, I whisper in Dusty's ear. It's past lunchtime already, and you need to get out of bed. It's a gorgeous day. Come here, sweetheart, he mutters and pulls me on top of him. I can feel him through my knickers and pull off my linen dress and bra and lean down to kiss him. We spend the afternoon making love in twisted, sweaty sheets, dozing off and on, and only leave to grab the food delivery from the hotel room door. I awake alone from one of my post-session naps in the late afternoon. Hell, look at the time! Dusty! Out here, sweetheart, he sings out from the balcony where he's smoking. It seems he's okay at a second-floor height. Oh, don't do that, we'll get a fine. I linger in the doorway, away from the smoke, and try not to pull a face. I don't know how you can be so fit and yet smoke and drink Coke and beer nearly every day. He shrugs. Don't nag, sweetheart. That's not the sexy city lady I know, and... He pauses, and my heart skips a beat. Is he going to say he loves me? Is it too soon? Am I ready to hear it? Do I even want to fall in love? He reaches out, takes my hand, gently pulls me to his lap, his lips against mine. No, and want to kiss. I push him away gently and move to the other balcony chair. Cigarette breath. You know the rules. At least I can tell the girls that I'm not what my old aunts used to call dick-lashed. I laughed the first time I heard it, when they were talking about one of my cousins who had been completely enthralled to a fella because he was so good in the sack. He pulls out some gum. You're ruining a romantic moment, sweetheart. I thought you women liked romance. You're the one who smells like an ashtray. It's out before I can stop myself. Have I wounded him? I watch as Dusty chews his gum furiously, then takes it out and sticks it to his Coke bottle sitting on the outdoor table. He stands up and moves towards me, leading from the hips. Don't be like that, sweetheart. Dinner is booked for 7 p.m, I say, after he finally lands a kiss. We haven't got long. A little later, we're holding hands and walking along the main street. I feel comfortable, happy in the love-making afterglow, but a tad annoyed with myself for wasting so much energy on being so anxious before the trip. I know there's no chance of changing someone like Dusty at this stage in life or in our relationship. Or is there? I ask myself. Either I'll have to hang in there for any changes over time, or accept him as he is right now. As I step off the curb, my phone vibrates with a message from MJ. Have fun, we're off exploring, found some friends. She sent a selfie with another bull and 2 fellas who look like they've won the jackpot. I respond quickly. And you too, can't wait for the debrief on the way home. I can see the restaurant up ahead, but Dusty tugs me gently to the right as he steps towards the pub. Where are you going? I ask, confused. The Criterion, he responds. Aren't we having dinner? Yeah, but we're not going there. But we always go to the Criterion. Do we? Well, we went in Toowoomba, he says confidently. I didn't go to the pub in Toowoomba with you. Ah, sweetheart, maybe we didn't go there, but we can go to Criterion here. I stop in my tracks and glare at him. And when I visit you in Brisbane? I let go of his hand. Back up a step. You're having pub dinners with other women? With other people, sure. Man's got to eat, he points out. No need to do it alone when there's company to be had. He tilts his head and a smile twinkles in his eyes. Are you jealous, sweetheart? Me? Ha! I don't have a jealous bone in my body, I lie. These other women probably share a ciggy with him and eat mountains of meat and drink Coke and UDLs by the case. The mood has changed, or at least my mood has changed, and I find myself snapping. Do you think you can stop calling me sweetheart, like I'm a random bogan, and actually call me by my name? Or is that what cowboys usually call their girlfriends? Shit, did I just call myself his girlfriend? Quick, backpedal, backpedal. Dusty doesn't seem fazed. No, cowboys call their girlfriends darlin', he drawls. But you're special. He takes my hand again and pulls me back close to him, and I realize he's using seduction to try and end the argument before it starts. I can't judge him because I did the same thing just yesterday. I wanted to give you a special name, he says cheerily. His sweet words make me feel like the ultimate bitch, and I force away any jealousy and insecurity about his hypothetical pub dinner companions. In that case, sweetheart it is. I kiss him hard on the lips, then lead the way back towards the Italian restaurant I've booked. Dusty remains chirpy, holding my hand firmly as we walk the few extra meters down the road. I start to worry that he'll be out of his comfort zone and wish I'd just gone to the pub after all. But to my surprise, Dusty is his usual friendly self, speaking pleasantly to the waitress escorting us to our table. He's so easygoing. It makes me feel that I am even more difficult to please. I am not high maintenance, I am top shelf, and there's a difference. I remember the mantra my girl gang have always used when anyone suggests we can't keep a man because we're too much work. I am worth the work, I tell myself as Dusty holds out my seat for me. Looks like chivalry is alive in Rocky. You okay? I ask as he tucks his own chair in, his booted feet poking through to my side of the table. I'm fine and dandy, sweetheart. As long as I can get a steak, I'll be good as gold. You know I'm a man of simple tastes. He looks around the restaurant with a smile on his face. This place looks all right. Good choice. I'll check out the Criterion back home and maybe we can go there when you come for Riverfire, yes? Whatever you want, sweetheart, he replies as he looks at the menu. How was your little trip to the caves with Danny Boy and Nay? He asks without looking up. Really interesting, I begin excitedly, grateful to have a meaningful yarn with him. That's so. When I went, it was just old dark rocks and stuff. The waitress delivers a basket of garlic bread to the table. Well, yes, it's dark and old, I say as we both take a piece, but I learned so much about limestone rocks and how the fig trees burrow through them, and that there's literally thousands of bats there. Yeah, Nay told me there were 23,000. She loves a bit of trivia. Dusty reaches for another piece of bread. I bet Danny Boy was spooked by the darkness. He's such a wuss sometimes. I frown. That's not very nice. Dusty waves a hand briefly. I'm just saying, I can't imagine he sat there alone in the dark without having a panic attack. He can be a very fragile little artsy-fartsy fella. I can feel an argument brewing again. No, pretty sure Daniel thought the experience was spiritual. And what about you? He asks. Were you scared of the dark? Did you have to hold Danny Boy's hand? Is he jealous now? I loved it in the cathedral. It was like being underwater, very soothing, very relaxing. I'd like to go back again. I kind of hope Dusty will offer to go with me, but he says nothing. I glance around the restaurant and wonder what other people see when they look at us together. Do we look awkward as a couple? Do we even look like a couple? So, a good day then, he asks, apparently unaware of the direction my mind is spiraling. Mostly, but we all agreed that it was shitty that there was zero reference to the local mob here. Not even an acknowledgement of whose country we were on when the tour started. I take another piece of bread. It's not that hard, really. And Dusty, they should have done it at last night's event as well, I add. You three are all the same, he says casually. I stare him down. What's that supposed to mean? You, Nay, and Danny Boy? Why do you have to make everything political? You call it political, Dusty. I call it reality, truth-telling, and it's respectful. And quite frankly, knowing whose country you're on is basic knowledge, or should be. The kids CJ teaches in primary school know more than many of the adults I've come across lately. I take a sip of water. Those caves are supposedly over 300 million years old, but some European bloke somehow discovered them? Please. Do they honestly think that no Durrumble people saw them in the 60,000 plus years they were here before whitefellas? He sits looking at me, his face giving absolutely nothing away. I continue because I can't stop myself. All they needed to mention was something, anything about the fact that blackfellas have lived here for millennia, that we still live here. This is history, our history. I gesture from me to him and back again across the table. We're always being forgotten, as if this country started when white people arrived. Not all whitefellas are bad, you know. I'm not saying they are. My father's side aren't black, and they're some of the best humans you'll ever meet. Well, there you go, Dusty says, as if he's won the argument I don't even want to have. Yes, but they also know the history of Australia as a country, and the story of my mother's country, and how colonialism continues to impact us, rendering us invisible, just like the Durrumble mob were today. Somehow written out of the story of the caves. Doesn't that bother you? When Dusty shrugs, I can feel tension building in my neck. My face is flushed, and I realize he must be able to see it when he reaches over and puts his calloused hands atop my shellacked fingernails. Don't get upset. I'm listening. I may not read, sweetheart, but I'm a good listener. I listen to my old people when they talk, and because of them, I know the stories of the land I come from, where I still live, but... He pauses. But what? But can you say the same thing about your land and country? I mean, it's all well and good to get cranky pants up here, but what about your own mob? What are you doing to raise awareness about issues on your own country? You live 1,000 miles from your family, your land. That stings. Dusty's right, but I'm not conceding that to him. Not today. I'm too angry. I take a deep breath and say, You're right, Dusty. I don't live home on country, and maybe it's selfish, but I can't follow my dreams in the arts down there. Not enough opportunities for curators, so I moved away, but with the blessings of my elders, and they are the only people I'm answerable to. I hear a quiver in my voice as I think of my Nana Sonny and Auntie Elaine, and their decades of support for all the younger mob chasing dreams in ways the old people couldn't. Dusty is listening, waiting, so I continue. Justice for mob anywhere is justice for us all, and just because this isn't my land doesn't mean I can't raise awareness here too. Okay, is all he offers. All I'm saying is at the bare minimum, they could let visitors know whose country they're on. It's not that hard, I insist. I see a smile in his eyes and a big grin sweeps across his face, then a chuckle. What's so funny? I ask defensively. Sometimes I think you're dating the wrong brother. I feel deflated. It's just that you and Daniel think so much alike, he continues, trying to soothe me. Care about the same things and get upset over the same things. Does that mean you don't care and that you don't agree with me at all? I do things different in the country to you in the city, sweetheart, that's all. You lot make a lot of noise and go on marches, and that's great, that's important. Of course it is. But me, I'm living the quiet life, just trying to live in peace. Anyway, he says, what's that saying? Make love, not war? He takes a bite of bread and chews slowly. I suck down the urge to argue, to say that we aren't at war, but we are meant to be on the same side about black stuff. But I don't want to completely ruin our dinner and hate myself momentarily for wanting to abandon this argument when he continues unexpectedly. You may think I don't appreciate Daniel's work, but I do. I know his art is his way of making a statement. Your work is your way. My way is to have quiet conversations, like this, because we all learn differently, and so we need different ways to get messages across, just like your artists do it differently. He smiles as he takes another bite of bread. I'm seeing a different side of Dusty, and my heart falls a little deeper into his as all the tension drains out of my body at his thoughtful words. He picks up the menu. "Now, what's this Ozzo Bucko? Sounds like something a cowboy should eat, eh?" Chapter 9. Want to run in the morning? I text Michael as soon as I'm unpacked and finished preparing for the week ahead. When he doesn't respond, I belatedly send another text. "Sorry, I meant, hello, how are you?" When he hasn't responded by 8 p.m, I begin to worry. We don't usually go for more than a few days without texting or speaking. I lean over the balcony to see if there's a light on upstairs in his flat, but it's in darkness, so I don't bother going upstairs. At last, my phone pings. Hey, welcome home. I was out all day, then a show tonight at QPAC. On way home now. Love to run in the morning. I've been lazy this weekend. Lol. I can't imagine Michael ever being lazy. He seems always on the go, but I'm happy to be back on routine. As the sun rises, we set some cardio goals, and between each 100-meter sprint, I tell Michael about Dusty smoking and the national anthem, Naomi being super kind and welcoming, the bull selfies MJ insisted upon, the weird non-versations with Daniel, the frustrating argument with Dusty about the caves, and the strange, sweet turn that ended it. Michael listens, as he always does, like a personal trainer and a therapist wrapped into one. "Does Dusty realize how special you are?" he asks at last. I immediately feel the need to defend my cowboy. He treats me like I'm the best thing in his life, really. It's just that we're so different. He's so country, and there are moments when he makes me feel like I'm so far removed from my own land that it's embarrassing. I recall his comments from dinner. "Those differences bother me, not him," I clarify. I don't know, maybe I just need to be easier going. Michael stops in his tracks. "You think being easygoing landed you one of the most important cultural roles in this state?" I know he's right. Being focused and determined, not giving up on what I know is right, standing up for every challenging artist, artwork and issue when public opinion or local politics may have gotten in the way. That's what's gotten me where I am professionally today. Should the same standards apply for my personal life? I answer his question with one of my own. "Just my opinion," he says, "but I would say that they absolutely should." We walk back to our building, drenched in sweat. I love our morning runs for both my mental health and for our friendship. "Are you going to keep seeing Dusty then?" Michael asks as we catch our breath. He's coming next weekend for Riverfire," I tell him. I suspect he's not seen anything like it before, but then I shouldn't assume anything because he surprises me all the time. Michael nods. "I'd never seen anything like it before moving back here. I'm not a fan of fireworks, to be honest. We still have unhoused people sleeping under the Kurilpa Bridge and all along the riverfront all year round. We can't afford to provide to house them, but we can afford to light up the sky they have to sleep under every night. Maybe sponsors could put the dosh towards supporting assisted accommodation in the city instead." I've never thought of that, but you're right. I resolve to talk to MJ about how we can raise awareness via our numerous social platforms. Dusty would probably call Michael's advocacy for the unhoused political. I'm feeling torn as I walk into my apartment. Riverfire, the wasteful expense of government money, homelessness. Is this the best way to welcome Dusty into my life here in Brisbane? I sigh heavily. It's the only welcome I've got right now, and so I'll go with the flow for the sake of our relationship. A light tap on my screen door alerts me to Dusty's arrival. He's early, and I've just stepped out of the shower. I'm surprised to see him in blue rather than black jeans, and a checked shirt that looks more department store than showground stall. His boots must be his non-rodeo Sunday best, and I feel like he's made a special effort for his special lady. A hot rush rises up my body. "Now this is a welcome," he says with a wide smile, kicking the front door shut behind him and gently tugging the fluffy towel off me and tossing it down the hallway. The welcome session is quick, and then we're dressed and on our way to Kangaroo Point, feeling very loved up. We arrive at MJ and CJ's apartment in the early afternoon, just down from Eagle Street Pier, with the perfect view of the fireworks to come. If I didn't like Paddington so much, I'd move over here, CJ, I tell her as we walk in. The view is incredible. We like it, and being able to walk along the riverfront to the city through the gardens is pretty great. CJ explains to Dusty, if you walk to the left, you get to New Farm. That's the direction of the airport. MJ joins in. And see that sandstone building? She points it out. That's Customs House. I wonder if it's obvious to Dusty that the girls are really trying hard to include him. My heart fills with love for my besties. The NAIDOC ball is going to be at Customs House in a few weeks, MJ continues. Angel and Kev put out some treats from their health food store on the table as MJ tells us all the details about the uni students pulling the entire event together. She's going to be the photographer on the night. My brain is ticking over about getting us all there, including Dusty. The gallery could get a table. Do you want to come? I look at Angel and Kev, then CJ. They're into the idea, and dresses and shoes are discussed as a matter of priority. Dusty? I'm nervous to ask him in front of the others. His hand on my butt, Dusty doesn't hesitate. Sweetheart, if you want me to go, then I'll go. I'm so glad the others can see Dusty's affection for me. Cinderella is going to the ball, I announce. I'll sort it all out first thing Monday. Speaking of NAIDOC, CJ is bouncing with excitement. The school's having a NAIDOC Week Trivia Night fundraiser for the local community centre the night before the march. I'd love you all to come. We're all in, of course. I offer to donate something from the gallery. MJ will take some photos for the local paper, and Angel will make a few of her incredible cakes. As the first of the fireworks begin, the others gather on the balcony, but Dusty chooses to stay behind. I walk over, thinking it's his discomfort with heights. We can see them from here, but the view's just a bit better out there, I tell him, holding his hand. It's okay, sweetheart, he says. Not a huge fan of fireworks, even the displays at the New Year's Eve rodeo. Because they cost so much, I ask, recalling Michael's complaint. Cost to the environment, yes. I'm a bit surprised you're into them. Now I'm surprised that he's surprised, and Dusty can see it on my face. He explains in a low voice. I remember you telling me some of your friends are vegans, and I'm guessing they're all environmentalists too, like Danny Boy. So how can they also support fireworks? I actually hadn't given it a lot of thought, I admit. Fireworks create highly toxic pollutants that poison the air, water, and soil, and that makes the river below there lethal to birds and fish and other wildlife, not to mention people's pets and livestock. The pollution from fireworks lasts for hours or days on end. Dusty speaks in a tone I've not heard from him before. It's the first time I've seen him completely serious and, dare I say, political, about something other than horses and cattle. And I kind of love it. How do you know all of this? I thought Daniel said that Dusty didn't care about the environment, but he clearly does. Since Rocky, I've been realizing that he just cares about things very differently than I'm used to experiencing in my circles. My mate Jono works for the CSIRO and he's the smartest bloke I know, Dusty says. He reckons there's research on how fireworks impact humans too. He talks about this stuff all the time. I've picked up some of it when we're out for a steak and a beer. Now I'm confused. But Dusty, why did you come if you feel so strongly about fireworks? To see you, sweetheart, of course. And he slides his arm around my waist to pull me close to his side. Just as Angel comes in off the balcony, interested to know what the conversation is about. Dusty is on a roll now and tells us about being in the US for a camp draft a few years ago and seeing the 4th of July fireworks. He watched the news the next day, and the reporter had said the fireworks introduced something like 42% more pollutants into the air than could be found on a normal day. Angel is gobsmacked and appalled at this new knowledge, as I am. CJ and the others come in at the tail end of the conversation. Aren't they so pretty? She says. This sets Kev off on his own fireworks lecture. He's got a background in chemistry, so he describes that the prettiness we like comes from things like zinc, copper, and sodium, and all those chemicals in the dust are pollutants that settle on the landscape. If you go for your run tomorrow, Annabelle, you should look at what it's like down there. He nods towards the balcony. I hadn't pegged Dusty and Kev as a likely pair, but the two of them end up chatting quietly for most of the evening. Back at my apartment that night, there's no more conversation about the fireworks or the environment. It's as if Dusty has said his piece and moved on, making peace, not war, but still getting his message across. As an overthinker who dwells a lot, I admire his capacity to let things go. When we wake in the morning, we're both quiet, and lovemaking is slow, almost gentle. Landline is on in the background as we eat breakfast on the balcony. I can't bring myself to do a bacon fry-up, but my man's plate is full of eggs, tomatoes, spinach, mushrooms, halloumi, and corn fritters I've made myself. I make good use of Michael's weekly gift of herbs, too. Before he digs into the mountain of food in front of him, he takes some gum from his mouth and wraps it in a serviette. "That's different," I say, with a slight frown. "Nicotine gum," he says with a smile as he carves up his mushrooms. "Nicotine gum," I repeat to myself. My man is changing. For me. My heart swells. Dusty plants a kiss on my lips and tells me his brekkie is delicious, even without the bacon. Michael's voice sings out, startling us both. "Something smells good." "Good morning. We're just having some breakfast," I call back, leaning over the railing to look up to him. "Oh, sorry, forgot you had company." "Michael, this is Dusty. Dusty, Michael." I'm happy that my two favourite guys finally get to meet. "Hi, Dusty. Welcome to our hood." Michael leans further over his balcony to throw Dusty a friendly wave. "G'day," Dusty waves back with a half smile. "I'll pop up later with some veggies from the market. I've got too much here, even after this big brekkie," I tell Michael. "Sounds great. I'll catch you later." As he disappears, I sit back down. "So, that's your city boyfriend then," Dusty teases. "Shh! Michael is my friend. We train together a few mornings a week. He's very cool." "He looks like a male version of you." "What's that mean?" "Black, city, hip, tidy, fit." "I'll take tidy as an unearned compliment," I chuckle, looking at the mess my flat is this morning. "As long as it's just veggies you're running upstairs." Dusty raises an eyebrow. I watch Michael's Tesla pull out of the driveway and head towards the city. We're just friends. When we're back inside, Dusty comes up behind me, slides his hand around my midriff and nuzzles into my neck. "I better get going, sweetheart." I walk him to his dusty, well-worn ute on the street, light years away from his brother's artwork on wheels. "I'll see you in a few weeks for the ball." I lean in the window and kiss him passionately goodbye. "Look forward to it, sweetheart. Say goodbye to that fella upstairs for me." Dusty chuckles as he pulls out from the curb. Emails fly back and forth over the next few days as I try to organise the table for the ball at short notice and finalise all the details for the gallery opening. There's 2 weeks to the ball and 4 weeks till the opening, but organisation is one of my strengths. CJ is queen of schedules in our group, but I'm the queen of spreadsheets and to-do lists. I'm confident that it will all come together. I've planned everything down to the last detail. Dusty's morning texts have slowed down, as have the phone calls, but I'm not too concerned. The depth of our conversation during Riverfire has moved our relationship to a whole new level. It's taken a turn, a good turn, from camping out on Sexy Street to a mansion on Sexy and Significant Street. The honeymoon isn't over, I tell myself. It's just gotten more real. A few days before the ball, my titters are messaging furiously about our outfits on our group chat. Angel writes, "I decided to wear white because I am an angel, of course." She sent a photo of herself in a slinky white silk frock, skimming her curves in a way I've never seen before. She looks amazing. I joke, "No Crocs then, Angel?" She replies, "Haven't decided on shoes, but seeing as Kev and I never got married, I thought I could kill a few birds, be an angel and a bride all in one. Kev's even hiring a suit. Couldn't get him in a tux, but a suit. Can you believe it?" I laugh. My cousin is always keen to get the best bang for her buck. Considering how amazing she looks in that silk gown, I don't blame her for wanting it to be her wedding dress as well. I send my own pic next. I'm wearing this black velvet dress. I like the cutouts on the shoulders and the fishtail hem, and I've got silver shoes. Dusty's wearing a black suit, and I've got a tie from a collection we've just taken on by a Wiradjuri artist. Hope he's not planning on his boots. MJ sends a pic in an electric blue full-skirted midi dress with a halter neck and plunging neckline. She has a gold shoe on her left foot and a silver on her right. Which shoe, ladies? The verdict is 2 votes for silver and 1 for gold. Finally, CJ sends us a selfie in a long, rainbow strapless dress with purple pumps, looking stunning. With her hair and makeup done, she'll look more than $1 million. We all will. The conversation ends there, and I decide to put on my whole look for the ball and send a pic to Dusty. You like? I can't wait for the ball. With you. I get changed back into my regular clothes and get started cleaning my flat for Dusty's arrival when he messages me back. I like, Cinderella, I like. I'll get there Saturday after 4 p.m, okay? I'm smiling from the inside out when I write back. Perfect. I'm busy till then. XO. I still have to get my hair, makeup and nails done. My shellac is all but peeled off. I've been so busy at work that there's been little time for self-care. Everything is falling into place just as I want it. Tonight is CJ's Nadok Murray trivia night, and we've had a blast workshopping a name for our team. We settled on #TeamDeadlies. Angel's hand-painted some teas for us, and we look flash all matched up on table 4 at the front of the school hall. We smash round 1 with questions about David Unayapan, Ujuru Nunakal, the Warumpi Band, Ash Barty, Buddy Franklin, and Albert Namatjira. Although being competitive is not a Murray or Corey value, we're having too much fun and screeches of laughter echo across the hall. Every few minutes, table 4 is being shushed by the MC, and that makes us all the louder. We're not struggling in the second round, but I want an excuse to message Dusty, so I send a couple of questions his way. He responds with a shrug emoji to the first and doesn't respond to the second. The 3 hours we're at the event could feed my soul for the year, and it's another reminder why NAIDOC week is my favourite time of year. I collapse into bed around 11 p.m, still chuckling to myself, feeling blessed. I text Michael knowing that I won't have time to run in the morning. Hey there, I'll have to pass on a run in the morning. We'll probably see you at the march though, yes? Sleep well. He responds seconds later. Absolutely, see you there. Sweet dreams, M. I sleep like a log and wake to a clear blue sky. The sun is up, but there's a winter chill in the air. I'm out the door fast and into the gallery for an early meeting, then head to Parliament House for speeches and the march. It's freezing cold and the wind is biting when my team arrives at the meeting spot and Angel joins us. MJ is taking photos, but CJ is at school coordinating a special assembly. The video she sends through of the students singing, dancing, performing poetry and skits makes me teary, and I think my gorgeous friend must be exhausted. We make a little video of support and send it back to her before the march starts. I see Michael about 15 metres in front of me, in an Australia drive it like you stole it tee, holding the Murray flag and loudly chanting, Black Lives Matter, get up, stand up, show up. Revving up the people around him. I can't tell if they're his colleagues or just the mob he's in the middle of. I decide not to try to catch up to him. I'll see him at the ball, and we can debrief the speeches and the march then. Then again, with Dusty there, talking politics might not be a good idea. I take some pics and footage to post on TikTok and send a couple to Dusty, then start to second-guess myself. I know he's not interested in this side of my life, of what I think should be his life too. I sigh, still unable to really understand his position, and send a flood of pics to the mob back home instead. After an early night, I roll out of bed on Saturday before sunrise. I've got buckets of energy, excited about seeing Dusty and everyone looking gorgeous, ready to party and celebrate all that is deadly in our community. Michael and I race to the markets and grab our weekly greens, and then I run in circles doing some work that can't wait till Monday. I'm finally at the salon getting my hair blow-dried after the best head massage I've ever had when my phone pings. It's Dusty. Leaving home now. See you soon, Cinderella. Hope these match your glass slippers. He sends a photo of a pair of black dress shoes and I feel a hot rush. I know he's bought them for me. I reply, My prince's attire will match Cinderella's perfectly. Everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Dusty responds a few minutes later. Everyone? At Riverfire, the only genuine one there was Kev. I'm sure your friends were trying hard with me. I think carefully about my response. All my friends are genuine, Dusty, and you're only saying that because Kev agreed with you. But I know he's right about the girls trying. I finish our conversation with, now hurry up and get here, but drive safely, X. At 4:30, the makeup artist has finished my face and I head home. Michael and I pull into the car park at the same time. Hey there! Michael walks to my car as cheerful as ever in his gym gear. Getting my deadly choices in before tonight, he says, taking a long sip from his drink bottle. You look gorgeous. Miss Nadok, here we come. I laugh, but I'm grateful for the compliment. I'm so excited. Dusty will be here soon. We'll meet you there, okay? Sounds like a plan. Tux is waiting to be worn and the shoes are ready for the dance floor. He step shuffles away, singing something from the 80s, and I follow behind up the stairwell. Dusty hits traffic, so I'm already dressed when he finally arrives, but I'm calm, or at least trying to be. I walk carefully in my heels to the door with a glass of bubbly. Ah, sweetheart, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I feel like the most beautiful woman ever. I wish I felt like this every day. He pulls me in for a kiss and I respond as passionately as I can without mucking up my near-perfect makeup before shooing him to the bedroom to get ready. Okay, plenty of time for that when we get home. There's towels out for you and I can't wait to see you in your suit. He walks off whistling and I love that it all seems so easy and natural between us. Dusty is quick to dress and when he re-enters the living room he looks so handsome. I just want to tear his suit right off him. Seriously, you belong on a billboard in Hollywood, not at a student ball in Brisbane. He laughs as we head out the door. When we arrive at Customs House, there's a red carpet leading up the stairs. I'm so proud to have Dusty as my date, not just my +1, but the man I'm going home with, the man in my life. I want to introduce him to everyone, but I know this is still a big thing for him, in a suit, at the ball. I tame my excitement and stick close to him. CJ arrives at the same time, stunning as always with a smile that captures the warmth and happiness she radiates. Seeing her reminds me of all the beautiful people in my life. And hello, MJ appears with her camera, clicking like the paparazzi. She moves in close to Dusty and me, snaps a photo and grins widely at the shot. Now this should go straight to the pool room, don't you think? She shows us both the photo, and I'm thankful she's making such an effort with Dusty. The Castle is one of my all-time favourite movies. Seen it at least a dozen times, Dusty tells me as he takes my arm in his, escorting me the old-fashioned way. The ballroom is decorated beautifully with native floral arrangements on each table and gold table runners and bunting. Gold to celebrate black excellence. Once seated at a table to the left of the room, I move the place card so that Kev is next to Dusty, seeing as they hit it off during Riverfire. Dusty is on my right, CJ is on my left. Daniel is surprisingly San's date and is sitting next to Michael, opposite Dusty, and 2 of my gallery staff make up the rest of the table, but they're already off roaming the room, catching up with mob of their own. I see some aunties in the distance having their photos taken and remember the deadly NAIDOC balls at the Gundagai Services Club in years gone by. I smile thinking about all the aunties dancing in circles, usually in long red or black dresses. It's moments like these I miss my mob the most. There's no time to feel too sad though, because I'm so happy to be sitting next to my tuxedoed-up, billboard-looking bloke, a far cry from the cigarette-sucking, coke-drinking, black denim-clad cowboy I first met. MJ waves the run sheet at us. Speeches are about to start, she tells everyone, then mutters sotto voce in my ear. And you better keep an eye on your neighbour, because I might just take him off for a private photo shoot. I absolutely think you should do that. He does look a 10 tonight, doesn't he? We both look over at Michael, who is in an animated discussion of the menu with Daniel. The room falls silent, and everyone listens as local language flows freely from an elder's lips, as it would have before colonisation. before the brutal land grab that's often forgotten when sitting in the sandstone building we're celebrating in tonight. When the welcome is over, 2 dance troupes take the stage, singing and performing to music that is millennia old, songs and dances that have been passed on from generation to generation to generation. The richness of my own culture fills me with strength and gratitude for the life I enjoy today. The arts, my beautiful friends and family, the chance to be part of such a meaningful event in Mugunjin, and Dusty. When the student reps take the mic to address their peers, I see younger versions of me celebrating culture, diversity, university life, and just being with the mob. I join in the standing ovation for the young Murray doctor when his dinner speech inspires the hundreds there to celebrate, academics, elders, and students alike. That's when I notice that Dusty has eaten his bread roll and mine and is about to reach for Kev's. "Everything all right?" I ask him quietly. "Yeah, just hungry. It was a long drive. When's dinner coming?" He's looking toward a waiter, I assume to wave him over, so I reach for his hand and hold it firmly under the table. "Dinner will be served shortly, and they don't serve drinks during the speeches," I explain quickly. I can see Daniel watching us both from across the table, but I can't read his expression. Between courses, we watch the award ceremonies, and Dusty talks mainly to Kev about the weather, I think. When we finally get the main course, he hoovers his meal like he hasn't eaten in days. "Are you having a good time?" I whisper. "Yeah, sweetheart. Kev's the real deal, isn't he?" "Yes, he is." As they clear the dinner plates, my heart is full, and when the music starts, I really want to get on the dance floor. "Shall we dance?" I nudge Dusty. But Dusty tells me that his legs are tired from riding and stays seated. "Come on, you two, the dance floor is heaving," MJ calls over the music. "Look, Angel's already got her shoes off." She points to Angel and Kev on the dance floor, busting dance moves unseen since the 70s. I'm in a time warp, and I love it. I look at Dusty, and he smiles and waves towards the dance floor. "Go dance!" CJ and I are up and sashaying our way to the dance floor, arms in the air, singing along to Yothu Yindi's Treaty. It's an old anthem, but it's the theme of the night. As the music blares, there's nothing but fun to be had by all. Selfies are being snapped, dance circles are being formed, the odd drink is being spilled, and we're living our best lives. Michael is in the middle of a circle doing a tuxedoed shake-a-leg when MJ appears with her spectacular cleavage on offer for all to appreciate. I take it as an opportunity to sit down, and she grabs my spot on the edge of the circle to take a few more pics. "I need some water. I'll be back. You keep dancing," I sing out over the music to the others. When I head back to the table, Daniel and Dusty are in deep conversation, both wearing frowns, and I hope nothing is wrong with their parents. Dusty's tie is loosened, jacket off, and his sleeves rolled up, as if it's already the end of the night and he's been on the dance floor for hours. "Hey, handsome. All okay?" I ask as Daniel motions that he's heading to the bathroom. "Yep, all good. Danny boy is heading home soon. I might leave with him." I'm startled. "What? Why? Aren't you having fun?" "Sure am," he pauses, and I can tell he's trying to think of a reason. "These shoes are like your old tight boots," he squeezes my hand, "and it was a longer drive than usual with the accident delays." Truth is, I can see that he's tired, and I feel his pain with his shoes, but I really don't want to leave yet. Daniel returns and Dusty stands up. "So you're definitely going then?" I can hear the disappointment in my voice. "You have fun. I'll dance with you later." He winks, and I get a tingle between my legs. That's the most important dancing anyway. He bends down and plants a kiss on my lips. I fumble for my keys and explain which one is for the screen door and which for the front door. "I'll figure it out, sweetheart. Make sure you're home before midnight, Cinderella." As I watch Dusty and Daniel leave, I kick off my own shoes and take a long sip of my cab sav when MJ plonks down beside me. "This camera is heavy when you're trying to look sexy on the dance floor." "You look hot, babe. Seriously hot." "You know who's hot?" MJ asks with a cheeky grin. "Michael is hot." "Yes, he is." MJ looks towards the dance floor. "Are you sure you're okay if I have a crack?" "Sure." I shoo her away from the table. Friends and peers come and go from the table, and we have fun snaps taken in the photo booth. I realize I'm a bit tipsy when I almost knock over the pro-vice-chancellor of the university. Whoops. I sit myself down and kick my shoes off again just as Michael returns to the table, sweaty from hours on the dance floor. "Where's Dusty?" he asks, sitting down next to me. "He and Daniel took off, tired, non-dancers. It's all good," I assure us both. "MJ was looking for you." "She found me," he says. "I think it might be a good time to get on the road, actually. It's nearly finished." He pushes his chair out and takes my arm to help me up, then clocks that I'm barefoot. He grabs my shoes and my wrap in his other hand. "Come on, up you get. We can avoid the rush to get out and the lights coming on because my makeup is a mess," he jokes. "You're wearing makeup? That's why your skin looks so perfect." I run my hand over his smooth cheek and realize I'm in full close-talking tipsy mode. Michael chuckles. "Okay, let's get your shoes back on." He bends down and tries to be Prince Charming, slipping my shoes back on with some effort. I'm grateful I can lean on him as we walk down the stairs onto Queen Street. I hear MJ sing out from the entrance of Custom's house. "Bye, Annabelle. Call me, Michael." "MJ's very interested in you," I tell him. "MJ's not the one I'm interested in," he says. I barely hear him as I stumble to the car and gratefully take my shoes back off. As we drive back to Paddington, Michael puts the radio on and we both hum along to the tunes as they play. "Did you have a good time?" I ask loudly over the music. "I really did. I hadn't danced in a long time, and it was good to see mob I hadn't seen for years." We chat happily about the great company that was out on show tonight. By the time we take the stairs from the car park to my unit, I've graduated to feeling a bit nauseated. Michael has his right arm firmly around my waist as we take one step at a time, very slowly. The light is on above my door, which is ajar when we reach the top of the staircase. "What a great celebration of mob excellence," Michael says, continuing our conversation from the car. "So proud of all those young ones living their dreams." "Me too. I wish Dusty had have stayed till the end. He just doesn't seem to have the same passion for black stuff like we do." Different people, different life experiences and journeys means different priorities. It's only a problem if you don't share the same values in life, Annabelle. "I guess you're right." I sigh heavily and try to straighten up as much as I can. "Thanks for the lift home, neighbour. Have a good night." "Night." As Michael walks off, I sing up the stairwell. "Don't let the bed bugs bite." When I walk inside, Dusty is stretched out on the couch, TV on but volume low. I slip out of my dress, walk over and snuggle up to him, but it's some minutes before his whole body responds. I assume he's just tired, like me. No words are spoken and the lovemaking is slow, quiet, dreamy. The next morning, Dusty sits eating toast while I plan out my day and week ahead. I'll be flat out all week with meetings and tomorrow with some media, so apologies up front if I'm slow to respond to your messages. I'm hoping he doesn't know that I pounce on his texts with excitement as soon as they arrive each day. "Have you got a busy week? Do you have some spare time?" "For what?" he asks. "I was thinking that if you're going to be my hot +1 for things like this all the time, then we should probably get you another suit." I smile, hopeful that he's been thinking about more nights out together too. Maybe a navy one or a linen one in a neutral colour, and then you don't need a tie either, just a white shirt, or even a t-shirt underneath would look hot. I start washing veggies for my meal prep later in the day. "And if you have time for a trim, that'd be good too," I suggest. "I'll be getting my hair done also, and a little tidy up for you might be worthwhile." I scrape the lettuce from the chopping board into a container, then turn to smile at Dusty, who holds his coffee cup up in a wordless toast to me. I blow him a kiss and start slicing tomatoes. Chapter 10. The countdown to opening night is being calculated in days, hours, and minutes, and the staff's collective nervous energy is electrifying. I feel like I'm really leading a team in a way I haven't experienced before. The autonomy the board have given me to pull together the exhibition and the trust and respect I have by and for my co-workers is really turning Goffner into a place where creatives and others will want to work. And artists from across the country will want to be exhibited in the future. My vision of being the best I can be in my field is becoming a reality. Daniel is staying in a hotel nearby so he can easily get to the gallery each day, preferring to be there when his work is hung. I've experienced enough temperamental artists in my career to know it's easier to involve them than have them unhappy, or worse, complaining, on opening night and beyond. It's also good to have him on hand for any last-minute or specific issues we need to clarify or attend to. I do a final review of the catalogue and think that it'd be nice to sell several works on the eve of my birthday. That would be the perfect present. I've only been in the role 6 months, so no one here knows it's my birthday in 2 days' time, and I've been so busy with the exhibition that even though the girls have tried, nothing has been coordinated to celebrate. I'm actually happy about that. I much prefer to celebrate other people's birthdays. As I sit in my office and go through the guest list, I see Dusty's name, and I realise how quiet he's been since the night of the ball. I go to the office door and ask Daniel to come in for a minute. "Good to see there's quite a few of the Davies mob coming tomorrow night, Daniel," I say, trying to sound offhanded. "Yeah, my family may not understand all my work, but they do support me every chance they get. I'm sure all my parents' friends have my artwork in their homes, and I always go to the PBA events for the nephew because that's what family does." I smile. That's a good trade. I can't help but mention Dusty. "Maybe we can convince your brother to buy a piece." The day Dusty buys a piece of my artwork, I'll get on a mechanical bull and ride it nude." "That's a bit dramatic, so let's hope it doesn't come to that," I say with a tight smile. "Though we do want red dots next to all these pieces." I look out towards the walls covered in Daniel's work. "About Dusty," I begin. "He's been a bit quiet since the ball. Is there something I should know? Is he okay?" "He's fine as far as I know. He sounded okay on the phone this morning when we discussed getting Mum and Dad here for the opening." "Ah, that's good. He was a bit funny at the ball and the next day. Don't suppose you know why?" "You want the truth or—" "Well, I can tell you I don't want the or." He sighs, like he was expecting this exact conversation and dreading it. "Annie, your life is this gallery. This is in your blood. It's your number 1, 2, and 3 priorities, and that's just the start." So? "So within that is also your commitment to the arts generally, to social justice and human rights awareness through the arts, and your care for the creatives. And then there's your friends." So that's a significant list of priorities before you even get to Dusty, and without you even considering what Dusty's list of priorities looks like. What are you trying to tell me? I feel a bit under attack. "Look, I'm asking you this as his brother. Where does Dusty fit on that list? And what are your priorities in your relationship with him? And I don't mean you choosing what he wears to the beach and whether he smokes." He pauses and considers the expression on my face. "Yes, he told me the night of the ball, after you left him to dance." "But he told me to. He literally said, 'Go dance.'" Daniel shakes his head. "That's because he didn't want to ruin your night. You like to dance, he doesn't. He wanted you to be happy, but that doesn't mean he was happy sitting like a shag on a rock till I sat with him. It was hard enough for him to suit up for the night. He was the definition of a square peg in his mind." "Lots of men don't dance, and the women dance together. It shouldn't have been a big deal." "Annabelle, I think you're missing the point. Frankly, you're being dismissive of the efforts Dusty has made for you, and the sacrifices he's making for you. He's constantly out of his comfort zone to be near you. Not to pry, but what sacrifices are you making for him?" I sink into my chair, slightly embarrassed and a bit ashamed. I may not have made sacrifices to the same degree as Dusty, but I did compromise my values around animal cruelty to go to the PBA and the camp draft. But before I have a chance to mention this, my phone rings, putting an end to the conversation. Daniel gives me a nod and leaves, pulling the door behind him. I send the call to voicemail because I'm a bit shell-shocked and not in the mood for talking to anyone else. That night, I'm running in circles trying to tidy my flat, choose an outfit for the opening, and sort out in my head what Dusty and I need to discuss. I've been replaying everything Daniel said to me, so blunt, so painfully honest, and I'm emotionally exhausted, feeling like someone has been standing on my chest all afternoon. A few tears fall. I'm not sure if they're for Dusty or not, but I recall Nana Sonny saying that no man deserves your tears, and whoever does deserve them won't make you cry. Knock, knock, Michael sings out through the screen door. He hasn't done that since before the NAIDOC ball, and it's comforting just knowing he's in the building. Just dropping this in now in case it's too hectic tomorrow night and we don't get to chat. Thought you could put it in the fridge and crack it when you get home. He hands me a bottle of bubbly. I give him a peck on the cheek and feel the bristle of his 5 o'clock shadow. That's so thoughtful and a great idea. I know Dusty won't drink it, but I'll need it for sure. He looks at the vacuum and cleaning products in the middle of the room and dresses strewn around the place and asks, "Do you need a hand? You look busy." I look at the chaos of my flat. "You're sweet, but I'm good, thanks. But do you think we could run in the morning to clear my head before the big day? I've missed our runs." "Sure thing. Usual time?" he asks. I nod, smile, and watch him leave. MJ told me they'd met for a drink the week after NAIDOC, but neither of them have mentioned it to me since, and I really don't want to be in the middle of it. I'm guessing there was no spark, or they did the deed and decided to stay mum about it. Somehow, just the thought of the run with Michael has relieved me of some of the stress and anxiety of the day, and I fall into bed and sleep deeply. I spring out of bed before my alarm, full of nervous energy about the launch and about seeing Dusty again. For the first time, I'm waiting for Michael when he makes his way to the front gate. "Well, look at you all early and chirpy. Someone's excited." Michael's positive energy buoys me. I am so excited and I need to burn off some of this energy, so let's go. I take off before Michael has done his normal stretches, but he's beside me in no time, and we run at a faster pace than ever before with little chatter. With 5Ks in our legs in under 30 minutes, we're both pleased with ourselves when we stop our watches. "Wow, that was a first," he says, wiping sweat from his brow. "Yes, I needed to do that. Thanks. I'll see you tonight." "Wouldn't miss it for the world." He flashes his toothpaste commercial smile, and it makes me beam too. "It's going to be amazing. I have anxiety butterflies, to be honest. I've waited so long for this moment in my career. I just hope everything goes to plan." "Just remember that the Gallery of First Nations art is there for you, for us, for the world to see what we have to offer. You must believe everything will turn out as it should." Michael's faith in what's possible is inspiring, and I love that about him. As we reach my apartment, he says, "Good luck today with the final prep, and text if there's anything I can do." He runs the next flight of stairs to his unit, and the day is off to a great start. Goffner is empty when I walk in at 7:30 a.m, and I use the quiet time to get some urgent emails off before the staff arrive. By 8:30 a.m, it's a hub of activity. Chairs are being placed strategically so elders can see the speeches, tables are being set up for the drinks and glasses, and the shop is being stocked for what should be a great selling night. The baskets by local weavers from Minjerribah are already proving to be popular online with the pre-opening sale, so I make a note to speak to the artists ASAP about commissioning some more. Daniel is there by 5 p.m. with a young woman, a different +1 from the one I saw earlier in the year. This one is equally enamoured with him, doe-eyed and clinging like gum to a shoe. Angel and Kev arrive early and set up the mic for her. She jumped at the opportunity to perform tonight when invited, and I love that so many more will get to enjoy her talent. MJ is weaving around the space as the official photographer, shadowed by the comms team who will go live on Insta when the official proceedings start, so that those who can't be here in person can still be part of the excitement. CJ arrives straight from work to be part of my support crew and ease my load. Just having all my titters there calms me, and I'm grateful when I see them helping elders get to their seats and fed during the night. Michael arrives solo and suited up straight from work and comes over to give me a peck and offer to help. Between my team and my beautiful friends, everything is well under control. As guests file through the doors, they pick up a price list and view each painting, while I make special effort with the collectors who I know will be buying tonight. When I see Mr. and Mrs. Davies and Naomi arrive, I head straight over to them. The greetings are brief and warm, but I'm suddenly rushed away by staff ushering me to the mic to introduce a local elder for the Welcome to Country, then the Minister for the Arts, and Daniel. The speeches are over in record time, and I'm glad. I want the guests to have some fun, engage with and buy the art, And I want Daniel to be mingling with the collectors, and I want to be near Dusty, who's walked in late and hasn't had a chance to speak to me at all. When the gallery finally empties of guests, the girls leave with some of the leftover bush tucker, and I notice that Michael exits without saying goodbye, which is odd. I make a mental note to text him a thank you in the morning. I send the staff home, and then I'm left with all the Davies clan as I start to close the gallery. Daniel and his family leave via the main door, but Dusty lingers, putting away the last chair. I don't know what our first words should be when he walks towards me at last. He beats me to it anyway. "Congratulations, sweetheart," he says warmly. I lean in and kiss him. "Thanks for your help." I nod to the tables that he'd moved with staff when tidying up. "All good, sweetheart. Figured the sooner we cleaned up, the sooner we could go home." He winks and smiles, and my heart melts. "I'm parked in the side lane," he tells me as I lock the door. When we turn the corner, I see Dusty's ute parked illegally on the sidewalk outside the pizza place. "Dusty, that's not even legal." "Let them fine me for parking on Aboriginal land," he says. It's after midnight, I say as we sit slumped on the couch, my legs stretched out over Dusty's. He's running his hands absently over them in a gentle massage. I'm 35 but feel about 65 right now. "You feel about 25 to me," Dusty says, then lifts my legs away to get up. "I have something for you." He goes to his bag, and I take the time to go and open the bottle of champagne that Michael dropped by. I need to toast the night, to toast me and Dusty, and my birthday. Dusty is waiting with a small gift box when I get back. "Is that a present for yourself?" he asks, looking at the bubbly. "Michael gave it to me, for the exhibition." I pour 2 glasses. "He fancies you." Dusty hands me his gift. "No, he doesn't. He's thoughtful and generous. He's just nice." "I'm nice," he whispers, kissing me hard. "You're more than nice," I murmur against his lips. I unwrap my gift carefully with no hint of what's inside the tissue paper. Wow, a belt buckle. A big, blinged belt buckle. Maybe I should have introduced him to CJ. "It's not just any buckle," he explains. "It's the prize I won when I was 23 years old. The night it was presented to me, I was totally overwhelmed with a sense of what I was capable of. It was the first time I really understood that I could probably make a career out of what I loved doing most, riding horses." Wow. I'm speechless at the significance of the gift. "Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm reminded of that moment all those years ago. And you're a woman who does what she loves. Even if I'm not that interested in art, I love that you're so passionate about it. Hell, I was even happy to be there for Danny Boy tonight. You did that, sweetheart. So I thought you deserved a prize too." I move closer to him. This is a beautiful birthday present. "It's not really for your birthday. It's just for you to have, as a reminder." "A reminder of what?" I ask with a frown. "Of the fun time we've spent together." "Till now, but we'll have more fun times," I say enthusiastically. Dusty is silently looking at me, and he's not smiling. "We'll have more fun times?" It comes out as a question this time. Heat is rising up my chest into my neck and face. "Sweetheart, I can't do red carpets and balls and wear tuxedos. The beach and heights and everything you love. I don't dance, and I'm not tidy, and I'm not giving up smoking. The gum, I tried, but none of that is me, sweetheart. That's you. It's probably Danny Boy too. But it's not me." I reach out to him. "Why didn't you just say something? I'm not a mind reader, so if you remain silent, then I'm left to think everything is okay." "Why couldn't you just see it? I mightn't be a smart city guy, but I know enough about you to know what you need and want, and I know what I need, and I know where I belong and where I don't fit in." I open my mouth to reply, but nothing comes out. "I'm just saying, I know you don't read minds and I don't read books, but I can read what's going on here, between us." He waves between himself and me. That stings, and I feel like I've been punched in the heart. I just want to fix it. Make us both feel happy, heard, seen, understood. All of it together. What do you need? I ask. I need to not be trying to be someone or something else every minute I'm with you. My mouth drops. Every minute? You feel that way all the time? Not when we're together in bed, but that's pretty much the only time I feel truly connected and at peace with you. Now that's something, isn't it? Of course, but we're outside the bedroom most of the time. He goes to say more than stops himself. And, I prompt, dreading the answer. And I don't want to feel inadequate or a misfit most of the time. Oh, darling, you are neither of those things. I lunge to hug him. I know I'm not, but that's how I feel, he sighs. You need someone more like you, and I need someone more like me. So you've just decided this? It feels like he's breaking up with me, but I don't want to confirm it. He gives a complicated sort of shrug. I didn't decide anything, sweetheart. It just is. As much as we feel for each other, I don't fit in with your group. And I may not be as switched on as Danny Boy, but I know when people look down on me, and when they're trying extra hard to be nice to me because you ask them to. I sit up straight. What are you talking about? Your friends at Riverfire, the ball. When I say Kev was the only genuine one there, I mean he was the only one who spoke to me as me, Dusty, not as someone who's potentially wrong for you or could at least be more right for you. And I understand why your friends did that. I do. They're your friends and they want the best for you. And truth is, they're right. I can't say this any clearer, sweetheart. I am not right for you, and vice versa. I feel a pain in my heart, and it's the realization that Dusty is smarter than I ever gave him credit for. And I've hurt him without meaning to. That truth hurts. So what now then? I ask. He shrugs again. I know you feel something for me, or you wouldn't be here, I continue. And you wouldn't have given me this. I hold up the buckle. Of course I feel something for you. I adore you. But I don't feel comfortable in your world, and I never will. I take a few seconds. Kind of like I don't feel comfortable in your world, but I make it work and I have a lot of fun. Dusty shakes his head. You make it work. It's not meant to be work. Not from day one, is it? Do you want to have to make everything work? 'Cause, sweetheart, I can tell you right now, I don't. I want a simple, peaceful, calm life. I'm deflated. I can hear the resignation in his voice. Can read it in the way he swung his legs over the side of the bed and is leaning forward, elbows on his knees. I'm never going to live in the city. He looks around my flat. Your place is pretty, but I need a big block of land, my horses, and all my riding gear. I'm frightened of even bringing a speck of dust into your apartment. He points to his pile of clothes strewn across my bedroom floor. I bought new boots just to wear to the gallery. He nods to his boots at the door. Not a scratch or speck of dust to be seen. I'm sad and disappointed in myself, at the way I've made Dusty feel, and how I expected him to just fit in order for us to work, and how those expectations have led to disappointment for both of us. Rain starts falling outside. It gets heavier and heavier, and I get up to close the windows. I feel cold and sip my champagne, hoping it'll warm me and make the moment less real. The silence hangs heavy in my bedroom. Dusty, I say at last, taking his hand. I really am glad I met you. My world became bigger because of you, and we had some fun times. You will always be my cowboy. I stroke his forearm, take a deep breath and rip the Band-Aid off. And you're right. We should call time before either of us starts to regret what we've been to each other. I put the glass on the side table. It's late. We should get some sleep. I slide back under the cool sheets to lie close to Dusty. willing myself not to cry, knowing this is our last night together. No regrets, I say softly in his ear. No regrets, he whispers back. When I arrive at the gallery the next morning, Daniel is standing in the middle of buzzing excitement and activity. I'm feeling heavy-hearted, but relieved that Dusty and I have parted amicably. I take a deep breath and remember the joy in my job, especially that we need to reflect on a successful opening. Congratulations, we simultaneously say to each other, and those around us cheer. What a night! I give Daniel a hug. I think we sold most pieces. There are a couple of smaller ones left, but the big pieces are well and truly dotted with red stickers. We high-five each other and walk into my office to debrief. It takes about half an hour before we're finished. Is Dusty still in town? He asks. He left early this morning, I say quietly. It's still raw. He gave me this. I show him the belt buckle. It's my birthday, but no one here knows. Happy birthday, Annie! Daniel sings out so everyone in the gallery and the attached officers can hear. The staff, already on a high from the night before, are now racing around to organise a morning tea and potential gathering after work. Thanks, I smirk at Daniel. Dusty is a generous fellow. I know he cares for you. It's over, I say bluntly. Ah, he nods. I'm not surprised. I guess I shouldn't be either. He's my brother, and I know him well enough to know he was always trying to please you, to be a better man for you. But he was already a good man. I know that. Of course I know that. And you're a good woman. You'll just both be better with other people. Daniel and I finalise some paperwork, then he goes to look at the paintings that sold at the opening and smiles at the number of pieces that will be going to good homes. I spend the rest of the day thinking about my conversations with Dusty and Daniel, and how all the while I was trying to change Dusty, it could well have been me who needed changing. Maybe I need to be a little less demanding of change in other people, maybe less judgmental. I look at Dusty's belt buckle and know this will always be a reminder of him, and also of the lessons learned the last few months. At home that night, I sit on my couch, uncomfortable in my old skinny jeans, almost wishing I still had the blinged pair I'd bought especially for the camp draft. I text Michael. I want to speak to him about his quiet departure from the opening. Hey there, run tomorrow? He responds instantly. Love to, but left Brizzy today. Sorry, business. My favourite aunt. Not sure when I'll be back. I'm responsible for almost everything as eldest nephew. Take care. I wish I could give him a hug. I consider calling but don't want to upset him while he's driving. I message instead. Here if you want to talk or need anything, XO. I realise I miss Michael and feel bad not having had the chance to say goodbye or offer real support. But I don't know what I can do now he's left. Then Angel messages our WhatsApp group about catching up on the weekend to celebrate my latest lap around the sun. And that's a bit of fun before I sleep. Chapter 11. It's just on dusk and the four of us are sitting under the pergola in Angel's backyard with a range of colourful and delish vegan and vegetarian dishes lining the table. With my birthday just gone and Angel's 2 weeks away, a double celebration is being enjoyed with caprioscas filled with fresh mint from Angel's garden and her chickens roaming freely around the backyard. And another toast to the exhibition because it was the best opening I have ever been to. MJ is glowing in her praise as she shows us the photos she took. I got some great shots of you and some of your cowboy, she winks at me. What's happening on the Dusty front? Angel asks, obviously noticing that I've been quiet about him. The others lean in for the gossip. Dusty and I had an intense conversation when he was here. He feels he doesn't fit in my world. MJ blurts out, because he doesn't! MJ, Angel scolds. MJ is sober. Look, I'm not criticising or making fun of him. I mean, full marks for figuring that out by himself, but the man is a cowboy, a real cowboy. And you're here under a pergola in a Camilla caftan eating hummus and drinking caprioscas and celebrating your first opening of a significant art gallery. Dusty and you? Jesus wept. CJ throws MJ her teacher look and Angel shakes her head. Be that as it may, MJ, I had feelings for Dusty, I tell her. It may not have been love just yet, but I was falling for him. CJ slides over to my side of the table, puts her arm over my shoulder supportively, seemingly more upset than I am. We're here for you, Annabelle. You know that, don't you? Anything you need, we're here. You want to cry? We'll cry with you. I'm fine, really. I had a little cry, and I'm okay. MJ refills our glasses. I really don't think drinking more is a good idea, I hear CJ whisper to MJ. And then to me, give me your phone, please. What for? We're deleting his number right now. CJ has gone from soppy supportive mode to schoolteacher mode. Fine. I'm over him and romance. It's a waste of time, and my time, like your time, is precious, not to be wasted. I hand over the phone and watch as she deletes the number. I can see her looking at my text messages. There's none left. I deleted them all. I told you I'm okay. MJ is up and pacing, and I change the subject. What happened with you and Michael? I ask her. Did you go on a date or what? He never mentioned it and has gone home for sorry business, so I didn't ask. Ah, Michael, yes. We went for a drink, nothing to report. There was zip going on down there. She pauses to point to her vag, when I finally caught up with him. Thanks for that detail, Angel says. Now, back to you, MJ says, pointing at me. You know what you need to do? Please don't say I need to go out or meet someone, because I do not need to meet anyone. I didn't need to meet Dusty. That was a complete accident. If I just hadn't gone to the bar, I look at Angel. It's all your fault, you know. You wanted a beer. Don't blame me, I was just thirsty, she says. And so were you, MJ pipes in. I laugh, like the old days, then take a deep breath. The truth is, I'm glad I met Dusty. Even with the disappointment we weren't able to make it work, there were good times, and I learned a lot about myself, and I hope I've grown some. And, I pause, I'd like a little acknowledgement for not running away from this. He started the conversation, and we parted amicably. Gold star for you both, CJ says. MJ plonks herself down next to me. Yeah, gold star. Now focus, Annabelle. You don't need to meet someone, but you could pretend you're interested in meeting someone, she says with a cheeky grin. What for? I laugh. For fun! Just post a few thirst traps on Instagram. They'll pull in the followers. They always do. Look. MJ shows us some photos on her own Insta. Look, see? All those flames and hearts? All for a photo of me showing a little shoulder. Men are so fucking fickle, really. She pauses. But I do like them. Look. She scrolls through and clicks on the profiles of some of the men who have commented on her pics. Him? Scrolls. That one? Scrolls. And that one? Went out with all of them. The thirst trap really does trap them, and my vag is like the Venus flytrap. My God, I don't even have the words. Angel is laughing, but clearly shocked at this latest revelation of MJ's. Let me look at the caption. Angel pushes her glasses up her nose and reads aloud. Coffee, tea, or me? And it looks like it was me. MJ raises her glass in the air in a toast to her gorgeous, sexy self. I laugh. Oh my God, it's certainly not me. It's a thirst trap, Annabelle. Don't you want to prove you're okay? More than okay? You are thriving. MJ is serious. I don't need to prove anything to anyone, I assert. And I know it to be true. CJ jumps in. Yes, you are thriving and shining, and you don't need to prove that to anyone. We see it. The problem is MJ is determined to post a photo of me showing some skin in my bikini or something with a ridiculous caption about blessing people's timelines. I continue to say no to everything MJ proposes. I prefer my social media timelines to be full of artwork and running scenes, not me in a swimsuit. I'm getting a headache from mixing my drinks, and MJ is still banging on about Instagram and flicking through photos of me on her own phone. I've got this fab photo of you on our balcony a few weeks ago. You're looking very relaxed, big sunnies, hat, a coffee, a book on the table, see? Angel, CJ and I lean in to look. I didn't even know you took that. We might need to talk about privacy, I say, reaching for a glass of water. MJ flaps her hand at me. Don't be ridiculous. This is the perfect shot. People will be wondering who you're there with. Who took the photo? A bit of mystery, bit of intrigue. And look at those long brown legs. And we caption it, investing in myself. That'll attract the hot nerds hands down. You may as well do it, Angel remarks. She won't let up for hours otherwise. And who knows, maybe a little bit of attention isn't a bad thing for your heart. You know I don't normally support MJ's crazy social media ideas, but maybe this once? Fine, I say. Send me the photo and write the caption. I don't have the brain to do it right now, but I can tell you, I have faith and know the ancestors will bring me my man when the time is right. And I'm pretty sure it won't be some random bloke on Instagram liking my photo who'll turn out to be my soulmate. MJ punches the air in victory and acts as if she's just won something major. I post the photo on Instagram while we eat dinner and discuss CJ's pending teacher development day, the ethical clothing Angel wants to add to her store, and the latest romp MJ has had with a Tinder hottie from the hinterland. Their meetings are all physical, apparently not a word is spoken. She won't even talk about what they don't talk about, and we all think it's weirdly hilarious. When I get home that night, I check my Insta out of curiosity, and I'm surprised to find Michael has liked the photo and commented, Marambambalang. I'm surprised he's remembered the word. Chapter 12. The sun rises brightly on Saturday morning, but I feel off colour and unusually exhausted. I'm contemplating a walk or run, just a short trot around Paddington, hoping it will make me feel better to sweat out the indulgences of last night. I miss Michael motivating me to get out of a morning. If he were here, we'd be pounding the pavement, up and down hills, and the endorphins would be pumping. I'd also be feeling less guilty about being so lazy since he left for sorry business weeks ago. It's strange that I haven't heard from him, though I understand that as the eldest nephew, there'd be a lot to manage his end. I bet he's exhausted too. I walk out onto my balcony and turn on my phone, which pings with texts and WhatsApp notifications. I scroll through and there's one from CJ. Just checking in. We know you're thriving, but all still okay? Our CJ, always there for whoever needs her. I reply, Morning. Had a great sleep, but woke up feeling blah. Prob's just going to schlep around in PJs today, chill, nap, watch new season of Bridgerton. We'll check in later. Have a deadly day. I walk back inside and think about texting Michael, just to say hello and check on him like CJ checked on me. That's what friends do. I've started drafting when my phone pings again. When I see it's Michael, I bolt upright. Talk about synchronicity. Hey there, how's the running going? Back home tomorrow, catch up, or are you busy? I respond immediately, happy he'll be back in Brisbane soon. I haven't told him about Dusty, and I wonder if that's what he means about being busy. OMG, was just thinking about you. Catch up, yes. Running TBD. Michael's message is enough to get me pulling on my running gear to head outside. I feel better, lighter, happier at the thought of seeing him tomorrow. Although I'm a bit sluggish, I am moving, which will hopefully make it easier when Michael and I run together again. It was hard enough keeping up with him when I was running regularly. It's 4K from my flat to the markets at Davies Park, so I decide to run at a slow pace over the go-between bridge and along Maywar. Have a coffee, grab some veggies, and walk back. The whole time I'm thinking about catching up with Michael. Hearing about his family reunion, how he managed emotionally, seeing if he needs any support. The day passes quickly, and I watch 2 episodes of Bridgerton while ironing the week's clothes, but come nightfall, I feel off colour again. A big bowl of steamed veggies doesn't help, so I crawl into bed early. I wake Sunday morning with the worst period cramps since my teens. I take painkillers and cook myself a breakfast of eggs and spinach and slump on the couch, dozing on and off. Late afternoon comes around quickly, and I sit on my balcony with jasmine tea, still dosed up on painkillers, waiting to see Michael's car pull into the drive. I'm still in my PJs, but I know he won't just knock on my door without warning. It's mid-September and it still cools down overnight. When the sun finally sets, I head inside for a hot shower to warm me up. I'm teary with hormones, and I hope that Michael waits till the morning to catch up. No one would want to deal with me right now. I put the kettle on to make some more tea, and then stand under the hot running water until I feel completely warmed up. As I put clean PJs on, I start singing along to the rodeo playlist CJ put on my phone. It's become comfort listening for me somewhere along the way with Dusty. When Michael calls out over the balcony, I nearly jump out of my skin. "Hey, Delta Dawn, you okay down there?" he asks with a chuckle. "Yes, thanks. I'm sorry," I call back, embarrassed, only half leaning over the balcony. "I'm sure I sound like a dying cat." He laughs again. "Not as bad as that." "Welcome home," I say warmly, looking up at him. He looks fresh and happy. "It's good to have you back." "I'm just going to the shops. Need anything? I'll pop down when I get back, okay?" I want to say I need more tampons and painkillers, but can't bring myself to ask. "Annabelle?" "I'm sure I've got everything I need, but thanks for asking. See you when you get back." "Should I wear my pajamas too?" he jokes. This time, I laugh. "God, I've missed you," I say out loud before I have time to think twice. I pull back from the railing. "Not as much as I missed you, I'm sure," he says. "See you in about an hour." I sit back down and consider my impromptu declaration to him and his response. I don't know how much time passes after Michael goes, but I feel the temp drop while sitting there trance-like, thinking about how much I actually have missed my generous, thoughtful, go-to-the-markets-with-me running buddy. I'm so lost in the realization that Michael actually did leave a gap in my life when he went home that I don't notice when his car pulls into our driveway. My playlist is still blaring, and I don't immediately hear the knocking on my door until his voice comes with it. "Annabelle!" I straighten my PJs. I didn't even think to get dressed and open the door. "Welcome home," I say again. "Hello," he says, walking in and giving me a hug. I hold him a second too long, I think, and hope he doesn't feel awkward. "Are you okay?" "What do you mean?" I ask, thinking he's referring to the hug. He waves his hands up and down at my PJs in general disheveled state. Not feeling 100%, that's all. Early night is needed." I didn't want to say anything, but you do look like death warmed up. "Wow, tell me what you really think," I snipe as he walks into the living room. "I don't mean to be rude, but you need to turn that music off before someone calls the police for noise pollution." I think he's joking, so I don't move to stop the music. "Where's the cowboy tonight?" Michael asks. "Why isn't he here taking care of you if you're not well?" "Dusty and I broke up." "Oh, I'm sorry." He pauses. "You okay? Is that why you feel sick?" I laugh. "No, yes, I'm okay. Fine, good. And he's not the reason I feel sick. And I don't think it'd be fair for Dusty to have to hike down here to take care of me every month, if you get my drift." "Oh," Michael says, understanding immediately. "I have sisters," he says knowingly. "We broke up the night of the gallery opening, but you left the next day, and I didn't want to bother you when you were on sorry business." He nods. "But is it really over? Because, people are often on again, off again," he asks. "Yes, it's off. Not going to be on again." "But you really liked him. You must miss him." I did really like him. But the reality is, as everyone knew, you, me, the girls, and Daniel apparently, Dusty and I didn't have a lot in common. He wasn't into the arts. He didn't like running. He was happy to eat in pubs all the time. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but it was just at the opposite end of the spectrum to my list of likes in life. And it turns out I wasn't even considering his likes, and without realizing it, I was putting in a pretty good effort to make him change himself for me. I think I liked the idea of turning the dusty cowboy into the shiny city guy. Overall, I'm surprised he hung around as long as he did. I stop, because I don't want to be talking about Dusty when I've just realized how much I actually missed Michael these past weeks, and he thinks I'm missing Dusty. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. No apologies, but you're going to have to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Secondly, before he can add anything else, Sea of Heartbreak comes on, and he puts his hand out. Give it to me, he demands. Excuse me? Please give me your phone. I am going to delete that god-awful playlist or the entire app if I must, but either way, this music is going to stop now. He's not being funny, and I don't know why. Stop being so bloody dramatic, I say, heading to the couch to pick up my phone. He starts laughing humorlessly, as if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black. And what does that mean? You knew that fella for how many months? And you also knew he wasn't a good fit from day one, and now you're all regretful and sick, like he was the love of your life and he died. I don't know what transpired between the two of you, and I hate seeing you upset like this, but honestly, are you surprised? Because as you say, even his brother could see it was wrong. I fall backwards on the lounge and frown. Why are you being so mean? I already said I'm not upset about Dusty. Michael looks at me in my PJs and shakes his head. I stood by for a few months and watched you, an intelligent, totally gorgeous, amazing woman, carry on like a goose over a bloke who was completely wrong for you. I wanted to tell you to snap out of it, but what right did I have? I'm taken aback by Michael's words. And now you're all sad and emotional. Please, you make me weak. Michael is really starting to shit me now. Listen to me when I say this, for the third time. I'm not sad or emotional. I'm bloody hormonal, I say through gritted teeth. And I'm disappointed in myself for apparently completely lacking in any self-awareness at times, but I stand up. I'm glad for the experience. I know I've grown from it. I start walking towards the kitchen, then turn around. And anyway, it happened weeks ago now. It's old news, which you'd know if you bothered to contact me. I'm sorry I didn't keep in touch, he responds, annoyed. Oh my God, I'm kidding, I say, throwing my arms in the air. We've apparently both lost our sense of humour. I didn't expect to hear from you. Your list of priorities with family would have been long. I didn't expect to even be on it at all. That's the thing, Annabelle. You are on my list of priorities. You're at the top of it. I frown again. What? I didn't contact you because I needed time to think, to assess what would happen when I came back here and you were with Dusty. Because quite frankly, I didn't think I could live in the same building anymore if you were. I was prepared to move. What? Why? All those mornings, running, walking, talking, sharing. We got to know each other and I realized I fancied you. We stand facing each other, both rigid. And I came here tonight, and he's gone, and you're not well, he continues, and I just want to hold you and take care of you because, he pauses, because I care about you deeply. His whole body seems to relax. I move into him and put my arms around his neck. He holds me tightly. Every woman needs a man like you in their lives, I mumble into his chest. You hug like a lumberjack. It takes a few seconds, but he says softly, I've never met a lumberjack, but I'll take your word for it. We stand silently for a few moments. Then he pulls back and looks into my eyes. In that moment, something in my universe shifts. I feel it. He feels it. We both know it. The ancestors came through, I say. What? He takes my hand in his. My heart begins to race and my breathing accelerates. When my stomach begins to flip-flop, I know it's because I'm here with him. I can't find any words because I'm confused by my sudden chemical reaction to the man I've never allowed myself to think about sexually, my neighbour, my friend. Before I can finish my thought, Michael is gently guiding my chin up. My head spins as our lips meet and I'm floating above the clouds en route to heaven. I don't know how long the kiss lasts, but when we finally break apart, my eyes remain closed. Annabelle? Michael's voice drifts gently into my ears. I open my eyes. What just happened? We kissed. I don't understand. Kissing is when your lips touch someone else's, he jokes wryly. But there was tongue. That's when there's passion behind the kiss, he smiles. Do I need to Google a better definition for you? He tucks my hair behind my ear. We should have done this long ago. You were with Dusty. And we were friends. And you're my neighbor, and so I never allowed myself to think of you that way. Did you think of me that way? For the longest time, he almost shouts. All those morning runs and walks. You know I love them, but I really like a sleep in too. I grin. I thought you were a fitness freak. I'm only this fit because of you, because I wanted to see you, be near you, start my day with you. If I showed any other woman this much attention, they'd think I was flirting, but not you, no. You made me work so hard just to get here tonight. My heart swells and beats fast, and my mouth is dry, my palms sweaty. The pieces to the puzzle of my heart are suddenly falling into place. So you don't just want to run with me in the mornings? No, I'd like to sleep in with you in the mornings too, at least a couple of times a week. He's naughty and flirty, and I like it. His weirdness these past months makes sense to me now, and I'm shaking my head at how stupid I've been, how blind to this incredible man. I'm sorry, I say, taking his hand in mine. He squeezes it. So now you know. I am so glad you didn't hook up with MJ, because that would be awkward. Truth is, I didn't want to go out with her at all, but she's your friend and I didn't want to offend her. We ended up talking about you the whole time anyway. She didn't tell you? No, she didn't. Well, here we are, he says, moving back to the couch. I feel relieved, heartful and dazed at the same time. You, Michael, you were right here the whole time. Yes, I was. Michael smiles, and I feel immediately at peace and safe. I shake my head and laugh. I can already hear the girls telling me they told me so. And there's no red dust, I joke. There's not a speck of dust in any colour. Look at me. He does a few model poses with a wink. Looks pretty good from what I've seen so far, I wink back. He looks damned good indeed. I lean in and kiss him gently, amazed at how this extraordinary man has seen me at my best and today, far from my best, and still wants to be with me. Please tell me I'm not dreaming, I whisper, leaning in to kiss him again. You're not dreaming, Annabelle, and neither am I. This has been an Audible Originals production of Red Dust Running. Written by Anita Heiss. Performed by Shari Sebens. Copyright Anita Heiss. Production copyright 2023 by Audible Australia Proprietary Limited. Audible Originals is a division of Audible Australia Proprietary Limited.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.